Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Conrad, as I sit here and I not reminisce, but I kind of just ponder on life's little questions and what have you, and Steven Tyler lyrics kind of run through my head just in general on a daily basis. Anyhow, you realize this is going to drop on April 2nd, correct?
What we're talking about right now? Yeah. Wrestlemania
Yeah.
12, our Something to Wrestle. Yes.
Yeah. So then when this drops on April 3rd, I will have been married for 25 years.
Really? Well, congratulations.
Yeah, 25 years. And it makes me think of a time that when Vince was celebrating maybe his 35th wedding anniversary, or maybe 25. I don't fucking know. It was whatever it was. He said, Jerry, could you imagine being married to the same person for 25 or 30 years or whatever it was? And Jerry says, Vince, I couldn't imagine dating someone that was 25 or 30 years old, that old. So as I say all that, he couldn't imagine dating someone that old.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. That's a real Jerry Lawler joke. That's a Jerry Lawler line. That's a true actual statement from Jerry. I'm not busting on Jerry. I love Jerry. Me and Jerry be good. I find Jerry highly entertaining. But as I do when I'm sitting there today, you saw me, man. I was really not clean shaven. I basically grown myself a beard, and I said to myself, Self, I'm going to shave this motherfucker off today. I'm going to shave, and I'm going to just shave clean and all that good shit.
Wait, are you getting armpits and chest and sack meat and the whole deal?
No, it's just my facial area.
Okay, got it.
Now, see, you won't be able to relate to this because you don't shave.
Well, I mean, I do above and below the beard, but yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, well then come with me on this little journey for a second.
I'm ready.
You're shaving above and below. You probably keep your shave cream and your razor in the same area, correct?
Dr. Carver's shave butter, slicker than something on a gold tooth, according to Jim Cornette.
That's exactly what I use as well.
There you go.
But you probably keep your shave butter and your razor right next to each other in the same place, same time, all the time?
All the time.
All the time. Well, imagine the goddamn shock of going in and I'm ready to shave. Now, I haven't shaved in like 2 weeks or whatever it was.
Right.
But there's my shave butter up there, and I go to find my razor. I can't find my goddamn razor because someone had arbitrarily gone into my goddamn shelves and moved my goddamn razor.
Why are you cussing Stephanie like this?
Didn't cuss Stephanie. I said someone.
Okay.
But damn it, Stephanie had gone into my shelves and moved my razor for some reason. And I couldn't find it, and then I found it, but and like I've got the clippers too, so like when you want to like clean up your goatee and shit and everything, right. And just,
right.
Those two. So I have a little bag for that, and I keep it all in the bag. It's a peanut little thing, right?
Right.
And on top of that was shoved another clippers that I think anyway and I just had to ask why did you have to take this other clippers and put it in my clipper bag that I use and with some wires and other shit and put it up back in there, and why did you have to move my razor? And there's no reason. And then she says to me, well, the cleaning people were coming and I didn't want them to touch it. I said, but there was nowhere they don't touch my shelves. Just why, Conrad? Why? Why does these things have to set me off and just be able to put me into a place that is just goddamn unfair?
You know what's interesting about that too is the statement you were given was, I didn't want the cleaning people to move your stuff, so I did.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that the same thing? Like, I'm trying to avoid this happening, so to make sure it didn't happen, I did it.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, it's like, my grandfather told me once, he was married to my grandmother.
What did Grandpa Thompson tell you?
It was Big Daddy Jones.
Oh, he's Big Daddy Jones on the other side. Okay.
Not the other side of the pond who will never get in the Hall of Fame. a different Big Daddy,
Gotcha.
the Jones one here in Alabama. He divorced my grandmother after many, many years of marriage. And I asked why that was. Like, how are you married all these years, decades, and then you get divorced? And he said, son, I came to realize one day that, if I'd have just shot her instead of getting married, I'd have been a free man by now. But yet here I am, still in this same hell pattern. Don't ever get married. And of course I listened real good. So 3 years ago I got married, and that has not been my experience, but it sounds like from the way you're describing things are going to change in my life one day.
Yeah. Things are going to change in your life one day, but look, that doesn't outweigh the wonderful 25 years that I have had being married to the same woman and the mother of my children, whom I love absolutely dearly and all that good shit. But God bless America. So, leave my fucking razor on the goddamn razor shelf.
So this is where we are. You got razor heat.
Yeah.
Is this like what our show is now? I mean, I was hoping we'd talk about WrestleMania XII, but I feel like you just went on like an old man yells at clouds rant about a shave kit.
Well, Conrad, they got everything up in the cloud. If you don't yell at the cloud, then who the hell is going to hear you?
That's actually the most sound reason I've ever heard for being the guy who yells at the clouds in the sky, that everything's in the cloud these days.
It is. It's all up in the cloud. Where's Jake? Anyway, I lost these pictures. No, they're up in the cloud. Well, I really would like to see that. It's up in the cloud. What happened to my fucking razor? It's up in the cloud. Everything's in the goddamn cloud. So if you don't yell at the cloud, how the fuck is the cloud going to know that you're pissed off?
That's
See, you just looked up to the clouds. Just then you looked up to the fucking clouds because you know that that's true.
You ready to talk about WrestleMania?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree with everything you're saying, Bruce. I don't think you and I have ever had a disagreement on these shows. By the way,
good point.
What was the feedback you got from last week's show where we were sort of all over the place doing a little rapid fire Q&A? I got some pretty good feedback. I think the two things that people enjoyed the most, I've already had multiple requests for. Hey, you guys need to animate the story, the what if of Vince McMahon on The Price is Right. That seems like that could be fun. And they really liked the pickle story from last week. The way you really stretched it, told the whole car rental story, and pickles were everywhere. That could be fun.
It wasn't stretching it. That was how it all happened.
I'm not
in the awkward ride with a complete stranger who I had just paid him in cash half of his rental car fee just to get to the Conradison. That has its own chauffeur service.
Oh,
you could have just called, one of your chauffeurs, Clint from Hershey or something, could have come and got me.
Clint doesn't have a driver's license.
I guess he don't drive at night on Mondays.
Clint doesn't have a driver's license. Clint's a ride catcher. He's a ride share guy.
Oh yeah?
That's becoming a thing with the kids these days. Like both Megan and I's kids, when they turned 16, neither one were like racing to go get their license. They're both like, nah, we're good, which is kind of weird.
And that bothered me.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Well, what do you attribute that to?
Complacency. I don't get it. I wanted to get my license on my 16th birthday so I could fly and be free. Fly, be free. That's from Mark and Mindy when Mark discovered all the eggs and eggs up in the air. Fly, be free. Chest fight. Okay. Some of our older fans will get that.
Yeah.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, but John Paul Shelnut does. He's your age, so he knows.
He's older. Shit. He's like 709.
Well, let's talk about WrestleMania XII, the Arrowhead Pond, Anaheim, California.
You still didn't send me notes, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead. We're winging it.
No, I shared them on Google Docs.
I got high-speed business internet. I didn't get the shit yet.
I mean, I'm looking at your name on the list. I sent it to your AIM.
Yeah, AIM.
I mean, does it fucking matter? It's not like you're going to read them now. We're doing the show.
Okay. I mean, it's not like I read them before. It's just that I want to be included.
Okay. All right.
Is it not? Is it? Does it? The very last two lines of this show are Bruce Prichard.
They are. That's true. But you know what's funny is I've gotten used to doing the show without Bruce Prichard.
Yeah, but it's not damn near as entertaining.
I'm not arguing that at all. Fuck, I'm over here trying to hold it together
because it's my old one. I used to be funny.
Yeah, back when you had, not a solid set of gray hair. Are we going to talk about that? We need to get you a Just for Men membership. You're getting older by the day.
What's wrong with gray hair?
Nothing. Megan actually likes it.
You let your shit go, it'll all be gray too.
I don't dye shit.
Bullshit.
Buddy. You think, when you look at me, you think, boy, that guy, he's pretty vain. You can tell.
I know. Yeah, I do.
I'm just saying, how are you like Mr. Manicure Pedicure? You can't fucking rake a little Just for Men across there.
But the Just for Men shit, because you got to like shampoo that shit in and let it sit, and then it makes your hair smell funny. And I don't know, I don't like it. And the lady that used to color my hair, I obviously don't go to her anymore. And it just was so tight. It would be so tight. They put the foil and shit on your hair, and you got to sit there under a thing and dry it and all that crap.
Oh, you know what? You and Charles Robinson need to go together, because he posts pictures of him in the foil. I didn't know that was from dyeing.
Yeah.
I don't know what people put foil in their hair for. I thought it was just girl shit. I didn't know.
No, it's professional shit. That's what you do when you professionally care about what you look like. Then you reach my age and you just don't care what you look like.
Yeah. So WrestleMania.
Except when you want to shave.
Yeah. And then you just it's another excuse to be irritated at your wife. Hey, so what'd you and Stephanie do for your big 2-5?
We haven't yet, because it's tomorrow, Conrad.
So, okay. You're going to be at a TV tomorrow. So.
No, actually, I'll be back tomorrow. April 3rd. I'll be home.
Oh yeah, I forget we're talking about when it airs. My apologies. Okay, yeah. So let's get into it. WrestleMania 12.
That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be topical.
Can I talk about WrestleMania 12
in the future? Topical,
please.
Oh, now you want to go to the Wayback Machine?
Yes, I'll save you a seat.
Okay,
you can ride shotgun.
All right, let's go.
Arrowhead Pond, Anaheim, California. Let's sort of walk it back a little bit. WrestleMania 3, we all know, huge show. And it's in the Silver Dome. WrestleMania 4 and 5, Trump Plaza. WrestleMania 6, the Sky Dome in Toronto. 7 was supposed to be the Coliseum. Plans change. 8 in a dome in Indianapolis. 9 outdoors in Las Vegas. 10 Madison Square Garden. 11, it felt like the company knew, hey man, we're not where we used to be, so let's control our costs a little bit. You do it in Hartford, Connecticut. And now we're in Anaheim, California, not Los Angeles, but Anaheim. Is this just strictly based on you get more favorable terms in Anaheim than you might LA?
No, I'd say LA and Anaheim were probably the same. I think that more than anything, there was a move there at one point to go to fill up smaller buildings at maybe a higher price point.
Right.
And you make just as much as you would in a stadium. I think that the stadium aesthetics are better sometimes, but the feel for the performer and the look overall and just the overall cost in general of putting together an arena show versus a stadium show are considerable.
As we covered last week, and the whole Ask Bruce Anything, we sort of teased that this was around your wedding time. How complicated was this WrestleMania from your perspective, where you're trying to sort of wear two hats? It's the most stressful time of the year for your professional life, but somehow, you silly son of a bitch, you've managed to schedule a wedding right after. How's that even possible, dude?
Okay, well, kind of like everything else in my life, I arranged the things outside of the business around the business. So I knew I was going to get married.
Right.
And WrestleMania was coming up, and it was a time, and I knew that for our, what's that thing called after you get married? Our honeymoon. Our honeymoon. I wanted to go to Hong Kong.
Wait a minute. That's where you go on a honeymoon? Did she have any say in
I
this?
don't recommend it uh, for a honeymoon, but that was in my head. I wanted to go to the exotic Hong Kong. I loved Hong Kong.
Wait, so you had been to Hong Kong before?
Yes, several times.
And so when you went to Hong Kong before, did you go on like a guy's trip or
My brother lived over there, so I would go visit, and
not
it
Dr.
just
Tom,
is.
another brother?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. It's just a beautiful, beautiful island, beautiful place, and I used to say that it was a sophisticated New York City where more people spoke English.
Okay.
I love Asia. I love Japan. I love Hong Kong. So I that's where I wanted to go. And Stephanie had never been, so she was kind of intrigued. I know now she'll never ever want to go back.
Oh, so she didn't
So
enjoy her honeymoon.
she did, but I don't think it's one of those places that's on the bucket list ever again. I think she would have much preferred a beach in Hawaii. But the thing was we're going to be on the West Coast, so it's a much shorter flight to Hong Kong. I dreaded the flight back, but it was time that I could take it right after WrestleMania. So I also knew that we didn't want a big wedding. We were just gonna do I do, she do, we do in Vegas.
Oh,
Those
okay.
that wanted to come on, and those that didn't, hey, give me some money or a gift or something.
Give me some money. I love you for that. So you got married in the, which wedding chapel was it in Vegas? Because it's a pretty famous one, right?
The Little White Chapel in Vegas by the owner.
So is that the one that Michael Jordan got married in?
It is the one Jim Ross got married in, the one that Stephanie and Hunter got married in the infamous Monday Night Raw skit. And so the thing was I thought, okay, well, we can go to Anaheim,
Right.
do WrestleMania. And then right after WrestleMania, we jump on a plane that Wednesday. I'll get married on Wednesday night, and everybody can go on their way of those that want to come from the office or from the wrestling crew. So it was, it was a lot of fun. And we finished up TV. Let me think how we did this. Yeah, we finished up TV in San Diego on Tuesday night. On Wednesday morning, Vince, Pat, and I flew to Vegas and stayed at Caesars and got married that night, had a big party, and went on our way.
How good of a salesman did you used to be? Where you not only got your wife to schedule her wedding around WrestleMania, you made sure it was in Las Vegas so it was convenient for all the bizoids, and then you sold her on going to a guy's trip.
Yeah.
For her honeymoon.
Yeah. And while standing in line in Caesars waiting to check in, Vince looks at me and says, "So what are we doing after the wedding?" And like, again, typical Bruce or typical whatever, I'm like, I don't know, come back here to the bar and hang out, see what everybody wants to do. And he says, "You mind if I do something?" I said, "Yeah, you can do whatever you want." Not really even kind of putting two and two together.
Wait, so you didn't have a reception planned?
No. I figured we just all come back to the bar and hang out.
Okay.
And so he grabs Tom at the wedding. Tom was my best man, and tells me, he goes, "Let everybody know that afterwards, I've got a room at the Palm, and we'll have a nice little get together at the Palm." So there were 22 people that were at the wedding. Gorilla Monsoon, Howard Finkel, from the biz, if you will. Tom was there, and my mom was there, and friends from school, Buddy Sullivan and his wife Beverly, they came.
Did Stephanie get to invite anyone, or was that not allowed?
Yeah, Sudrosa came.
Okay.
That was her maid of honor, but it was just a fun time. Cornette was there.
How about that?
It was a fun time.
Well, the good old days.
Yeah, so it was good, and then we had a big party and shit. My mom this is great. So my mom leaves the dinner, and Vince has this big room and shit. Everybody gets to order whatever they want. He had like a plethora of appetizers and different shit that was just everything on the menu type deal. And then people got to order whatever they wanted entree wise, and eat, drink, be merry. Had a big cake made for us and shit. It was beautiful. And it was really, really, really cool, really nice. But my mom comes up and she wants to leave early. And so she comes up to us and she was there with a friend of hers. And she says, "Oh, Nancy and I are so tired. I'm going to go back to bed early because we're really tired." And my mom leaves. So now we finish up the festivities over there and we're walking back over to Caesar's Casino. We're going to go to a bar over there. And as we're walking through the casino, there's my mom on the slots.
Oh.
Looking one-armed bandage and shit. Like, you whore. She said, "Oh, well, we came. Oh, my God, look at the time." Bullshit. She just wanted to go gamble.
I love that.
So yeah, it was for the convenience of everybody when we got there. So, when we got to Anaheim, one of the other things that we got to do was we arranged for a bunch of the boys to go on a Universal Studios tour.
Okay.
So it was Layfield and his wife at the time, Bubba Ray. I think Devon was with us.
No. This is 96. This is before they're there.
Oh shit! No, Bradshaw was there.
Yeah, but Bubba Ray and Devon were still in ECW. They didn't come around for years. You're thinking of a different trip.
I must be thinking of a different trip. Well, then, never mind.
No, go ahead. Tell us about another time.
No, the Universal Studios tour, and I know Bubba was there because of the hat I had. But we went through, and Leave It to Beaver is one of my favorite all time favorite television shows. I tape it to this day on MeTV every morning from 8 to 9, and I watch it. That's like if I'm in a bad place, I just go watch Leave It to Beaver because it makes me happy. It makes me smile.
Good for you.
All right. And so we went on the backlot tour of Universal Studios, and I got to see Leave It to Beaver's house.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. You know, Leave It to Beaver was a warlock in real life.
You know, it's funny because you actually have mentioned that to me before, but there's more to that story when you told me that I don't think you'll tell on the show.
You know, but then again, that's past history. I found it interesting because I watched a Leave It to Beaver episode the other day where Beaver was afraid of witches.
Yeah, and you know, in real life, he's not afraid of witches.
I know in real life that he became a warlock, a super warlock, like with mega powers and shit.
Mega powers. Well, let's explode them here for WrestleMania.
Let's go. God bless it, America.
March 31st, 1996 is when it went down. So we just passed the 25th anniversary. We've got 15,855 fans there. 12,909 of those were paying fans. They had a gross at the gate of $737,440, and it did 290,000 buys. That's down 50,000 from the year prior with Lawrence Taylor on top. In hindsight, do you think Lawrence Taylor was responsible for those extra 50,000 buys, or was the business down, or did we just not have what the people wanted to see?
Probably a combination of all of those things, and that new gas station and opening up down the street.
The other thing I found interesting is WrestleMania XI cost $34.95 on pay-per-view, where WrestleMania XII cost $29.95. When I sort of freestyled a question like this last week on the Q&A, you said, "Nah, man, we didn't have studies back then. It was just feel." Did you feel like the year prior, perhaps because of your financial commitment to Lawrence Taylor, you needed to charge the $5 extra? Did you feel like because he was on the card, it was enough added value that you could? Did you think the business maybe wouldn't sustain it here? Did you think that maybe you only got $340 the year prior because of that extra $5? What's the thinking for the decrease?
I think just kind of with the market and overall looking at where we were and where pay-per-view was at the time. You know, pay-per-view has gone through some highs and lows in its history as well. And I think it just was different. And by the way, I found the notes. They went to my junk thing. You go to my junk thing.
Why did you junk me?
What the hell's up with that?
Why did you junk me?
I didn't junk you, but you went to my junk thing.
Well, that's not cool, man.
It is. It's fucked up.
Hey, I want to mention.
I'm still not going to look at them, but I found them.
I know you're not going to watch them, buddy. it does make me wonder, like maybe the pay-per-view landscape changed. Maybe I'm reaching here, but Tyson goes to prison. He's not on pay-per-view in 92, 93 or 94. He comes back in August of 95. So that's after you've done WrestleMania 11. But now, you know, he's going to fight Frank Bruno on March 16th. So just, 10 days before this, Mike Tyson's on pay-per-view again. And even here, even though it's maybe not the Mike Tyson of several years prior, he's still a juggernaut on pay-per-view. When you know you're going to run a show in the same month as a Mike Tyson pay-per-view back then, that has to at least be something you're aware of, right?
Oh, certainly. You're aware of as much as you can be on that, in that realm, because I think you're fighting for the same entertainment dollar there. The same buyer that's going to buy us is going to buy a Tyson fight.
Right. Let's talk about the road to WrestleMania. It began at the Royal Rumble, which we recently covered. Diesel cost The Undertaker his title match against Bret Hart. Shawn Michaels wins the Royal Rumble, nearly strips naked. And Goldust wins the Intercontinental title from Razor Ramon. Vader makes his WWF debut. Vader and Gorilla had their classic angle the next night on Monday Night Raw, where Vader would attack Gorilla, put him on the shelf. And this is really all done because Vader came over hurting and he needed surgery. So we had to have a reason to suspend him. In hindsight, how well do you think that Vader Gorilla angle was done?
I thought it was done very well. It was a big deal. It was the equivalent of attacking Jack Tunney. However, the audience genuinely loved Gorilla Monsoon.
Yes, they did.
So I think that was a huge deal and in a huge way to debut Vader.
Let's sort of fill the gaps between the Rumble and Mania here. Roddy Piper is going to be announced as replacing Gorilla Monsoon as the president. And I like the idea of having him in this role. He's a beloved figure, much like Gorilla. When you first bring him in, do you bring him in with the understanding that, hey, Scott Hall's not happy with the Goldust thing and we need to call an audible? Or were those two unrelated and it just happened that way where it's like, okay, what else could we do? Hey, Roddy's back now doing this other thing. Let's just tie it together.
It was a combination of the two, and it was more of a, hey, Roddy, you want to come back? You want to be back in the fold? And it also was one of those where, yeah, we needed somebody to fill that Razor spot. And if you're going to do it, you've got to do it with a bigger name and a better name. Roddy Piper fit that role. It was a combination of, okay, well, we've got him for that. We could use him for this interim president deal, but to get Roddy back in the mix without having to do everything central on the Goldust story. That makes any sense at all.
Let's talk about Roddy and how easy it was to get him to get back into the ring with some physicality.
I just was laughing at how easy it was. Nothing with Roddy was easy.
Well, that was my question, because it does feel like, hey, we pitch him one deal, and then once he's back in the fold, then we try to pitch a little more. Much like maybe you're pitched as being a consultant working from home, part-time, few hours a week, and then you're pacing concrete floors 4 days a week in hell before you know it. Does any of that ring a bell?
I mean, I could relate to that analogy, I guess.
I just remember a few years ago, oh yeah, it's going to be like 4 hours a week from home. It's great. It's no big deal. Fast forward 2 months. Hey man, do you know how hard concrete floors are in dress shoes for 17 hours a day? I forgot. So chat me up, talking Roddy out of this figurehead role. And now we're going to do some physicality. I'm sure he was game to do stuff with Dustin. I'm sure that's something he could have fun with. He always liked to be a guy to push the envelope, but just, hey, we signed up for one thing. Now we want you to do another. What was that like?
It wasn't necessarily that way. It was like, hey, Roddy, we'd like to have you come back. We'd like to use you in some different things. And then it grew from there. I know that Roddy thought everything was a swerve and that everything was out to get him in a lot of respects. But he also knew that, I didn't blow smoke up his ass and I didn't try to, hey, Roddy, we're going to have you do this. I I told him pretty much up front that this is the deal. We're probably going to do more. And he knew it was coming. He knew there was going to be more. He knows that, you know, not to use him would have been a bad thing in more things.
Would this have been something where you're involved with the money conversation at all when you're having that conversation? Or do you always defer to Vince or someone else in that era?
In that era, it was, you look, there were no guaranteed contracts. There was no guarantee like that. So we were just really testing the waters at that point. And for Roddy was old school and understood that, hey, he's going to get a WrestleMania payoff in here, and that he would be paid accordingly for what he contributed.
Let's talk about some other news and notes as we head in here. Mankind is a character we start to see vignettes for. And you've told us before that, the rat that was featured in some of those vignettes is Jim Cornette's pet rat, George the Rat. And of course we know that Mankind is going to debut right after WrestleMania on that Monday Night Raw. There's so many fascinating things about that character. Jim Ross, of course, takes credit or blame for pushing for the signing. And, he jokingly says that Vince McMahon demanded that if we're going to hire Mick Foley, that Cactus Jack guy, we've got to cover his face up. So he gets a crazy mask and a crazy outfit, and there's patches of hair missing, and he's rocking back and forth and making funny sounds. And he has one set of music for an entrance and one set for an exit. There's just a lot going on with this character, a lot of thought put into it. What can you tell us about these original vignettes and how this whole character came to life before he ever had a match on TV?
Well, I mean, what's the question? Is it
who's helping develop that and pitch in ideas? And I mean, you were very involved in the whole Kane process. We know that, but was there someone who could say, man, Mankind was my character? I really doubled down and spent a lot of time and invested a lot of energy in that.
It was so much a combination of, I would say during that time, probably, Corny, myself, and Vince. And, you know, Vince had a specific vision as to what he saw. And I think Corny and I had a vision as far as, how we saw and knew Cactus and what could and couldn't work. So it was definitely a team effort on that.
We also know that, Phineas Godwin is going to debut. Who brought Dennis Knight in? Tell us how that came to be.
Dennis was one of those guys, Tex Slazenger, that was always around and beloved by everyone. He had been in Florida, and I think he had worked WCW as well for some gigs and shit. But Tex was one of those guys that was always around and beloved by everyone. So whenever anything would come up, it would always be, hey, what about Tex? This was one of those, as you're looking around going, hey, Tex is looking for a job. What about using something here? And Phineas Godwin was born.
Who comes up with PIG and HOG? Phineas Godwin and then Henry O. Godwin. So they're PIG and HOG. Whose silly shit is this?
It's their names.
Yeah, but is that a Vince McMahon thing?
That was probably a combination thing.
Let's talk about the Billionaire Ted skits, because they start to air around that same time here in the first quarter of 96. How involved were you with those? Was Vince there for the filming of it? Did he just review the tape? This feels like something that would have just tickled him.
No, I wasn't there. I was only there for the Billionaire Ted and Huckster match. It is the only one that I had to be involved in. And the rest of those were a product of Chris Chambers and David Sahadi that really masterminded those and came up with them and shot them from a guy that they had at a party that did impersonations, and one of them was Ted Turner. So it was born out of that, out of a guy that they had met and used for some different things, and thought, this guy does a pretty funny Ted Turner. Well, by God, Billionaire Ted was born.
It came out a few months ago. I shouldn't say it came out. I was watching an old Raw on the WWE network, which is now on Peacock. And I hear, Bruce, that you can sign up for just like $2.50 right now. Is that real?
That is real.
That's like the best value in the history of wrestling, I think. $2.
Yeah, pretty much, man. I'd grab it if I were you.
Yeah. Check it out, by the way. It's on Peacock. So anyway, though, there was something that ran at the end of a Monday Night Raw where Vince introduced an ad that he tried to run in the newspaper, the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, their financial section, and they both rejected it. So he was going to run a variation of that ad, but it was about, attention shareholders. Ted Turner has lost like $30 million of your money. Where'd that money go? How aggressive was Vince in real life? Not just on screen with the silly, funny, billionaire Ted, but how aggressive was Vince behind the scenes in real life about battling for his company, attacking this billionaire Ted Turner?
Well, I think that any time that you challenge Vince and being the competitor that he is and just the human being that he is, he's going to fight you. He's going to do everything that he can do to survive. And this was an example of it. And you looked at the AOL Time Warner
merger that they're working on.
Yeah. And you look at TBS and you look at all this stuff, and lo and behold, you couldn't find WCW in there.
Right.
You couldn't find all those losses. You couldn't find it. You couldn't even find where that number would have even been mysteriously written off. Right. You know what I mean? Where right. you knew what the number was, and internally they sure as hell knew what that number was. So it was just a way to inform people and say, hey, you're going to do this. You're trying, by the way, and you're trying to put me out of business. They stated that they wanted to put us out of business. Let's go.
If you were going to armchair quarterback everything that was happening in this first quarter, do you think perhaps one of the reasons that the business was down a little bit and this WrestleMania was down a little bit is because Vince was so focused on what they were doing, and he should have perhaps focused that energy on what he was doing?
Hindsight being 2020, I wish that we had completely ignored them.
Yep.
Frankly. Because when we realized we're doing everything that we found the territory guys did. Everybody was worried about what Vince was doing and trying to battle Vince instead of taking care of their own home. And I think that we became not worried, but yeah, you start watching your competitor because the things that they were doing were making some noise. So if we had focused less on that and more on our own stuff, and what I mean by less on that, ignore it. Right. Completely ignore it.
Which has normally been the WWE way. Like you just
right. And I think that by doing it in a lot of ways, we gave them credibility and probably directed attention to them.
And a Vinceism is never let them see you sell. And now for the first time ever, he's selling a little bit.
Well, he's reacting for sure.
Right.
Yeah, definitely reacting. And I don't know that, again, when you look back at it all these years later, but then we persevered and
it worked out.
And kept on. And again, when you look at the end story, it's, you get refocused, you take your resources and do everything that you can to take care of your business and stop worrying about their business. You will persevere in the end.
As you were sort of giving your speech there about persevering, I remembered when we did live shows way back when, and we did one in Pittsburgh, and we had Mr. Jerry McDevitt join us, and he was doing a Q&A with the crowd, which in hindsight, can you believe we pulled that off? That's one of the craziest things we ever did. But one of the questions was about the whole Shawn Razor lawsuit. Not Shawn and Razor, but you know what I mean? That Diesel Razor lawsuit where the company was suing WCW for stealing their likeness. Well, eventually Turner settled, and he disclosed at our little meet and greet thing, yeah, we got $2 million out of that. And then a few months later, we used that same money to buy their whole company. Is that not it's unbelievable when you think about it. Let's talk about, go ahead.
No, it truly is. And it's kind of like, Crockett buying the TBS time slot, that, Saturday night time slot. And buying that, Vince saying, okay, great. Hey, thank you very much, because we're going to use this.
Fun WrestleMania.
Yeah.
In hindsight, I'm glad you brought that up because that is something I've thought about recently. You know, we just did that long form deep dive interview with Jim Crockett. And of course, unfortunately, we lost him earlier this year, but we talked about that extensively. But my follow up that he couldn't really answer anyway, so I didn't bother asking is, and maybe you've asked, do you think Vince could have actually pulled WrestleMania off without that cash infusion of that extra $1,000,000? I've always sort of gotten the impression he was borrowing from Peter to pay Paul to make that thing happen. And that extra $1,000,000 couldn't have come at a better time.
I think that it helped, but he definitely could have pulled WrestleMania off. Yes. WrestleMania was going to happen no matter what.
Right. Well, let's talk about Justin Hawk Bradshaw, as it was. He debuts on Superstars here between the Rumble and WrestleMania. Did you ever imagine when you first saw that big bastard running around the locker room, he was going to have the career he had? Because I don't think a lot of people could have ever predicted what he became when you see just the initial version of him in the WWF.
Actually, I thought the initial version was going to be a huge megastar.
Yeah.
And it just never really took off. And I don't know if it was too stereotypical and too much of almost a clone of Stan Hansen, a younger version of Stan Hansen. To me, that's what I always got out of it, but I thought that John did it really well. And I tell you this, in meeting John from day one, you knew that he was going to be a huge star just because of the drive that he had in him and the no give up attitude.
Some other news and notes as we head in here. In Your House 6 is the pay-per-view between the Rumble and Mania. The highlights included Razor Ramon beating the 1-2-3 Kid in a diaper match. Thanks, Jim Cornette, I think. Shawn Michaels pinning Owen Hart in a great match. And then there was the cage match with Bret Hart and Diesel. In Your House 6 is really the beginning of the end for Razor and Diesel in the WWF. We've covered this in the archives, but leaving the arena that night, both Scott Hall and Kevin Nash have made up their minds they'll be going to WCW. Not too terribly long after this, once he gives notice, Scott Hall is then suspended for a failed drug test, and Kevin Nash is unhappy with Vince McMahon when he agreed with Bret on the finish of the cage match and that he not get hit with the power bomb. How frustrated was the office in general with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash?
I think it was probably more, this is going to sound like your dad, but it wasn't frustration or anger. It was more disappointment.
Right.
And thinking that, guys, you could be making a huge mistake. And in hindsight, you can say that changed the business forever when they went over there. And it certainly changed the landscape of how we do business in the business. So, in hindsight, looking at it, it was one of the greatest things that ever happened to us was they left and we had to create new stars.
I know we talked a lot about Razor Ramon in the archives, and you can check that out at somethingtowrestle.com. But as we're talking about WrestleMania, of course, everybody knows the original plan here was Razor Ramon versus Goldust in a Miami Alley fight. But the plan was changed once Razor was suspended and he had given notice because he was joining WCW. Piper gets in his spot. Had that not happened, it makes me feel like it's sort of a shoe-in that Razor was going to beat Goldust for the Intercontinental title, right? We wanted to give...
Had Razor been staying, yes.
Yeah. So at that point, when you know that, well, that was the plan, but if he's staying, would it have made sense? Could you have made an argument for, hey, let's beat him with this controversial character that he doesn't like on our biggest show? Or did that just not serve the purpose as well as, well, let's reestablish Roddy as a top guy because we know he's an asset for us for the rest of the year? Or so we would hope. We know he doesn't wind up being because he's in WCW by October.
Well, it's a couple of things. And real life, when it hits you, whether it's a failed drug test or it's a medical test or an unfortunate real life situation that happens, you have to deal with those things and you have to move on. Not always favorable to business, but you just have to You got to deal with it at the time and move on. So we were hit with the drug deal, and again, it's, you never asked. Vince would walk in and just tell us, hey, so and so's off for 6 weeks. Write them out. And we're looking at major markets with them in the main event and going, but can't we do? No. It's what it is. Take them out. So that wasn't advantageous to business by any stretch of the imagination. And those that want to argue that it was are wrong. You deal with it. You move on. It's business.
Let's briefly circle back to Roddy. I know we talked about it before, but what was this just a handshake deal with Roddy? Did you think, hey, we're going to have you in for X number of months? Because I know that Scott Hall's leaving for WCW, but it's not going to be too long. So's Roddy Piper. And it's kind of a short list to be a guy who was on WrestleMania and Starrcade the same year. I mean, cause later this year, he's going to main event WCW's biggest show of the year against Hulk Hogan. Did you think he was going to be with you for the long haul here? Or did you just try it and it maybe wasn't the fire that it once was? And let's just try some new things and move on.
Roddy's Roddy, and I'll throw Hulk in there too. Hulk is Hulk. That they're going to do what they're going to do. And while Roddy was one that, would I have liked to have had him? Yeah, definitely. But Roddy wasn't what he, you know what I mean? He wasn't what he was at that time.
Yeah.
And huge star, great guy. It's just, I don't think that
it was legacy at that point.
Yeah. And I don't think that Roddy was going to fit into basically what we were doing at the time, long term.
It's also, it is something you got to at least reconcile in your head, where we've got these Billionaire Ted skits where we're saying Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage are fucking dinosaurs. Who would ever want to watch that? Oh, by the way, don't miss Roddy Piper on pay-per-view this weekend. Right?
Yeah. Roddy Piper was younger than both of them.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this really what we're doing right now?
Don't you look it up.
I'm looking it up right now.
He was or not.
He was born in 54.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan was definitely born before that. He was born in 53. So you got it.
Yeah. See, so we had the younger,
much younger. And, Savage, you want to guess what year he was?
It was 52.
52. You nailed it.
Yeah.
So, Savage, Hogan, then Piper. So yeah, Piper was younger than both of them. So yeah. Speaking of
the new generation, fucker.
Speaking of the new generation, the Ultimate Warrior agrees to return. And boy, you've talked a lot about Destrucity here in the past, available in the archives. When you're first talking with him conceptually about a return, and he's telling you about Destrucity, and he's telling you about Warrior University, and he's telling you about his comic book and his school, all this stuff. Does what he's going to do at WrestleMania even come up? JR, the only reason I mention this is JR often says, Connie, it always comes down to cash and creative. Well, I know you guys discuss the cash, and I know you don't talk cash here on the show, so we'll table that. But creatively, did we talk about, okay, we're going to bring you back at WrestleMania, and here's who we want you to work with, and here's what we envision for the match. When is that discussed?
I don't remember discussing it there. I think that the overall discussion before WrestleMania was long-term and in the future, and looking at different ways to promote the Warrior and his school and all that other stuff. I don't know that, we ever had the discussion with Jim specifically, okay, here's what we're doing at WrestleMania. WrestleMania was just a launching off point for him to return.
Right. Well, I wanted to bring it up because I am curious, because the relationship was delicate. I mean, at times I think you guys even had Linda correspond with him because he liked, for whatever reason, he liked dealing with her better. who would have been the guy to go pitch the WrestleMania creative? Would Vince have said, "Hey, Bruce, call and run this past Jim, see what he's thinking," or is that a call that Vince probably made himself?
No, that would be something that Vince would probably do. I certainly didn't do it.
So I guess the other question is the follow up. How does Hunter Hearst Helmsley become the guy who draws the number? In theory, it feels like you probably want a heel with heat who people, definitely hate and want to see, catch a beat down here. So maybe the old, hey, who could give him a good match isn't necessarily applicable because it's going to be fast and we want it to be someone who has some heat. Well, how does that become Hunter as far as you recall?
Well, it was Hunter because of the guy that we did feel could give him the best match, and someone that had natural heat, and someone that we were moving on to something else with Mark Merrow. So the Hunter pick was an easy one. We thought that if anybody could lead Warrior through a match and give him a big win, that was it. It was never meant to be the short match that it became.
Okay. Can you tell us how it became a short match?
Yeah, Warrior changed it that day.
What's that? How did that go down? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, Warrior, I think Jerry Briscoe was the agent, and Warrior was like, no, this is the match we're going to do. And went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And at that point, it's get the match in the ring. And Hunter was a pro and was like, you know what? Let's just go do what we got to do and move on. We'll deal with all the other shit afterwards.
I want to ask a question here that I don't think anybody's ever asked before. So put some thought into it before you shit on it if I'm way off base. But hypothetically, if that's happening, the match is changing the day of, would that have also been the time from a management perspective that you would try to deliver some good news along with this bad news? The idea being sometimes and I'm not in the wrestling business, but I imagine if you're going to someone and you're saying, okay, we not only need you to sort of do him the favor here and do the honors, but we need it to happen in really strong fashion. And you might be thinking, okay, that means I'm definitely getting squashed. I'm getting buried. I'm getting all these bad words that we wrestling fans hear all the time, but don't you worry, Mr. Performer, because we got big plans for you. We're going to have you win the King of the Ring.
No.
Because we've always heard, though, that the King of the Ring in 96 was originally going to be Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and that all changed, of course, after the curtain call. But the curtain call's like 6 weeks after this.
Yeah, no, that was not in the equation. It wasn't done. It was simply, that day. If anything, we're taking notes, at least I am, and the rest of us that had to deal with it of, damn it, Jim, you can't do this. And that's where we were. But no, this all happened day of, an hour of, and until you're in that situation, you can pontificate all you want, but it's at that point you have to
make a call,
do what you need to do to get the show on.
So I guess my question is, coming into WrestleMania, did you guys already have Hunter lined up in your mind to win the King of the Ring that year?
I don't know that we did. I don't know that we had completely decided by that point.
Does he win? Or I guess he didn't win that year, so it wouldn't have mattered, but did he become the favorite to win based on his professionalism and how he handled this situation?
That may have been in the back of the mind, not specifically, no.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the Observer. They write, the Huckster Nacho Man Billionaire Ted skit match will be on the pregame show, which pretty much removes the legal threats from that skit by using the likeness of Hulk Hogan, Ted Turner, and Randy Savage, all owned or controlled by WCW as part of an endeavor in which the public pays for it, which the pay-per-view falls into, but a free show doesn't. They would open themselves up for potential legal action down the road. So the idea is there was a match originally promoted that's going to have Nacho Man and Huckster and Billionaire Ted in a match on the pay-per-view. Now it's the pre-show. Did the possibility of litigation, since you guys were already thinking that way, cross your mind?
No, really and truly, the whole thought process behind it was, goddamn, let's just get over with this and move on. And no one was going to buy the pay-per-view for that.
No, correct.
and it was more along the lines of just let's get it over with, put it on the pre-show, be done with it, and just be done.
So by this point, you guys were just frustrated with the whole thing, but knew you had to have a payoff. So let's just get it over with. Okay. Is that one of those deals in hindsight where it seemed like a good idea on paper, but then it was just a fart in church? Like nobody cares.
Well,
What are we doing?
it's funny maybe one or two times, but then it just became okay.
Yeah, we're over it. Yeah. We should also mention the February 19th episode of Raw. See Steve Austin's personality be referred to by Vince McMahon as Stone Cold. He drops the ringmaster gimmick a week later. Boy, Vince was pretty good at foreshadowing, was he not?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I'm just saying it's fun to see
what a coincidence
how all these seeds are being sown, right? Later this year, The Rock is going to debut at Survivor Series. Here, just before WrestleMania, the ringmaster is dropped. Now he's Stone Cold. The night after WrestleMania, ta-da, here's Mankind. There's a lot of moving parts here. It's an interesting time for the company.
And it was under the new and let's change, and we're Razor and Diesel are moving on. Well, we got these guys right behind them.
Mark Henry also debuts on a March edition of Raw. This feels like a Vince hire. Like Vince would have been really, really high on, hey man, this guy's going to be in the Olympics. We got a shot to have an Olympian on the roster. And look at that big bastard. I could just see Vince saying that. Was Vince a big advocate for Mark, or was that a Briscoe hire?
No, Vince was a huge advocate for Mark because Terry Todd, who was Mark's manager and trainer from the University of Texas, had done the article on Andre the Giant for Sports Illustrated years and years before. And Terry had always kept in contact with Vince and vice versa, and says, hey, I've got, the world's strongest man. Mark Henry is, they do a combined lift to determine who the strongest man in the world is. And Vince saw some video of him at a dunk contest where Mark Henry dunked a basketball and did all this shit, and saw Mark as an athlete and potential to medal in the Olympics. So we definitely were looking at Mark for a long, long time.
Let's talk a little bit about Roddy Piper. He announces that Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels. Of course, that's the world title match since Bret's the champ and Shawn won the Rumble. It's going to be an Iron Man match. And he announces that the person who wins the most falls during the course of that hour wins the WWF World Championship. This is a Pat Patterson idea, as best I recall.
This was a Pat Patterson idea, and this was something that Pat had envisioned and really wanted to do at a WrestleMania, and thought that there were no two better talent in the world to pull it off.
We haven't seen an Iron Man match main event a pay-per-view since. It is, in hindsight, was that a stipulation that was better on paper than in execution?
I thought the execution was flawless. I thought it was great. I don't think that especially today in this environment, I don't know that the audience attention span.
There you go.
Is going to really want to sit there for an hour and watch a match. And, but I thought that the execution of it was flawless.
I know we're going to get some pushback, but I've always thought that the stipulation of an Iron Man match feels anticlimactic. Like, for instance, I'm an NBA fan, but you could just turn into the, last 5 minutes of a playoff game and it's going to come down to the wire. You don't have to watch the rest. Here it comes. So in an Iron Man,
if you're an NBA fan, most people want to watch the game.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that at all. But I think what's great about wrestling and all contact sports, wink, wink. So like boxing, UFC, you're on the edge of your seat thinking it could happen at any minute, but the match won't be over at any minute. The match will be over in 60 minutes. So there may be falls along the way, but I do think the enjoyment and the psychological engagement is different for an Iron Man. Do you disagree?
I think that, again, depending upon how you tell the story and the way that the story was told with no falls and the anticipation of one, was something that hadn't been done before. So you didn't have that. Okay, we're up 1-2, 2-1, oh my God, 3, and then you got to catch up. We took that out of the equation to, God damn, is anybody going to score a fall? And then you start asking, what if they don't?
Right.
So it was a different way to present it. Again, chocolate and vanilla, yogurt or ice cream or gelato, pick your poison. I thought it was a great way and a different way to present.
I guess my follow up to that is, since we know that this idea for an Iron Man was Pat's idea, does Pat present the initial idea with, but then neither one of the douchebags gets a pin. It goes to overtime at a pace.
Does
he pitch that at the same time?
What's that?
Does he pitch that on the initial pitch that, hey,
yes. Because in Pat's mind, it was like, these two go for an hour and you don't have a winner. It never been done.
So Brett has always said the build up for WrestleMania XII, because they did a great job here. I think most of the folks listening to this are around my age, and we, for the most part, love Rocky IV. And those silly training montages, man, they're just great stuff. And so we see Shawn doing all these, calisthenics and really cool training exercises with Jose Lothario. But Brett has said he's the old guy running in Calgary in his sweatsuit and rolling around getting stretched by his dad in the dungeon. Meanwhile, we're showing Shawn basically doing Footloose. He's being young and athletic. In hindsight, do you think he has a valid case there, or was it more about just the legacy and the story of, hey, he's from the Great North and his dad trained everybody in the dungeon. Everybody knows that. Let's show it.
Well, they're close to the same age. Maybe not. But it was about as close to reality as you could get.
It is.
So, I mean, is Brett arguing that he wanted to do Footloose? And it was authentic. It was the real thing. That is what Brett was doing. That is how people saw Brett, and Brett was portrayed himself.
I think he's
and that is what Shawn was doing.
Thinking in hindsight that Shawn's training video looked, for lack of a better word, cooler.
I can't help that.
Okay, let's talk about Diesel.
I just produce them.
Diesel's starting to show a little bit of edge here. He's flipping off wrestlers on TV. He's saying he's going to kick the Undertaker's 7-foot ass. This sort of seems aggressive for this era of the WWF. Why the change here? Was this deliberate? Is this something he's doing on his own? Can you talk to us about that?
No, it was deliberate, and it was to give Diesel an edge, and just to, throw in a little bit more. Edge is a perfect word, but more reality and a little bit unpredictability. So it was, let's give Diesel's character a little bit more of a darker edge to it. And we hadn't done it. Not everybody was doing it.
I know that Diesel's going to lose his match with The Undertaker, but just like I asked with Shawn or Razor, I don't know why I keep saying that. If Razor wouldn't have given notice, he would have beaten Goldust and become Intercontinental Champion again. But instead, he's not on the card, calling audible, Piper's in there. Had Diesel not given notice, is there a chance that Diesel, fresh off of main eventing WrestleMania the prior year, would have beaten The Undertaker? And before you answer, I know our listeners are thinking, oh, that would have ended the streak. The streak wasn't a thing in 96. Nobody was talking about the streak in 96.
Right. The streak wasn't a thing, and that was definitely a possibility.
It's just fun to think about the what ifs. Like, if one thing changes, it all changes. Because, like, if he doesn't leave, does the whole streak conversation ever even happen if he wound up getting a win? Because it feels like you would have wanted him to win to make him strong for Shawn the next month on pay-per-view. So when you think about it that way, okay, he beat The Undertaker, so now he's in line for a title shot. He cheated to win, so maybe we'll do some house show rematches, but we got to keep him strong for Shawn the next month. But if he beats The Undertaker right there, that streak, it's gone before we ever got it going.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, the streak wasn't even entered into the conversation.
Yeah. Real quick, is Bret Hart's "You Start the Fire" one of the best music videos the company ever did at that point?
I thought it was tremendous. Again, and it to me, it told the story of Bret. You go back and you look at it, and that was Bret.
I gotta ask, I feel like we say it a lot. Is that Sahadi? Is that Pooch? Who's
probably
doing
like
these?
Chris Chambers and those guys putting that stuff together.
Jose Lothario being Shawn Michaels' manager. Is this sort of classic Rocky storytelling? Is he Shawn Michaels Mick.
It was, and it was also, as you look at it, it was a way to give back to Jose for training Sean. And man, we looked at it, and I got to admit, from my standpoint, Jose was a huge star back in his time, in his day. In Houston, he walked on water in different parts of the country. Michael Hayes made the argument, Jose wasn't over in Dallas. Okay, he wasn't over in Dallas.
Right.
At one point he was.
Right.
Long before the Freebirds were there, he definitely was over in Dallas. He was over in San Antonio. He was over in Florida and Puerto Rico and Mexico and everywhere that Jose worked. Jose always worked on top. He did train Shawn Michaels. And again, it was a real story of Brett going back to his dad, going back to his roots, Shawn going back to his roots. And you show the different styles of how they prepare for the match and still get to the same place.
Let's talk about Mark Mero and Sable. They're going to sign with the company here in the first quarter of the year. And I think you've told the story before that when Vince meets Rena, he thinks, oh man, we got to do something here. But we've also heard over the years that Vince really liked the Johnny B. Bad character, but that's a Turner property, not something he could actually do. But you also said just a few minutes ago, you had plans for him and Hunter on the other side. So we're going to see Sable, escort Hunter to the ring and all that jazz. What can you tell us about what your hopes were when they first come in, and were they aligned with Vince's? Or is this one of those where Vince is like, you don't see it, I'm going to prove you wrong, or whatever?
Well, nobody had seen it.
Right.
All anybody had ever seen of Mark Mero was Johnny B. Bad.
Right.
No one had ever seen Mark Mero. And while Mark was a really nice guy and personable, the Johnny B. Bad character was over the top. It was flamboyant. It had charisma. And playing that character was something that Mark Mero did well. Playing Mark Mero on screen, didn't do well, because that person didn't have the charisma of Johnny B. Bad, didn't have the presence of Johnny B. Bad, and everything that Mark tried to do to bring out some of those Johnny B. Bad characteristics came across as forced and not genuine. The eyes and all that shit, it just didn't feel real. There was nothing about it that felt real. And then you realize when you go back and you're watching shit, it's why if someone would send a tape, here's my work, and it's a highlight tape, throw it in the trash.
Yeah.
Because all that tells me is you can't do anything else other than a couple of big moves, flip, flop, and fly, and yeehaw. Great. Send me a match of you doing a job.
Right.
Show me how you can work. Show me how you can tell a story. Send me a promo, not clips of 10 different promos. Tell me a story. And, you kind of look back and go, God damn, we were infatuated with Johnny B. Bad, not the guy playing Johnny B. Bad. And we got the guy playing Johnny B. Bad.
I think it was Chris Hero who I heard say something like, back then, the way to send a tape to get noticed was you would send a babyface promo and a babyface match that you won. And then you would send a heel promo and a heel match that you lost, but you had to show your range that, hey, I can do everything. And let me show you a full promo and the match that goes with it, and another full promo and a match that goes with it. One where you win, one where you lose. Would that still be the strategy these days, or would you recommend something different?
I mean, that definitely helps. I think nowadays, in the era of YouTube and what have you, you send links.
Yeah, of course.
Of my highlight shit. But I think that the business has changed too quite a bit, where we don't have an opportunity to tell long stories and matches and what have you. You got to display that you have a personality and you've got some charisma and you can talk a little bit. Then it was, you didn't know these people. There was no internet. You didn't have the opportunity to go and search. The only thing that you had is what they sent you most of the time. And for Mark Marrow, all you had seen was what he had done on WCW.
Also too, I know we're sort of talking in circles here, but I've heard other folks say that, anybody could have a great 20-minute match, but can you show that you're a star in a TV match that's, 4, 6, 8 minutes? That's probably important too, right? I mean, the WWE is a television company. I mean, I know
Sure.
they do a lot of other stuff, but if you can only really look like a star in 38 minutes, you're probably not ready for TV, right?
It depends if you can do both,
Right.
and you probably want to show both.
There you go.
But when you can only do one or the other,
It's tough.
yes.
Well, which one was Hakushi better at? Because he finishes up around this time. What was the big miss about him? Because the hardcore fans listening to this absolutely loved his stuff. I would say his name, but I know you'd say, God bless you or Gesundheit. So Hakushi, why was it a miss in hindsight?
Wow, I just don't think that Hakushi ever connected with the audience. And I was a big fan of Hakushi. I loved his look, I loved his work. But I think that there was a bit of a style conflict and didn't really gel all the time with everybody. Not just anybody could work Hakushi style and or vice versa. But I just don't know that Hakushi ever really connected with the audience.
It is fun to think about from my perspective. What if he could have hung around and been an opponent for some in your house match against Shawn Michaels when Shawn was the world champ? Hakushi and Shawn could have had a great match, I think.
Yeah, I think they probably could have. I thought that Hakushi and Brett had good matches,
Yeah.
but then at the same time, Brett ate him up.
Right.
It's a different style and just a different, um, the Japan style when that's all you have done is different. It's kind of like lucha. It's different, and you have to be able to incorporate it into what you're doing with who you're working with.
You guys had in prior years done like I don't guess it was called Access just yet, but it was like a big fan fest, like a wrestling convention around WrestleMania. You didn't do one here for 12. Was Vince not sold on the idea? Were the others not successful, or was it just a function of we didn't have the space?
Two things. A, we didn't have the space. The convention center space was extremely expensive and very large, and they really weren't working with us that much. And the cost of doing it and bringing everyone that you needed, you go back and look at the early ones. The staffing of that was a lot of office staff. The cost of bringing that staff and or having to hire a staff on the West Coast, it just was cost prohibitive.
In years past, you've told us that, Sky Dome and certainly the Coliseum, they made presentations to you guys about why you should bring WrestleMania here. But you've also said that it was years after this show here in 96 at WrestleMania 12 until folks started to sort of bid on the thing. And you guys actually started getting paid to bring the show there. This is in that down period where nobody was really clamoring for it and you had to negotiate the best deal you could.
Yeah, and again, this was more of it was WrestleMania,
Right.
but in many ways, it was just another pay-per-view as far as the presentation. Yes, it was WrestleMania, and yes, you did bring in people from all over the world for that event. It took time for it to grow into the mega event that it became.
In the final run up to WrestleMania here, the company would sell out Madison Square Garden for the first time since WrestleMania X, but it's also the first house show it's sold out since the mid 80s. And you've got Bret Hart teaming with The Undertaker to take on Shawn Michaels and Diesel on top. Was this a sign to everyone that business might actually be turning around?
Business was kind of turning around in live events, and the hope is okay now. We're losing Bret, we're losing Diesel and Razor. You got to capitalize, and hopefully that's why the Mankind's coming in, and Stone Cold versus the Ringmaster, and Wild Man Mark Marrow, and the Warrior. So you're looking at what's going to replace that, and trying to build.
In that 3-month period, we'll call it January, February, March. Is this the most eventful run up to Mania ever at this point? Did any WrestleManias after it even compete? I mean, when you're talking about, Mark Marrow's coming in, and, Mankind's coming in, Stone Cold's changing his name, the Warrior's back, Roddy Piper's back, just on and on. It feels like, man, there's a lot of moving parts here in the first quarter of the year. And I don't know that that's necessarily the case with any WrestleMania before or after.
Yeah, I'm going back trying to think, and with the exception of probably WrestleMania IX,
Yeah.
where you had Yoko was new and Brett was different and new. Probably not. And not only that leading up to it, but the change that was coming afterwards.
Yeah. With Razor out and Diesel out.
Yes.
I mean, there's so many. It's just, I've been so excited to cover this one for a long time, and I'm glad we waited till the 25-year anniversary. We're going to get to the pay-per-view. Before I do, though, I want to ask, was there any hesitation about putting Shawn and Brett on for 60 minutes on top? I mean, I know that Pat was sold. Was Vince sold? What we've heard, and I don't know if this is fair, and I'm sure you're going to set me straight, but we've heard a lot that Vince is not a wrestling fan. I mean, sure, but it's the backdrop to the stories. He wants to make movies and tell stories, and he's into the characters, and that is what WWE is. But this is 60 minutes of wrestling. Did he think, given that his bread and butter was like a 7-8 minute Hulk Hogan match for so many years at WrestleMania, that this was a major risk, or not so much?
Not so much. And I think the myth that Vince isn't a wrestling fan is just a myth. And that's a label that people that don't know him put on him.
Right. Let's talk about the way the match or the show was received. The readers of The Observer gave it 68.7% thumbs up, 24.8% thumbs down, 6.4% thumbs in the middle. You watched it this week for the first time in 25 years. What did you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle?
I'll give it a thumbs up. It was enjoyable.
Yeah, I give it a thumbs up.
But it's a nostalgic look at it right now. It's 25 years, but yes, I do. I think for the time it was fun.
Once upon a time, you guys were doing a lot of pre-shows, and you would call them free-for-alls. So you would go to like the TV guide channel that shows you, hey, here's what's coming up in the next half hour, or whatever. And almost a picture-in-picture view for a lot of those folks would be the pre-show from the WWF. And if you had a different cable provider or a satellite dish, you would just get it full screen. Well, there you would see the Nacho Man, Hulkster, and Billionaire Ted, and they do a skit that just dies within seconds. Meltzer would say they aired a tape segment of a high school gym filled with nothing but senior citizens. An even older Huckster came to the ring with a walker and expired. Nacho Man tried to climb the ropes and fell off, and he also expired. And then Billionaire Ted talked about how he didn't care that his two biggest stars had died because he could just buy more stars because he can't create them himself. And then a big guy in a black robe came in with the FTC on his outfit. Ted turned around, saw him. He had a heart attack, and he's left for dead. Pretty terrible segment. Did you shoot this? Who put this together?
I did, but it also goes to show you the inaccuracies and ineptness of Dave Meltzer. It was not a high school gym.
Okay.
Again, it's the little things.
What was it?
Journalist.
What was it?
Would get right, and not just a guy making up shit and writing whatever the hell they want to write.
Okay. Well, that's all I had to go on. So chat me up. What happened?
It sucked. It was terrible. It was get through it. And, not, when you look back on it, not one of our prouder moments, and not anything that you would point back to, and go, oh, hey, remember that? I did go, oh, hey, remember that.
Did you shoot that in LA? Did you shoot it back on the East Coast?
Shot in the studio.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Oh, yeah, it was shot in the studio with people from the office. I love that he says they're all elderly people. He's just like, yeah, thanks for paying attention there,
David. Hey, so let's talk about your brother. He's got one of the biggest moments of his career. It's always, especially in this era, man, if you got on a WrestleMania, your career was made for a lot of guys because it was held in such high regard. And that's certainly the case here. The Body Donnas, including your brother, are going to win the tag titles in a tournament final over the Godwins in 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Phineas would set up Skip for the slop drop. Sonny lifts her skirt, shows the panty shot. He's stunned. That allows Skip to win with a schoolboy 1 star. And by God, Dr. Tom Prichard is a WWF Tag Team Champion. Even if it's on the pre-show, pretty big time moment for your brother here, huh?
Yeah, not as big as being the best man at my wedding, but yeah, pretty big.
Was he pumped about this, or was your brother so far into his career that it was just another day at the office?
I think that both. I think it was another day at the office, but at the same time, as much as he loves the business, I think he was pumped for it.
What about Sonny and Chris? Were they pumped?
I think so. I sure hope so. But I think by this time with them, that there's a little disillusionment.
You got
Is
it.
that a word?
That's a word. Yeah.
I'm going with it if it is, and I'll make it up and just stick by it, by God. That means they're disillusioned and they have a mint.
So they were just sort of over the major wrestling scene or the politics of the WWF or the schedule or whatever.
Yeah, I think they were tired of being Skippy and Sonny.
Oh, okay. He wanted to be a badass.
Yeah, he wanted to be a tough guy.
Yeah. Let's get to our first match here on the show. It's Vader teaming with Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith. They're going to pick up a win over Jake Roberts, Ahmed Johnson, and Yokozuna. They get plenty of time, 12 minutes and 51 seconds. Vader would pin Roberts with a Vader bomb. Meltzer would say there were pops for the signature points of the match and for Vader Yoko, but not sustained heat. 2.5 stars. Originally, this was supposed to be, I believe, Vader versus Yoko, but there's some concerns about whether or not Yoko can do a full match. So, man, if we throw Owen and Davey and Jake and Ahmed, we can get enough camouflage together, right?
Yeah, exactly. And this was supposed to be the spotlight for Vader. And unfortunately, you didn't have that one single opponent for Vader to dominate. So you did have to kind of put things around it. But considering the talent that was in there, it wasn't horrible.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it's interesting to go back in hindsight and say this and not be joking around, but Ahmed Johnson was over and you guys were pushing him. So you need to have a spot for him on the Rumble. You're also trying to establish Jake Roberts and his redemption story, a former top star, a legacy performer everyone's familiar with. You want to highlight Vader as your new big badass. Yoko just 2 years ago was in the main event for the world title. I mean, he main evented 2 WrestleMania. So he has to be there if you can find a spot for him. And what else needs to be said about Owen and Davey, 2 of the best performers on the whole roster. But it is weird that, hey, we don't really have anything for all those guys. So fuck it. Throw them in a 6-man.
There you go.
Next up, we get the first half of the Roddy Piper Goldust match that took place in a Hollywood backlot taped the day before. Meltzer would say after editing, the footage aired in a 4-minute and 23 segment, 4-minute and 23 second segment. It was basically a collection of movie fighting scenes and was about as good as it could have been. Goldust came in driving a gold caddy. Piper sprayed it with a water hose and bashed out the windows with a baseball bat. Piper got a few bat shots in, smashed Goldust into a food table and hit him hard with a garbage bin and threw several garbage cans on him. He then sprayed Goldust with the hose, slammed him on the hood of a car, gave him a fist drop on the hood, and Piper's punches were so stiff, he appeared to open up his hand, and Goldust was opened hard way in 3 possible different spots. He continues to break it down, but it gets rough to the point that there's a low blow. We're ramming Piper into a garbage bin, and then Piper even gets in front of the car, and Goldust basically runs him over, and Piper's holding on to the hood. And then, of course, we get the famous silliness where Piper gives chase with a white Ford Bronco. But as they're doing this gives, I guess, a let me up for what we're about to see. We've talked about this on the Goldust episode and the Piper episode, but let's briefly revisit. What do you remember of the Backlot Brawl, when it was shot, and how difficult it was to put together?
Well, first of all, of course, since we're talking about the person that doesn't know what they're talking about out in California writing this shit, it was done over a week before WrestleMania. Shot in the studios. I believe we were at MGM Studios, Disney Studios there in California. Mitch Ackerman and Larry Burton actually got us the use of the studios if we would use the guy, what the hell was his name? Kevin Conway from Taxi and Grease.
Okay.
and it was like, oh, hey, yeah, you just got to shoot him and make sure that he's, seen in the shot or something like that. And I go, oh yeah, okay, we'll get right on that. Don't worry, it'll
Jeff
be in there.
Conaway.
What is it?
Jeff Conaway?
Jeff Conaway. And it was like, okay, so we shot him. Didn't make a lot of the final cut. But, this was absolutely brutal because you had two pros in Piper and Goldust who didn't want to smarten up the Hollywood crowd. Even though we walked through it, and there were people there and shit, they beat the living shit out of each other. Piper broke his wrist, broke part of his hand and his wrist in the fight, and Goldust, I think, got whacked in the head pretty good with one of those shots. And I love that, Meltzer talks about how it was a stunt double to do the run over scene. Nope, that was Roddy Piper. That was Roddy saying, hey, come on, man, come, just gun it. Trust me. If I don't make it, run me over. It'll be great TV. And back in those days, we did stupid shit like that. Can you imagine having that conversation now?
No.
You'd have 9 ways from Sunday, making sure everyone was protected. But there was faith in Roddy that Roddy was going to move and he would get out of the way. And the car hit Roddy and hit him pretty good. So all of that stuff, it was absolutely brutal. But in the end, I thought it looked great. And it was one of those things that you didn't know what to expect going in. And then after you saw it, it was like, all right, I think that in some ways the audience would have been almost happy with just what they saw at that point.
Yeah, I would totally agree. It could have ended right then. But the Ford Bronco, like we've briefly touched on this before. There was even an idea, by the way, if you're not picking up on this, this is right after, or not right after, but not too terribly long after the famous, or infamous rather, OJ Bronco chase. OJ Simpson, of course, was accused of murdering 2 people, including his ex-wife. And, he, along with his friend Al, went on a slow speed chase through the streets of LA in a white Ford Bronco. So we're going to recreate that here, but that wasn't as far as the OJ talk went for this show, right?
No, there was at one point that, Roddy actually wanted to fight OJ and have that as part of WrestleMania and beat the shit out of OJ. That's what Roddy wanted. We thought about it probably for a few seconds, but America, I don't think would have bought that or been interested. I think that there was enough sentiment on both sides, those that thought OJ was innocent and or that were okay with what allegedly happened, and those that felt that he was guilty and murdered 2 people and got away with it. He was acquitted, and sad story, man. Just a sad story on every part. But the white Bronco was there. It was Hollywood and it was California. So let's have some fun with it. And that scene of OJ traveling down whatever highway it was so iconic.
Right.
That anytime you saw that, you knew what people were talking about. If you were talking about ratings back in the day, holy shit, I'd love to know what the ratings were for the Bronco chase, because people were glued to their television wondering what the hell was going to happen. We were going to Train, Ricky Medlock. Help me out here. What's the name of his band? Ricky's band. We were going to a concert. We were going to see Ricky Medlock in New Haven.
Are you saying Leonard Skinner?
He is with Leonard Skinner now, but he had a band.
Oh, Blackfoot?
Blackfoot. Thank you. God, I went blank.
Well, I was like, I know you're not talking about Leonard Skinner. I mean, you get your ass kicked not remembering that.
Oh my God. No, I definitely. But, we sat in my condo just watching this thing, mesmerized. Taker and Raven. We just sat there watching this thing, going, "Oh my God, what's this ending going to be like?" And so the white Bronco was iconic.
It was. Who pushed for that idea? I mean, I feel like you're sort of taking credit for that.
I don't know who the hell came up with that. Frankly, it was something. It was probably one of those things that were suggested in jest,
Right.
that then became a real thing.
Let's keep it moving here. Steve Austin is going to pin Savio Vega in 10 minutes and 8 seconds. The finish would see Vega spin kick the ref, who sold it forever. Vega then kicks Austin in the face for a fall, but no ref. Ted DiBiase then gets the $1 million belt, gives it to Austin, who hits Vega with it twice, and then puts on the $1 million dream. But the ref's still out. It's a pretty famous moment here. Ted gets a Coca-Cola from an official and just dumps it right on referee Tim White's face, who's now revived, sees Vega out, signals for the finish. Meltzer would say both guys worked hard, but there was no heat and the finish died live. The work itself was good in spots and slightly off in other spots. I know we've talked a lot about how Steve Austin really thanks Savio Vega for helping getting him up and going. Goldust tells the same story, that he was very important to the development of his character. But this match here, not the best WrestleMania match Steve Austin ever had.
See, I thought it was great. I thought it was a damn good match. Finish was awkward and not carried out well, but I don't think that was Steve or Savio's fault.
Right.
Just happened that way. But I thought the match itself was damn good. And again, hell, I'm a wrestling fan, so I enjoyed it because I thought they told a good story and got to where we wanted to get to.
Do you think Steve and Savio were happy with it? I mean, this is right before he's stone cold. I mean, it's not too far removed here.
I think they were. Because it was a damn good match. I know they weren't happy with the finish of it. It just, again, felt forever and contrived.
Let's talk about what's next. The Ultimate Warrior is going to pin Hunter Hearst Helmsley in 1 minute and 38 seconds with 3 clotheslines, a shoulder block, a press, and a splash. Meltzer would say Warrior got by far the biggest reaction on the show when he came out. It was amazing how quiet the crowd got after the ring intro, but since Helmsley did the pedigree right away and Warrior didn't sell it and went right to the finish, the crowd picked up right away. Hellwig was a little smaller than at his peak, but he's also 39 years old, and he was quite a bit larger and more cut when he returned than the last time. He gave it a dud rating. A lot to unpack here. Warrior squashes a young heel who's been decently pushed, totally obliterates the guy's finish. Not exactly a highlight reel moment for Hunter Hearst Helmsley's career and what we know he's going to go on to do.
Absolutely hated it. The entrance was cool. The entrance with the pyro and the Warrior symbol and all that shit was pretty cool. But beyond that, I hated it.
Who put all that together for y'all? Like the presentation with the Warrior fireworks and all that?
We did.
Okay.
I mean, we did it. We had, obviously somebody built that and did the pyro and shit, pyro guys, but that was something that we had come up with to be able to carry around and be a part of his entrance going forward.
Let's, anything else you want to say about this Warrior thing? I mean, I got to tell you, as a non-wrestling fan at the time, I didn't get back in for a few more weeks, or I guess it was a few more months. Even I was paying attention because the Warrior was back. I mean, to your casual fan, your lapsed fan, that's about as big of a name as you could have brought back, right?
I think so, especially at that time. Yes. And I think there was a big part of the audience that maybe thought they would never see him back. So it was a big deal for him to come back, and Warrior had his fans. Warrior had a fan base, but I hated it.
Where were you for this show? Are you on headsets in the back?
Was pretty much all around, but I'm pretty sure I was doing Gorilla this night.
When you see, did you know what the plan was going in? Or, I mean, were you given heads up that, hey, the match is shorter now? Or,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
not happy about it.
But you probably, I know you may not have loved it, but you kept an open mind until you saw it. And once you saw it, What did you think? I mean, did you immediately think, fuck, we killed that guy and for something that's probably not sustainable, not a good idea? Or what was Vince's reaction?
Vince watched it on air live.
Right.
Wasn't really happy with it. And I was just pissed off about it. I felt that it was abusing the fact that Vince wasn't there backstage, and it wasn't good. I didn't think that it did really much for Warrior. If Warrior just beat a piece of shit, then he just beat a piece of shit. If he beat a guy that, was out there and gave him some kind of challenge, then it would have been a bigger win. So for me, I was not happy. I knew it beforehand, and I was not happy with it when they went to the ring, and I was even less happy when they came back. So didn't like it. I hated it.
Can you verbalize what you didn't like about it? What you hated it?
I thought it was just squashed Hunter and didn't do anything. If that's all we were going to do, we could have just said, "Hey, Warrior returns at WrestleMania," and send Mario Mancini out there to do that.
Let's talk about the next match here. It's a segment that doesn't air to the live audience, but they're doing an interview introducing Wildman Mark Marrow, who did a heel interview until Helmsley comes out and the two start arguing and fighting. Helmsley then blamed the fight on the woman who they called Sable that accompanied to the ring that night. What'd you think of this? I mean, okay, we squashed him, but we're giving him something to do, but we're also introducing a new character. What'd you think of this vignette or skit?
Well, to me at least, it gave Hunter something back a little bit, and for Marrow, this was his introduction, and it was okay. But more than anything, I think that night, it's like I felt really bad for Hunter because it just was not a great day.
Tell me a little bit about the relationship he had with Sean. We know the year prior, Hunter's hanging out backstage. I think Terry Taylor recommends that he try to ride with Kevin Nash and Shawn Michaels. They become fast friends. They're off to the races. They're the clique now, for lack of a better word. Sean is going to be the top guy here. It's his crowning moment, but he's obviously pulled in a lot of directions and he's waiting for his sort of crowning moment this night. Is he giving any pushback to the way his pal's being treated here, or is that not yet a thing?
That's, for that, no.
Okay. Next up, we get the Undertaker and Diesel. Undertaker pins Diesel in a long match, 16 minutes and 46 seconds with a tombstone. Meltzer would say the match was slow moving and didn't have much heat, but it was better than you'd expect considering who was involved. Diesel basically pounded Undertaker for most of the match. Finally, he used his jackknife, then smirked forever, allowing Undertaker to sit up. He did it again, and then when he went back for the pin, Undertaker grabbed him by the throat. Diesel used the back suplex, and Undertaker sat up again. Undertaker then finished off Diesel with a nice flying clothesline, a choke slam, and the tombstone. 2.25 stars. What'd you think? In hindsight, was this too long, or you dug it?
No, I thought it was fine. This was a much anticipated match against two of the biggest stars in the company, and they delivered. And it was a WrestleMania caliber match from the build up to it, marquee wise, and the match itself, I thought delivered.
Fair or unfair, Kevin Nash earned a reputation in WCW for not always being easy to do business with. Was he easy to do business with here? He's another guy I used to hear say, "Hey man, I didn't know what type of year I was going to have until I got my WrestleMania payoff." So with that in mind, I seem to think he'd be on his best behavior here at WrestleMania. Am I wrong?
I wouldn't say he was on his best behavior at all. There was, bitching about the size of their pictures in the program or something like that. Day of WrestleMania. And it's like, come on, are you serious? It was little things like that just didn't, what should have been a much smoother match, I just think was marred with little petty stuff. At the end of the day, Diesel went out and delivered, and I thought did a damn good job in the ring. Getting there sometimes can be more difficult than it has to be.
How great was the camera shot when Diesel's laying in the middle of the ring after the match is over and you've got that wide shot and it's zooming out? That's, I don't know why, but that shot still sticks out to me from this show.
Told a lot of stories.
It really did. Do you know, I mean, at this point, was Taker the locker room leader we know he would become in later years? Was he already sort of the enforcer, the godfather of the locker room, if you will? And how was he with the way Shawn and I keep saying it, Razor and Diesel had handled their business?
You know, Taker's Taker, and Taker's a pro through and through. So the way that he handled it and getting the match in the ring was good. The fact that he allowed outside forces to kind of get in his head a little bit, it's just a shame. But at the end of the day, Undertaker was able to go out and perform and have a hell of a performance in a marquee match and a marquee show. So to that, you know, kudos to him.
Let's talk about the next skit, man. During the show, they continually show scenes of the OJ chase, trying to put over that it was,
whoa. Wait a minute. No, we actually had a helicopter that was
fuck
following.
off, Bruce. Come on. I love you just trying to sell the shit, grinning ear to ear. So when Goldust arrives to the building to pick up Marlena, he bumps into Pat Patterson, who was either back there just for the weekend or back involved in booking, depending on who you talk to. So that's directly from the Observer. I guess this was I guess that's one of, Meltzer's, or one of Pat's, what was the word you used? Hiatuses. But you've sort of said before that Pat would often sort of get frustrated because he was getting older and he would say, "Oh, I'm too old for this. I'm retired. I'm going home." But then he'd pop back up for the big shows, right?
No, this was actually the first show Pat had been to, I think, since he had retired.
Okay.
And at that time,
right.
the first time, the first big screen TV. But Pat had, been talking to us and been talking to Vince about wanting to do this match. And I was getting married. Pat and Louie wanted to be there for the wedding.
Okay.
So he's like, "I'm coming to your wedding. I'm going to go to WrestleMania. I just want to watch that match live." Well, instead of watching the match live, fuck you, Pat. You're going to work.
Right.
You're going to put that fucking match together.
Right.
So congratulations. Yes, you come on out and have a good time and come to the wedding and watch WrestleMania, but sprinkle some Pat Patterson dust on it.
How hard was this to shoot from a continuity standpoint, where you acknowledged we shot the Backlot Brawl stuff several days prior, and now these guys have to show up in similar condition, which I understand why you sort of wet everything down, because that way, if it was raining or wasn't raining, it was wet either way. I get that. But when they show back up, you need someone to have had a photo of Goldust to make sure he sort of looked like he did when that brawl was done. And same with Piper, right?
Absolutely. And, blood dries and turns brown. So, they're in the same clothes. And on top of that, Roddy had a broken wrist and hand.
Right.
So that was the reason for Roddy grabbing the tape on the way to the ring, so that he could at least tape it up and go out and do what he did to kind of strengthen his wrist and hand a little bit there. Because he obviously didn't have it when we left, and Roddy wasn't going to go out with a cast and just say, "Oh, well, figure out a way to get that on him." He's like, "No, just take it all off and I'll recast afterwards."
Was the Pat cameo planned? Like, hey,
no, that was Pat being in the fucking way.
Okay.
Not knowing we're coming through live.
I'm just saying sometimes there's an Easter egg, right?
No, there's no Easter eggs. Those are fuck ups.
Okay. So when they caught you taking a shit in Titan Tower last year during COVID, you were really just shitting in your full brother love gear. Okay. All right. I got it. My apologies.
Damn.
So Goldust gets on top of Piper, basically
stop saying that.
attempting to screw him and wanting to start kissing him. And then he goes to the top rope. Piper shakes the rope. Goldust crotches himself. Goldust comes back with headbutts, kisses Piper, which leads to a Superman comeback. Piper grabs Goldust's crotch, starts squeezing, throws a knee to the groin, starts spanking him. Then he rips the costume off, and we reveal that Goldust was wearing black women's undies. And we've talked about this in the Goldust episode. How much fun did Vince have with this creative of what if he was wearing negligee?
I think that was probably more us than Vince. Kind of is a what would Goldust be wearing?
Right.
And
right.
Getting all of that out there. So that was, I can't give that, I can't pass that one off. That was more of a trying to have fun with it, and talent had input on that as well.
Let's talk about what's next. It's the main event, and it's, before I do, Roddy got a cool little moment here with his son Colton in the ring. And we saw this in more recent years with Goldberg and his son. It's kind of a sweet thing. Is this something that was impromptu, or did Piper run it past and say, hey, what if?
Roddy asked me if he could bring his son in after the ring, and that was something that was really important to Roddy, and I thought it was great.
It's very cool. Let's talk about our main event. It's Shawn Michaels. He's going to achieve the boyhood dream. It's finally coming true. Bret Hart is now, he's the top dog. He's been the top dog for a long time. He's the next Hulk Hogan. They're going to go 60 minutes. There's not going to be a winner. We got Gorilla Monsoon in there with Earl Hebner to sort of the pregame introductions. I liked all that, by the way, the squaring off, explaining the rules. It had a big fight feel to it. It's not something that we saw a lot. Who would have been a big advocate for that and pushed for it in this era?
Conrad, I have no idea what you just asked me.
Well, before, normally it's just coming to the ring and then we're done.
Oh,
here,
you mean the championship introductions?
we get the guys and all right, I've spoken to you both and given you instructions in the locker room, all that. That's like a boxing thing.
I think that was kind of a pat idea. Let's slow it down. Let's make a big presentation out of this and do something different. And we would always call those championship introductions.
Right.
For the big ones.
Well, I like it. The match itself is phenomenal. Friend of the show, TJ Wilson, I think calls this his favorite match ever. And I know a lot of our listeners agree. I think it's maybe the most overrated WrestleMania main event in history, just because, or not just WrestleMania main event, in my opinion, the most overrated match in history. I really like it, but just the psychology.
Wait, you think this is the most overrated match in history?
I'm not saying it's the worst. I'm saying it's the idea that anyone could say this is the best match ever is just fucking laughable to me. Like there's no chance.
Oh my God.
And I'm not criticizing the work. I just hate the psychology of the Iron Man thing. I think if you remove that and they just do it, it's fine. But the Iron Man thing just takes me out of it. It's like, all right, I'll tune in with 59 minutes. Like I'll see the last minute and I'll know what happened. Cause I think I'll order a pay-per-view, Bruce, and I know you're making fun and I can see you rolling your eyes at me, but when I watch a Mike Tyson fights, man, I want to see who wins. I want to see the finish to this thing. I want to see somebody get knocked out. Well, I watch UFC the same way. Like, oh, look, a cool go-go plotter. Oh, he's passing the guard. I don't give a shit about that. Tap a motherfucker out, knock him out. That's what I'm here to see. I want to see a finish. And so when we go 60 minutes and we don't get a finish, you used to use an analogy about Vince. He didn't want to build to a finish. He just wanted to finish for an hour. Well, this had no finish.
But it did have a finish.
I didn't like the finish.
Okay, well, that's you. You're wrong.
I agree. Listen, people take me to task for this all the time on Twitter. Send me your hate tweets. Hey, it's Conrad. You guys do the overtime announcement. I like the idea of that, by the way, because it gives Bret a little bit of heat. This has been broken down a lot over the years. What'd you think of that creative of having Bret be able to take the angle of, hey, wait a minute, I won according to the rules. Now we're changing the rules.
I loved it because it's exactly what Bret would do. And it was logical. Hey man, it's a draw. Champion stays champion on a draw. You couldn't beat me. Then you go, okay, still an Iron Man match. We're gonna go to sudden death rules now. First person to score falls winner.
Meltzer would write, Hart left with the belt, but Gorilla Monsoon told the ref to restart the match with a sudden death stipulation, which had never previously been advertised. The pop for that announcement was shockingly tepid. You agree with that? It did feel like they expected a big, yeah, and it wasn't really there. Was the crowd just exhausted by that point?
I think the crowd was exhausted, but I also think that the announcement could have been done a little bit better. Bigger. Yes.
So in the overtime, Shawn immediately hits 2 super kicks, gets the pin in a minute 52, celebrates in the ring for several minutes afterwards, nearly choking up. In the celebration, Michaels would kiss Helen Hart and hug Bret's son Blade. Bret walked out of the ring at the finish rather than doing the symbolic in-ring passing of the torch. Meltzer gave it 4.25 stars. You've called this 60-minute match here essentially a tribute to Pat Patterson. Is that still the best way to describe it?
Yeah, I think so, and I also say it's a tribute to the great work of Shawn and Bret. Anyone that is a fan of wrestling would watch this match and go, "Holy shit! Those two are the best." You know, they were the best of the time and the best of the era, and definitely, I just thought it was great. I loved the story that they told. Bret talks about being an artist. On that night, he was fucking Rembrandt.
Yeah.
And Shawn, you know, everything about it to me was just magnificent, from Shawn doing the life slide and all that stuff. Incredible shit.
Meltzer was at the show and reported that he saw the crowd leaving during the match. Do you think those are just the same?
Whole crowd left? All of them left.
Oh, he didn't say that. But listen, my dad and I are guilty of this sometimes. You know, we want to beat the traffic. You know, Alabama gets up 21-0. We're like, let's just beat the traffic. Do you think it's more of that, or was the crowd, perhaps, since we acknowledge he got the biggest announcement or the biggest pop, they were there to see WrestleMania and they were really excited to see the return of the Ultimate Warrior. And hey, I've seen 40 minutes of this. Okay, I get it. They're good wrestlers. Let's beat the traffic.
I think that for the live event audience, the crowd that was there, I don't think had the drama of, you know, what's going to happen in the commentary telling you what's going to happen and not knowing. To them, the match is over.
Right.
So it took, you know, it could have been done a lot quicker with Gino and get in there, and the announcement could have been better.
Talk to me a little bit about Bret and what he's going to do afterwards. Him taking time off after the match, that really sells the impact of the match. Of course, we know he's going to go work on Lonesome Dove and all that, but I thought him taking a step away after this really, I don't know, made this seem even bigger, right?
Absolutely. And it gave a finality to it, and one of, hey kids, here's the new guy, go. And you don't have an old guy to compare him to.
I think Bret has, way back when, used to bring up fairly repeatedly that Shawn Michaels is telling Earl Hebner here after the match to tell Bret to, quote, get the fuck out of the ring. And you can go back and even see his lips and sort of read his lips and see that's what he's saying. Do you remember hearing about that then, or was it years later before that ever comes up?
I don't remember hearing about it then. You know, I've heard about it since, but that was also just, you know, hey, we gotta go. And you also had time constraints in, and we needed to get the beauty shot of Shawn.
I see.
Let's go.
I got you. So let's jump to some fan questions. There's no way we'll get to them all, but we do want to hit a few here. Michael Burgett says, how was the match laid out between Piper and Goldust, and how would it have been if Razor had been in the match, or would there have been a difference? That's a good question. Would the match, obviously we know Razor would have won, but with the exception of the finish, everything else was pretty much what you were going to do, you think?
As far as Piper and Goldust?
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted to do.
Okay. SV0214 says, I'm watching the Iron Man match right now, and I noticed it's one of, if not the only time that Hebner spoke in a match. Was it his accent and pronouncing it wrestling that kept this from happening more often? Feels like that would have been a sore spot for Vince.
Oh yeah, because we heard from the referee so much.
Well, no, I guess
this
the question
was
is
one-off.
We didn't hear from him again. Oh yeah, but I'm saying again, we didn't often do the championship introductions, as you like to say. We didn't see this type of thing happen again in the future. Did Vince just not like it?
Did you see it before that?
No.
Okay. It was special. It was one night. I don't think that, again, sometimes you're looking at timing constraints and how you can present something, and just a different way to present it. I don't know that it really mattered one way or the other.
Jumpman says, were there any celebrities considered to be a part of the show? Given its closeness or its proximity to Hollywood, it's one of the few early-ish manias without celebrity involvement. And I know you talked.
Well, that Jeff Conway was in it.
But seriously, in years prior, you would try to load it up as many as you could. The year prior at 11, my God, you had 38, I don't know, different levels, I guess, celebrities, almost none here. What's up with that?
Yeah, I think this was during the time of Vince saying, "Hey, we're going to focus on our talent. And our talent are going to be the stars of WrestleMania."
You did have Ted Turner there, so that counts for something.
There you go.
Mike,
Jeff Conway.
Who could forget?
Yeah.
You loved him so much, you forgot his name and called him something else.
Kevin.
Yeah. Michael wants to know, was the boyhood dream line planned, or is that Vince just going with the moment?
That's a shoot. I mean, it was a boyhood dream of Shawn Michaels. That's what he always dreamed of his whole life.
I guess the idea is it's become such an iconic call. The boyhood dream has come true, that over the years, you wonder, do different commentators sort of have a closing or a go home or a signature line in mind? Was Vince the type of guy to do that, or just shoot from the hip?
No. Okay. What's in front of him? Feel.
Chris wants to know, how closely were Vince and yourself keeping an eye on Austin around this time? Austin has said that he didn't feel like at this time he was even very visible. It was almost like Vince's attitude was, he didn't want to be the ringmaster. Fuck it. Let him try something else. I don't care.
I think Steve could have gotten that feeling from Vince, and I wouldn't surprise me at all that Steve had that feeling about Vince. However, there were plenty of us that saw the potential in Steve Austin and thought, this guy's going to be huge. Just got to have the platform.
By the way, I guess we should plug it. There's a whole special coming up on A&E talking about the rise of Stone Cold Steve Austin, his incredible run. I think those start April 18th. Is that right? On A&E?
Something like that.
Yeah. So check your local listings.
Just watch the ones that I'm in.
Well, you're in that one. I saw a preview for it and it's badass. I mean, I'm like ready for it.
I look good.
Well, no, you look like you, but you said a lot of great stuff.
Oh, okay.
We'll do two last ones, then we'll wrap things up. Rajiv wants to know, did you like having the show logo on the mat or a clean mat with nothing on it?
I like a clean mat with nothing on it.
Man, I love the logo there. I think that's
hate
cool.
It's too noisy. Takes away from the match.
This is the first year I remember you guys cutting up the canvas and selling pieces of it framed with Shawn Michaels. Were you working with a different merchandise company that pitched that, and that's the reason you did the logo mat? Because you would do that for years after.
That was the Barry Dudinsky first thing that we ever did, where it was, from an event.
I got you. It feels like a Home Shopping Network type tie-in.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now the real question everybody wants to know. We got to talk about the entrance. Shawn Michaels has one of the most famous entrances in wrestling history, and we've all seen it. But the real story is Vince did it the day before, I think. And we even hear, and I know we don't talk about current stuff, that last year before WrestleMania, he took Gronk's big bump, and I don't know, in his 70s. Vince is a fucking crazy person. What can you tell us?
He is.
What can you tell us about him taking the zip line ride here? Whose idea that was? Who tried to talk him out of it? Any of that stuff?
Well, I tried to do it.
You did?
Oh yeah, I was up there with Vince and Shawn when Vince did it, and thank God I didn't do it.
No shit.
The crazy thing about it was they, got Vince all harnessed up. And when Vince went, what no one accounted for was he was damn near in line for the lighting trusses.
Oh.
And man, I'm sitting up there because Vince kicked away, and I'm thinking, motherfuckers, didn't anybody consider this before he got on this and his weight brought everything down and all this shit? Shouldn't a stuntman have done this first to show Vince wants to do it first? Great.
Wait. He did it before a stuntman did it.
There was no stuntman to do it.
Oh.
Vince just wanted to do it. Make sure it was safe. Put it on me. Because the guy assured him, he goes, oh yeah, he goes, we do this, with the guy all the time at whatever games. And it's like, okay, I'm going to do it before Sean does it. And I wanted to do it. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go second or third. And then I saw him do it, and I was up there on the perch. I was up there where they drop off. And I'm terrified of heights.
Yeah.
Which is kind of why I wanted to do it.
Well, and you could have gotten out of getting married. It's double.
And I'm very happy I got married.
Yeah.
25 blissful years.
Except for the razors.
Except for the razors this morning, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I even got her gift down here as well.
You just grabbed your crotch when you said that. Why'd you do that?
Conrad.
You said, I got her gift right here. I saw you do it.
You didn't see that. It's underneath my desk.
It's not a big PP, but I saw it. I saw your hand wiggle, the whole deal.
Okay.
When you just looked away, by the way.
25 blissful years.
You and I won't make it.
Was there a question? Years. Oh, so no, I did want to do it. And then, but I saw Vince do it. And I was like saw how fast that, like, when you dropped off that fucker, you were going.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, no, I'm good, man. Go ahead and let Crazy Man do it. And hey, Sean, that's what you're going to do.
Is it important to Vince to show that I'll never ask you to do something I won't do myself?
He never will.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And he will do it. He'll jump in there and do it. Throw caution to the wind every single time.
Let's talk about, backstage after the big match. We've seen footage that, Brett raced backstage, jumped in a car and took off. That was just for the camera shot. He came right back to the building and showered and all that jazz, right? Or was he gone?
No, he left.
So when Sean comes back through the curtain, is there a big standing ovation and all that jazz that we've seen sometimes behind the scenes, or was that not the case here in 96?
No, not really.
Were WrestleMania after parties a thing here in 96? And if so, what do you remember? Because this would have gone off the air early by California time. So you could have still had some nightlife.
Yeah. I don't even remember nothing that stands out.
Well, you were probably busy worried about getting married, but I just didn't know if you remembered anything.
Not really.
else.
It was pretty easy. I do, she do, we do. Let's go party.
Okay. So no follow-up from WrestleMania 12 as far as after that night or anything?
No, not really. If you go back and you look at the video, and it's out there somewhere, like one of the first people that confronts Brett when he came back. And I think I said, good match, brother. Vince busted my balls about that for years. Good match, brother. What the fuck? But the idea was we had a camera, follow him all the way out. Brett stayed at a different hotel. Brett was gone. He left. That was Brett's idea.
You've told us before, like, after WrestleMania VI, there was a limo ride and everybody's just kind of quiet because it was such a big moment. How did Vince feel about WrestleMania 12? The business was down, but it felt like, man, we're picking up some steam. And there was
no limo in WrestleMania 6. That was in Skydome, right?
Yeah.
That was an elevator ride.
Okay.
No limo.
All right. Well,
fuck. Meltzer
Jesus
wrote
Christ.
that.
Give me some fucking context here.
Okay.
Tell me if Vince was happy with the goddamn show, and then we'll get out of here.
I think Vince was ecstatic with the show.
Okay.
I think he was very happy with it and thought that, we crowned a new guy and was happy with the direction.
Was Sean relieved it finally happened? Because it feels like he had to be in a bit of a pressure cooker, given all the context of all that he had been through in his real life, all the stuff with the Marines and, he had been all over the place emotionally. I mean, he quit the promotion and got talked back into coming in, and there's been a mess for Sean at times. And now he's been validated. He wanted to be the best in the world, and he was. Or did it feel like, okay, now the work begins? Not like this is a destination, but now I know I got the work starts now.
It was a combination of having the entire weight of the world taken off your shoulders. And then when you came around the corner, here's the rest of the universe.
I love that. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. Well, up next is WrestleMania 22. Before we run down the card, anything else you want to mention to us about WrestleMania 12? I know you said it was a thumbs up. You're getting married. We've beat it up pretty long for him for a couple hours here. Anything else you want to mention about WrestleMania 12?
I thought it was great. Again, when you go back and you look at it for the time, it delivered a great show and was, I thought it was good. I thought it was damn good for the time.
In hindsight, do you wish you would have found a spot for Razor on there somewhere?
Would love to have. Wasn't my call.
WrestleMania 22 is our call. That'll be our show next week. I can't believe this is a real thing. But we're right upon the 15-year anniversary of that, and it doesn't feel it. On top, it's John Cena and Triple H. We've also got Tori Wilson working with Candice Michelle in a Playboy pillow fight. Couldn't do that these days. We've got Ray, Randy, and Kurt in a 3-way for the World Heavyweight Championship. How about this for an attraction? Shawn Michaels versus Mr. McMahon. We've also got a casket match with Mark Henry and The Undertaker. Lots of rumor and innuendo that the streak almost ended right there. We'll also talk about Trish Stratus and Mickie James. We've got the Boogeyman in a handicap match against Booker T and Sharmell. An incredible hardcore match with Edge taking on Mick Foley. JBL will be defending, or challenging rather, Shawn Michaels for, I'm all over the place. Chris Benoit rather, for the United States Championship. There's the Money in the Bank ladder match that Ric Flair's in. Yeah. Ric Flair, Matt Hardy, Finlay, Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin, and Rob Van Dam. And then a tag team match for the straps. Carlito and Chris Masters taking on Big Show and Kane. Does this feel like it was 15 freaking years ago, dude?
Feels like it was 100 years ago.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, man, it feels like it's like 7-8 years ago, but I guess not. It's 15 years. It's WrestleMania 22. What sticks out in your mind? What do you think we'll talk about when we talk about the Allstate Arena from 15 years ago?
God, and it's funny. The only thing that sticks out in my mind off the bat is Fit Finlay and Ric Flair there to basically hold the ladder for everybody else. Because neither one of them are going to get past the third rung, and that was a joke going into it, and it was hilarious.
Well, happy anniversary to you and the missus. I hope you guys have a great time. Whatever you're going to do, you going to take her to a fancy steak dinner, or what's y'all's plans tomorrow?
Yeah, I have no idea.
All right. Well, we got to work on that. Can I help? I'll tag in Megan. She'll come up with some fun ideas.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep all day, and then we'll go, maybe get some street tacos and call it a night.
All right. Well, that sounds fancy. That's relationship goals. And we'll be back next week right here talking about WrestleMania 22 on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Rock on.
I'm not sure if you're going to do it. Thanks for kicking it in there.
Oh, yeah? Do I know Pashovia? We had lunch one time.
Hopefully not street tacos. We'll find out next week.
From the territories to Titan Towers to TNA and all points in between, he's seen and done it all. And now he's here to share the real story behind wrestling's biggest moments, controversies, and characters. The MLW Radio Network presents Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Well, I've had better weeks, man. It's been a rough week.
Well, let's knock some stuff out, and then we'll talk about what you're talking about. I hate to just jump right into it, but this is going to be kind of weird. All right, so before we get on to some bad news, and then what we're really here for this week, WrestleMania 13, we want to go ahead and put a bow on Rowdy Roddy Piper. One of our most well-received episodes so far. I had a little heat with Bruce for not editing out everything at the end, but I thought it was real, and I thought that's what you guys wanted to hear. We gave it to you, and you guys responded. Lots of folks are saying that was our very best show so far. Bruce, what's been your feedback so far?
Overall, it's been positive, with the exception of people sending me a deluge of Roddy's video of his hit single, I'm Your Man, which I actually watched a few times over. Didn't have anything to do with that. That was kind of during one of Roddy's in-between times in the wrestling business. But I also had some nice correspondence back and forth with Kitty Toombs, Roddy's widow, who seemed to like the show and was happy that we did it and felt that we did Hot Rod justice.
Well, that's great to hear, man. Whenever somebody who was close with the family and part of the family and the man's partner in life gives you the stamp of approval, what else can we ask for? If you haven't already, go check it out. More than 400,000 of you have already checked out our Roddy Piper episode. We'd love to have you take a peek and tweet us. Let us know what you think about the show. But before we get to WrestleMania 13, I hate to be a downer, but we have to go ahead and address some tragic news this week. I don't know how to make a weird, funny, awkward transition here, Bruce, so I'll let you just kind of take over from here.
Well, we lost someone very near and dear to me and near and dear to the wrestling community. Jim Ross's wife, Jan Ross, passed this week in a very unfortunate accident that took place on Monday night. She was hit from behind on her Vespa scooter on her way back from the gym, and she passed on Wednesday evening. And Jan is Jim Ross's biggest cheerleader, man, and I considered her a great friend, a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful woman, and I think Jim kind of summed it up best when he said he lost an angel. And Jan was just that. She was an absolute angel. And I'm all cried out. I probably got some more left in me, but send your prayers out to Jim Ross. He needs them right now, and he's going through a really rough time. She was his everything, and he was her everything. And it's just not an easy time right now for Jim. And just give him your love, man. Give him your prayers, and he's going to be out. Yeah, he's going to make it out to WrestleMania. He wants to be around family and friends. So let's send some prayers and love to JR. And all right, so let's get to it. What everybody wanted to hear this week, overwhelming in our poll this week, and we did a string of WrestleManias this time. We did 10, 11, 12, and 13, and it seems like we saved the best for last. An overwhelming majority of you, like 40%, wanted to hear the story of WrestleMania 13. Bruce, real quick, off the top of your head, what's the first thing that comes to mind about WrestleMania 13? Bret Austin. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, because to me that was the turning point for Steve and just took him over the edge.
Yeah, it's maybe my favorite match ever. It's certainly on the list. I can't think of a match that I like any better. I watched it again this week for the first time this year. I would say in a long time, but I know for sure I watched it last year. And it's still just as fun now as it was back then. Back then being March 23rd, 1997. So Bruce and I are actually taping this on Thursday, March 23rd right now. So as we're talking, Bruce, it was 20 years ago today. How fucking old do you feel?
Easy now, Tiger. Damn, I was a young man. Scary, isn't it?
Maybe you were 20 years ago, but you're not now, you old fucker.
Yeah, I was a vice president of talent relations at that time. 20 years ago.
So
scary.
Is that code to mess with the divas? I mean, that's what that really is, right?
What?
Okay, roll tide. So this happened at the Rosemont Horizon, and we got lots of tweets asking, why didn't you guys run the United Center? So catch everybody up. Why would the Rosemont Horizon be the spot?
Well, the Rosemont Horizon, first of all, for performing talent, wrestling talent, man, one of the greatest spots anywhere in the world. It was fun to work. The atmosphere was great. The crowds were great. But from a business standpoint, it was a better deal. It was just a much better deal. The deal at the United Center was new and very expensive. And we just had a much better deal at Rosemont.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning. I didn't realize that I was in the Rosemont Horizon. I went to a pay-per-view last year, right after WrestleMania. I guess it was late April. And it was at the Allstate Arena. And I didn't realize that that was the old Rosemont Horizon, kind of the same thing, just a different name. Until I looked up and saw the wood ceiling. And I remember hearing Steve Austin talk about that building in particular was one of, if not his absolute favorite place to wrestle, maybe behind the Garden, because he loved the way the sound would bounce off of that wood ceiling. He said it sounded like the damn crowd was coming in on top of you, and he just loved it. So when I look up and I saw the wood planks, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. I think that's where Brett and Austin went up and down the stairs over there with that drunk guy in a leather jacket.
Exactly. And that's so true, because the acoustics there, it's Rosemont Horizon, the old Hershey Auditorium, the old Hershey Arena was another one that was like that, where you felt like everything was on top of you and the acoustics were great. But I still refer to the buildings as the names that I remember when I ran them. Not that, they change names every 3 years. It seems like it'll always be the Rosemont Horizon to me.
And the Rosemont Horizon, for those of you who wonder, was built in May of 1980 and holds about 18,000 folks for wrestling. The United Center holds about 20,000, 21,000 for basketball. So just as a frame of reference, and when Bruce was saying it was new, it opened in August of 94, so not too terribly long before here. I'm curious about the selection process of Chicago. Because when you look at WrestleMania and how it had kind of bounced around, you guys really tried something different with 9 out in Vegas. You came back home for 10 in New York. 11 was also in the Northeast and Connecticut. But then we go back to the West Coast for California for 12. And now we're in Chicago for 13. And Chicago had been one of those early WrestleManias where we're in 3 places at the same time. But they hadn't yet gotten a major WrestleMania card like this. And I find that a little interesting as being what is a historically great wrestling town and, the 3rd largest city in America. What took so long for Chicago to get WrestleMania, and why was this the right one?
Well, it got WrestleMania II, so that counts. I think Vince overall liked the Northeast WrestleManias because of the time of the day. You had more time to prepare. He liked the evening feel. He's not real fond of those West Coast live events. He likes more time to prepare, and he likes the East Coast. That's just a preference. But Chicago, as you said, number 3 market, great wrestling town, a lot of history. And it was a market that we could go in and frankly, you could charge just about anything that you wanted there, and you would sell the damn thing out and do great business no matter what you did.
Well, let's talk about that because you guys didn't sell it out. And I found that a little interesting, I guess, because I kind of expected this to be a sellout given the strength, if nothing else, of the Royal Rumble. Now, if you haven't heard it, you should go listen to it. Like 500,000 of you have so far. The Royal Rumble 97 was interesting to me for a lot of reasons, mostly from a business aspect and how you guys managed to pull together over 40,000 people there, 48,000 paid actually. Catch me up. Why do you think this was the first WrestleMania that wasn't a sellout?
I couldn't tell you that. I really don't know. It's probably, it may have been the attraction or lack thereof. We changed midway with Shawn Michaels and everything, losing his smile and that whole, there was just a shift. It was at a time where we were really in a rebuilding process. We were at a time where we had changed the structure of contracts from going to the downside guarantee contracts. So it was a rebuilding period. And you kind of bite the bullet sometimes, and maybe you take less now to make more later.
Well, the event was attended by 18,197 folks. They paid a grand total of $837,150 at the gate, and it drew a .77 buy rate. Of those 18,000 and change folks, only 16,467 paid. And overall, it was met with mixed reviews, to say the least. It was presented by PlayStation, which is interesting because it was just a PlayStation back then. So you gamers listening, this is way before the PS4. This is Crash Bandicoot days. One of the things I've always been intrigued by, and yeah, only on this show do we talk about silly shit like this. What's the purpose of the fucking PlayStation blimp?
Advertising. It's like the Goodyear blimp over a football stadium, but it was in the arena. You know, this was drones before drones were cool. We actually had a pilot in the arena with a remote control that flew the blimp around the arena. So it was another advertising avenue to sell the blimp and be able to have the damn thing fly across the arena. Plus we had a camera in it, so you had the blimp cam to get that big overview from the blimp. So football games weren't the only ones that had blimps. We had our own blimp.
Whose idea was this fucking blimp? Who booked this shit?
I believe it was Bob Collins. I love the blimp, man. Come on. I liked it when we actually had a real one day, man, when we talk about the real blimp that we had, that we flew all over the country. Great story about me, Pat Patterson, and Stephanie McMahon on the blimp that I'll tell you one day.
When will that come up?
That's going to come up. Wow, shit. Didn't we talk about it at Lex Express? That might have been that time frame. But we had a blimp, man. We had a blimp that traveled the country, and it had a pilot and a co-pilot, and you could travel maybe one more person in some gear and stuff. It was a weight limit. And they brought it to Connecticut one time, and we were all out at Westchester Airport, and they were going to give us a ride, and it was me and Stephanie and Pat Patterson. Stephanie was in high school still, I think. But we ran out to the blimp, and we got on, and when I got on, the blimp just sank to the ground, and they wouldn't lift off because it had too much weight. And they made me get off the blimp so Pat and Stephanie could go fly in the blimp. But it worked out because they came back and they took me up by myself, so it was nice.
Next week, we'll cover the story of when Bruce was sent to Ohio Valley Wrestling to lose weight.
There's pictures of me, and I want to say Vince was taking the damn picture of me running from the blimp with my hands over my head. He's like, "What the hell?" I go, "I'm too fat. I'm too fat." They won't let me ride the blimp.
That's amazing.
So, yeah. And they left me. And they left me when I went up for my ride by myself. Everybody left me, bastards. So anyway, that's my blimp story. Sad Bruce, the fat kid, and they left him.
So who was on the blimp? Run through that again.
Okay. We went out to ride the blimp so that me, Pat, and Stephanie could ride the blimp.
I need to hear Pat Patterson telling you to get off the blimp.
You're too fat. Get off the blimp, Bruce. Out of pay. So we go up. Fuck you.
And so you're running out with your hands up. I'm too fat. I'm too fat. You look over at Vince taking a picture, and he's saying, "God damn, pal. I told you to lose weight."
Yeah, it was embarrassing as fuck all.
Yeah. I love that. Okay, let's go back to 1997, the March 10th edition of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. Even though arena business remained strong for the WWF, as January was their best month at the gate, going back at least 5 or 6 years, there seems to be a feeling of a lack of momentum going into this show, coupled with a lackluster lineup for what traditionally is the biggest wrestling event of the year in North America. Now, I know how you feel about our great friend of the show, Mr. Dave Meltzer.
He's not my friend.
Well, he was recently spotted at a Pro Wrestling Guerrilla. That's Miller time. At a Pro Wrestling Guerrilla show in California, posing with one of our great listeners who was sporting a T-shirt that says, "I'm a Bruce Prichard guy." So I feel like we should at least, love on it a little bit for being a good sport. But you have to agree with this, that January was a strong month for the WWF, January 97. But then for whatever reason, WrestleMania was just missing it. And that's what we're going to dig into here, is kind of how we got there. And the big themes we're going to talk about, of course, are the tremendous match that we've already mentioned, Bret Hart and Steve Austin. Obviously, the Shawn Michaels situation with him losing his smile, taking time off. The Monday Night Wars are really getting cranked up here. This is The Rock's first WrestleMania. This is Triple H's first where he's not getting squashed by the Ultimate Warrior. Ken Shamrock's here. You could argue this is the genesis of the Attitude Era, this whole time frame here, this 30 days or so. And we're just going to kind of set the stage and pick up where we left off our Royal Rumble episode. As a reminder, again, they blew it out at that show, which is available in the archives. 48,000 paid there, 60,000 total in attendance. They did the big schmoz in the Royal Rumble where technically Steve Austin won, but they came back in February in Chattanooga and did a Final Four concept with The Undertaker, Vader, and Bret Hart joining Steve Austin. And then, of course, we know how we got there. In the championship match at Royal Rumble, of course, Shawn Michaels, the hometown boy, recaptured the world title from Psycho Sid. And this seems as if at this point, so let's kind of pick it up here. And for those of you who don't remember our Royal Rumble show, which for the third time now I'm going to mention is available in the archives, Shawn was sick that night, and Sid had just been in a car wreck, but somehow they put together like a 14-minute match in the main event in Shawn's hometown. Now he's the champ again. It's the boyhood dream. He finally made good in his hometown and beat the big nasty heel. That was originally supposed to be Vader, also available in the archives. But at that point, the plan has to be the rematch from WrestleMania XII, right, Bruce? I mean, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Part 2 seems so natural, does it not?
Well, I think it seemed natural maybe to some people, but the idea was to try and get Austin into that mix, but we hadn't made the switch with Austin yet. So it was a kabuki-ish deal because you had Shawn babyface champion in January. You had Austin coming up as a red hot heel, but he was a red hot heel that was a popular, the most popular fucking heel on the card. And you got Bret was getting there too. I mean, Bret was the man as well, and Bret was getting that heel edge. The funny thing about it is Bret didn't think he was a heel. Bret didn't think that the shit he was doing and saying was heelish. He thought everybody would see it his way.
As a shoot.
But it was, once I think he felt it big time at WrestleMania with Steve, and he felt it on the build with Steve that, they're turning on me. But he felt that only the United States audience was turning on him. And they were. I mean, but the Canadian audience, man, they stayed true to their Canadian hero. So it was a weird time. And you look at the guys on the card. You look at the talent roster on that card from, The Rock and Triple H. Steve was just coming into his own at that time.
Sid was on top, and Sid was doing really well in his role. I mean, going back to the Survivor Series, which I can't wait to cover with you one day, it was really his coming out party, at least for me. He was phenomenal there. Vader was still booked as a top guy even the month before in the main event, being one of the last ones at the Royal Rumble too, having a match at the Royal Rumble against The Undertaker. So he still got really, really good spots. And so coming out of the Royal Rumble, you've kind of got 6 top guys, I guess you'd say. Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, Steve Austin, Psycho Sid, Vader, and of course The Undertaker. And how you shuffle the deck and get to WrestleMania is what we're going to get into. The night after the Royal Rumble, Gorilla Monsoon makes the announcement that they're going to do this 4-way. And at that point, it's to determine who is going to get the title shot, because Shawn is still the champion. Now let's fast forward. Lowell, Massachusetts, the day before Valentine's Day, February 13th, 1997, Vince McMahon hosts an in-ring segment. He invites the world champion into the ring, Mr. Shawn Michaels, and he surrenders the world championship to WWF President Gorilla Monsoon, citing a knee injury. And he says that a doctor has told him he may never wrestle again, And the crowd, being in Massachusetts, starts to turn on him a little bit. And let's remember, they booed the shit out of him at Madison Square Garden in November. And here they're chanting, "We want Sid." And Sid was supposed to scheduled to take on Shawn on this broadcast. So I'm sure a lot of the fans were thinking this is an angle, but he really is saying he's going to go home. And he's saying that he didn't feel like he could say no during his championship reign, and he did everything that was asked of him, from the heavy travel to the public appearances. But somewhere along the line, he lost his smile. And he said this past year was the best year of his life, thanked the fans for their support, and then took a lap around the ring to shake and slap hands. And then Gorilla Monsoon announced that the winner of the Final Four match that Sunday in Chattanooga at the Final Four In Your House pay-per-view would become the new champion, and that Sid would get a title shot on the following edition of Monday Night Raw. So the rumor and innuendo here is, according to the Observer, that you guys only had about 24 hours heads up that Shawn was dropping the belt. So we've talked about this kind of in passing. When did you know for sure Shawn's dropping the belt? We got to change everything.
Day of. Lowell Mask that morning wanted to talk to Shawn. Vince wanted to talk to Shawn in person.
So he gets to the building early?
Well, I mean, it was before the meeting, yeah.
And so
came in and met and said he couldn't do it. He would hand the belt over and was going home. And that was it. So we had talked about it the night before. We had a lot of what if scenarios, but Vince wanted to look him eye to eye and talk to him, see where the hell he was, see what the fuck was going on.
Wait. You're skipping around. What did you talk about the night before if he told you day of?
That we knew he had gone and seen the doctor and that he didn't feel that he could continue. But we didn't know, there's so many times when, you call it, you've been Vinced. When you show up and you've got something in your head and you think things are going to go one way, and you get in and you talk to Vince and you walk out and you do completely the opposite of what you thought you were going to do when you walked in there. And we call that you've been Vinced. So we thought that, this is Shawn, it's something else is going on. He had this appointment with the doctor. It's not good news, but we'll talk to him when he gets to the building on Monday. So from our vantage point, we're like, okay, this is, what if, we got to drop the title? What if he's hurt? He can't go. What are we going to do? But Vince was confident that wouldn't be the case. Vince was confident that he would talk to Shawn, and by God, everything would be fine in the world. So it wasn't. And he came out, and Shawn's not going to work. Shawn's not going to drop the title tonight. We're going to have him surrender the belt and figure something out. And that was it. It wasn't, and at that point, it wasn't a discussion. It wasn't, well, can we do this? Can we do that? It was, this is what we're going to do, and figure it out beyond that. We'll talk about beyond that later. Let's get through the night.
Help me understand. Why were you talking about it the night before? Let me just freestyle.
Because we knew he'd been to the doctor that week. We knew he had been to the doctor on Friday. He called Vince. He and Vince had a conversation. So the question then is if Shawn can't go and he comes in and says, I can't go, we got to have a plan B.
So let me ask this. The doctor he's going to is a WWE appointed doctor or one he goes to see on his own?
No, this is his doctor in San Antonio.
Does WWE correspond with that doctor, or Shawn just tells us what's up and that's it?
As far as I know, I didn't correspond with him. No, I was just doing TV and booking. So it was Vince that had the conversation with him, and it was Shawn's doctor. And they probably did. Knowing Vince, he probably did talk to the doctor. But Vince felt that he needed to talk to Shawn that day, and they had their discussion. And, he went. But, everybody talks about the promo. Okay, I can't go because of my knee. I may never wrestle again, blah, blah, blah. My mom said I lost my smile, which made everybody go, what the fuck? So you're going,
I'm depressed. I don't want to do this. I'm overworked, or my knee hurts. Which one is it?
yeah, is it you may never walk again, you may never wrestle again, or is it
I'm depressed.
Mom said I lost my smile.
Yeah.
And dropping the title and forfeiting the title has nothing to do with the work schedule and making every appearance and doing everything that you're asked to do. Yeah, he did all that. But so did everybody else before him and after him. So it was, it was kabuki-ish because we were live and went out there and did that. So it was.
You gotta stop fucking saying kabuki-ish. Nobody knows what you're saying.
Yeah, they do. They know it's kabuki-ish. It's weird. It's kabuki-ish.
So you get.
So yeah, we didn't know. We did not know what the fuck we had, man. And you there's so many times that you leave a building on an evening. It's Miller time. And a guy's hurt and they think, oh my God, this is really bad. And they wake up the next day and A, they're either better, or B, they're much worse off. So you don't make a decision until, you get them there the next day and see how the hell they are that day. And that was Vince's viewpoint on it. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. And what if, guys, keep this in the back of your mind. This could happen.
Let me ask this. I kept asking, is this a WWE doctor or a Shawn doctor? Because why? Why would you think I would want to know that?
Well, because the WWE doctor is going to tell you, the straight up, and we're going to have that communication with them.
Well, we don't know if it's Shawn's doctor.
Thank you. I know. I'm with you, dude. I'm with you on it. On all that shit.
Here's my question. It's all over the internet. There's people who have strong opinions, and Brett and other wrestlers have espoused these opinions for years. I don't want to know what everybody else thought and the way Vince span it. I want Bruce Prichard to state clearly for the record, did you buy, given that it was Shawn's doctor and this lose my smile comment, that, and his reputation at the time, not now, but at the time, that he was fucking bullshitting here and just didn't want to do the job at WrestleMania and was ready to just come off the card.
But nobody said he was doing the job at WrestleMania, and I don't know where that comes from either. The thing was, do I believe the knee injury? No, I don't.
Okay.
I believe he was depressed and boo-boo faced and was just whatever the hell he was, but I don't believe that he was injured and maybe not going to wrestle again. So, again, when you're sitting there and we're all looking at him and going, okay, he's walking up the stairs fine. And, all that and everything's fine. And then, but again, those telltale comments, I lost my smile.
Right.
If you can't walk and you're wondering about, will I ever wrestle again? That's the only goddamn thing on your mind. Not, I lost my smile.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, no, I didn't buy it.
Meltzer says that this threw a total monkey wrench in all the house show and WrestleMania plans. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. And, and here's the other thing. This is crazy because I know your next question. I sat there and I watched WrestleMania and I went back and I did my little research for this. I couldn't tell you today what the hell the plans were other than I know everything was fucked up. I don't remember what the hell the plans were because we had to work so hard to change everything to go, okay, man, we got to fast track Steve and Brett. What the fuck are we going to do with the title? Who's that next babyface that they're going to accept with the championship? And it's like, okay, well, there's Taker there. He's never been the champion. Do we go there?
Quit skipping ahead, dickhead. I just wanted to, just for a minute, say, hey, thanks for saying I don't remember. And now this feels a lot like a WCW show. Anyway, Tony, what else don't you remember?
The booking committee. That was them.
All right, let's get going here. There's talk, and I don't know, how far we can go with this, but there's a random tidbit in the February 10th Wrestling Observer that says, quote, Dennis Rodman's people told WCW that he had a $500,000 offer to do WrestleMania and be in Goldust's corner to set the two up as a tag team for SummerSlam. Since he'd previously worked for WCW, he gave them the opportunity to match the offer. The belief is WCW would have, but Rodman's NBA probation may not allow him to be a part of pro wrestling angles. And then in February, on the 17th, it's reported that Rodman signed with WCW. Quote, WCW was able to outmaneuver the WWF, which was also pursuing Rodman. The WWF had offered Rodman a 2-show deal, reportedly for $1 million. The first of which would have been at WrestleMania to appear in Goldust's corner to attempt to help the faltering Goldust character get over stronger as both a babyface and as a mainstream bizarre cult figure. The second of which was the SummerSlam pay-per-view in August, where he and Goldust would have formed a tag team. So, what say you? What really happened with Dennis Rodman and you guys?
We reached out to Rodman for that to do something in Chicago at WrestleMania, and did pitch him coming back at SummerSlam, being a tag team partner with Goldust at some point. Well, not at some point, at SummerSlam. Don't have any idea what the money offer was. It was simply a, are you interested? And he went with WCW. But yeah, we floated it out there to do something with him and Goldust.
Why do you think that is? That he wound up going with WCW.
I think that, man, Hogan was there. They were hot at the time.
Okay, fair enough.
I think he figured that was a hot property to go with.
Now, a lot of people listening to this may not get the context, but tell everybody where Dennis Rodman was playing basketball in 1997.
Chicago Bulls.
So WrestleMania is in Chicago, and at the time, he had written a book. And how did he show up to his book press events?
In a beautiful white wedding dress on a Harley.
So this guy is like mainstream with a capital M. So that kind of gives you a peek into, hey, why would anybody want Dennis Rodman at the time?
Indy was a fan.
Absolutely. So let's kind of skip around a little bit. It feels like Raw kind of stalls a little bit in early 1997, especially coming out of this injury with Shawn Michaels. And the Observer even writes, the biggest problem that for the WWF in going to 2 hours once again appears to be a lack of talent depth. And you guys are trying some weird stuff here. And I found this interesting in my research. On March 10th, it's reported in the Observer that you guys had debuted the new stage and the explosions to start the show. So this is the departure from the RAW letters or the very simplistic entrance. Now we've got a big stage, and we've got a big Tron, and we've got the brand new intro. And the theme, do you remember what it was? Just for a couple weeks.
Raw's War? I don't know. What?
Marilyn Manson's The Beautiful People.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I just thought that was awesome that you guys, I had kind of forgotten about it. I remember it, as soon as I read it, it rang a bell. But how did that come about? Marilyn Manson at the time feels like a bit of a stretch for Vince McMahon to get behind, and I'm sure he had no fucking idea who that is, and you're not nearly cool enough to do it. If it was Merle Haggard, I would know it was you, but who the fuck put Marilyn Manson in the loop? That was awesome.
That was the guys at TV. The guys in TV production were usually pretty hip on the music scene. That was Jim Johnston, whose music, I think he's doing a new album that's coming out with a lot of his music. But Jim always was kind of on that cutting edge, looking for new bands that needed exposure and a different sound to kind of make the show a little bit edgy. I remember that, though. Yeah, the beautiful people. Yeah, it was great.
It was really, really interesting, considering where the WWF had been just prior to this. Marilyn Manson was, without a doubt, the most controversial figure in music at the time. Let's talk about Ken Shamrock for a little bit. He debuted with you guys at the Manhattan Center on February 24th, 1997. And this is a really, really big deal. He's 33 at the time, and he signs a 3-year guaranteed exclusive contract with the WWF for what's reported to be a low 7-figure downside guarantee and a signing bonus. And the idea that you guys were doing that, I call bullshit on. I'll circle back in a minute. Meltzer reports, in addition, Vince McMahon has the option after 3 years to continue the contract for an additional 3 years without Shamrock having the option to test himself at that point on the free agent market. The contract is exclusive, ending his participation in the UFC or any shoot fighting events. At least as of press time, it appears to kill what some Japanese insiders were expecting to wind up being the biggest money live match in pro wrestling history, a proposed April 12th match at the Tokyo Dome against Hashimoto for the IWGP Championship. And it was reported that he would be expected to start training in Connecticut with Dr. Tom Prichard as to the WWF style. And this kind of throws a monkey wrench in a lot of people's plans, where, you know, they thought they were going to sign Ken Shamrock. So how did this come about? Who contacted who? When did you guys realize there was a real interest here? What did you perceive his real value to be? You guys at the time were presenting him and referencing him as ABC's most dangerous man in the world. Tell me about it.
Vince wanted real. Vince wanted legitimacy. He wanted real. UFC was starting to get over more, and a lot of their guys were coming to the forefront. So we were looking at some of the UFC guys to see if there was a crossover star there. There was feeling that maybe that guy was Dan Severn. There was also, it's funny, I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I made a huge play for a young Vitor Belfort.
Wow.
To try and get, 19-year-old Vitor Belfort from, where the hell is he from?
Brazil.
To come in. But the language barrier was a big barrier, and he just wasn't interested in fake sport, as his people put it. Vince was high on Ken Shamrock. He had seen some of the outside stuff that Shamrock had done and felt that Shamrock had the charisma and the crossover potential head and shoulders above anybody else in that MMA world. So I reached out. To Shamrock, and we started talking. As you said, the Japanese promotion, New Japan, they were in hot pursuit as well. And WCW was also trying to get Shamrock. So the funny story, which I'll out one of the New Japan guys that everybody speaks so fondly of, Hattori. I was trying to broker a deal so that Kenny could get the payday in Japan and still come with us and do our deal. Hattori was double dealing, trying to get the deal for New Japan, but he was also working to try to get Kenny in WCW. So you remember, I guess they still have it now. We still have it on our cell phones. But I was in my kitchen on my phone, and they used to have your phone would beep, and you'd click call waiting and go over to the other call.
Right.
So I'm on the phone with my Japanese counterpart, Mr. Hattori, and his English is minimal at, yes, I saw Mr. Shamrock. Well, in between, while I'm discussing all this shit with him, he gets another call. So he clicks over to pick up the other call. And he comes back, yes, no, we can talk more. Hold on one more time. He clicks over, but this time it doesn't click over, but he thinks it's clicked over. And he goes from, Misa to, hey, Eric, we can get Ken for those dates. And I'm thinking, hey, Hattori, it's still Bruce. Hold on. And I just was so fucking insulted. And I called Shamrock. I said, Kenny, I don't think we're going to be able to work out this New Japan deal with you, and I don't think we're going to be able to let you do both, but we'll make it worth your while to come in. So we had talked to Ken. We secured Ken early on. But I think one of the other funny things that happened in the middle of the Ken Shamrock negotiations back and forth, Vince and I made a trip to Boston for a house show with Vince driving. And on the way back, it was a horrible, horrible, horrible rainstorm, rain and sleet and hail and all this shit. And Vince had a Cadillac. And we're driving down the Merritt Parkway. And the Merritt Parkway has a part where you kind of go over a bridge, and it's one of those metal bridges that your tires just get the groove and it catches your car right. And he's doing, when I looked over, about 130 miles an hour. And the rain is coming down sideways and hitting the fucking car, and I cannot see a goddamn thing. And I look at him, and I look at the speedometer, and I said, hey, man, just out of curiosity, can you see where you're going? And he looked at me, and I swear to God, it was from a movie where he looked at me and he grew horns, and his face was actually bright red, and the motherfucker had horns coming from his head, and he just was like, and was staring at me, laughing his ass off, doing 130 miles an hour on this freaking bridge with my life in his hands. So that was just another part of Ken Shamrock that I remember, because in the meantime, we're dialing Shamrock and trying to get Shamrock on the speakerphone to finish up this deal on our way home. Just had to throw that in.
If Jerry Jarrett was dialing the number, never mind. These days, of course, Vince doesn't drive a Cadillac.
On speaker? What? How do you? Hello? Hello? Huh? Okay.
Of course, these days, Vince doesn't drive a Cadillac. It was reported this week that Vince was in a fender bender in his Bentley in Connecticut. I know you weren't there, but hypothetically, what might that have sounded like?
Goddamn, Gerald. You work on Bentleys, pal? Is it worth the drive? You send a goddamn wrecker. Well, Mr. McMahon. Double Briscoe. Damn, one of them's battered up. Got double Briscoe. Shit.
So let's talk about.
Hey, and by the way, somebody's going to kill me for this, but that's a shoot.
Are you serious? Wait a minute. In 2017, when Vince McMahon wrecked his Bentley, his first person to call is Gerald Briscoe in fucking Florida.
Well, who the fuck would you call, Conrad? That'd be my first call.
You know, we accuse people of being in the wrestling bubble sometimes. It's no wonder when the Wizard of Oz himself is so far in the bubble that he's literally 1,000 miles away. Well, goddamn, call Gerald, pal.
Let me tell you something. Briscoe Brothers Body Shop, they could work miracles from thousands of miles around all the time.
Chat me up about Shamrock. This is bullshit, 7 figures, am I right?
Yeah.
Was there any truth to the idea that he trained with your brother Tom?
He did come in and work out for a while just to get the ring rust off. Yeah.
Did your brother Tom?
Kenny had worked before. Kenny had worked as Vinny Valentino or something like that before his UFC days. So he had been a worker before. He just came in to get the ring rust off was all.
Has anybody ever seen Disco Inferno and Ken Shamrock at the same place at the same time? I'm just asking.
Ooh, good question. I got to talk to Disco on Conan's podcast this week.
All right, cool story. Fun. Yeah, great. Do you remember your brother giving any sort of feedback as to what type of wrestler or learner or what his potential was? I know you've told us before that, you know, when he told you about Kurt Angle, he was saying he's attacking the mat, and he took to it like a fish to water. What would the feedback have been on a Shamrock?
No, the Shamrock was easy. He picked it right up again. And like I said, it wasn't really a training scenario as much as it was just somebody to get in the ring with him and roll around with him to get that ring rust off and keep him from snapping somebody's neck.
It was reported that you personally called the UFC trying to get the rights to use Ken Shamrock UFC MMA footage on WWF TV. How did those conversations go?
They went well. It's funny. In the middle of it, the whole thing almost blew up in our face because of a misunderstanding. Let's get it on, that referee.
Big John McCarthy.
Big John, yes. Big John and Ken were close friends, and Ken wanted to bring Big John in for a one-off to do referee a match with him.
Would have been fucking great. That's a great call.
Yeah, and I said, well, hell, sure, we'd be open to that, and that was the end of the conversation. Well, I had reached out to the folks over at UFC. God, I'm trying to remember. I didn't deal with Campbell. I dealt with Meyerowitz. Yeah, Bob Meyerowitz. And real nice guy. And he was happy as shit to help us out any way we can. And then somehow he heard that we were trying to steal Big John.
Oh, my gosh.
Which was not the case.
He can't even steal. He works for the fucking Athletic Commission.
Yeah, but he was still the UFC guy, and they felt that we were trying to steal Big John. And he called Vince all upset. Here I am trying to work with you guys, and then this guy is trying to grab Big John. And I could hear Vince yelling through the wall for me. I walked over and I'm like, what? And he says, did you call this goddamn referee? I said, no. What are you talking about? And he told me the story, and I said, no. Ken asked about the possibility of using him at some point, and I told him maybe we could at some point. So we got Meyerowitz back on the phone right then, and everything was cool.
Well, so there you go. Talk to me about other interests in other people. Once you got Shamrock, were you guys kind of done, or was there any thought that you needed more than this?
Well, we brought Severn in after that, and there was always, like we talked about, Coleman and Kerr, Tank, some of those different guys.
So the plan was not just I'm going to get one and get my fill. It's I want to get a crop of these guys, or was it I want to start with Shamrock, see how it goes, and then add to it?
Well, no, Vince was always looking for charismatic athletes to come in and hopefully come in. But that's what you look for. You're not looking for a UFC guy that his only use is to go out there and beat somebody up, because it's not a shoot. So you're looking for somebody that's got charisma and personality.
Okay, tell me about Dan Severn, fucker.
He was the NWA World Heavyweight Champion.
No, I'm talking about all the charisma and personality.
He has a lot of charisma and personality in real life.
No, I've met him in real life. He is phenomenal. He could not be a nicer human. Great guy. But when the camera's on, he has the personality of a fucking UPS truck. Yeah,
and but Vince felt that he might be able to get that personality off screen, on screen.
All right, then.
Didn't work.
Let's talk about Dr. Death for a minute, because there's rumor and innuendo that you guys were in serious negotiations with him when he is arrested on March 17th in Laredo, Texas on drug possession charges. And this has a delay, of course, for his signing with the company. How far along were you guys with these negotiations when this happens? What's it like when you get the call? What are your memories of Dr. Death being busted?
Shit, I think we had signed him.
Really?
Yeah, I know we had agreed at that point, because I don't know if I made the call or Jim Ross made the call, but it was done in principle. I know that. So it was, yeah.
You going to tell me about the arrest?
Well, he got popped for drugs. He got popped for bringing a ton of what was it? It was steroids and somas and all kinds of shit.
All kinds of shit.
Vicodin and muscle relaxers and just tons of stuff from Mexico. But charges were dropped and all that good stuff. So whatever the hell happened, I don't know what the fuck happened. But yeah, those negotiations and that contract was revoked pretty damn quick.
Did you take them a check? A cashier's check that wasn't traced, or a suitcase like y'all did for Snuka, or how did you make that all those charges get dropped?
We didn't have anything to do with them.
Oh, you had a bagman.
Said talk to us when your legal problems are over.
You shady fuckers.
We didn't do shit.
Sure he didn't. Cool. So the governor of New Jersey announces somewhere in here, I'm going to guess March, that they had done away with a tax bill that had previously prevented the WWF from running shows there. But this kind of frees it up to where, hey, if this is gone, we'll bring you a big pay-per-view, and they bring SummerSlam 1997 there. Kind of curious through why that tax bill was a big deal and what your memories of that are as far as it being a victory for the WWF when that changes.
Well, because the whole state athletic commission was a fucking scam and bunch of bullshit. You're paying tax on tax. You got to pay double tax if you're a wrestling and boxing event. They charge you another 5% on top of what you're already paying in state and federal taxes. Then you got to pay another for somebody to come in on an entertainment event and take somebody's blood pressure. It's bullshit. That's all it was. It was just the whole athletic commission governing professional wrestling was a joke.
Around this same time, Jake Roberts is fired, and it's reported in the Observer, quote, 2 weeks back, he took a rental car while on the Texas-Louisiana tour and disappeared for 2 days, including missing a shot. It was just a few weeks back when he was fired, but then rehired the next day for something similar. I guess his 9 lives were up this time. He'd been working in the office helping write television, besides working as an occasional in-ring performer when needed. What are your memories of Jake's on-again, off-again employment in 1997 and then this rental car disappearance in Texas, Louisiana?
Man, it was a rough time for Jake. He'd come in, said he'd cleaned up his act, and got on the road, and his act hadn't cleaned up. So, I mean, that was it. It was just the old Jake reared its ugly head, and Vince had given him a second chance and said, let's try this. I pushed for it hard because I felt that Jake's mind was valuable. I felt that he offered a lot, and I felt that he could help a lot of guys with psychology and ring work. So I thought that he could, selfishly, I thought he could help me write TV. I thought he was very creative. But, the demons took hold, man, and we got the old Jake back, and he became unreliable and just did some crazy shit.
The go-home show for WrestleMania is the one where a lot of people remember Bret Hart being in a cage with Sid, and the Undertaker comes down, slams the cage door, seemingly turning on Bret Hart. They go to commercial, they come back, they're taking the cage down, Vince is in the ring, and Bret takes the microphone from him, pushes him down, and yells something like, something isn't the goddamn word for it, this is bullshit. And they air both of these, and then they show Stone Cold doing a promo, and then there's a big schmoz, and it's a big pull apart. It's a pretty hot way to go to the show. But I'm curious, it feels like you guys wouldn't have just done this. You would have gotten some sort of permission. What did USA know was going to happen? What didn't they know was going to happen?
It was late night. I want to say it was probably right at that 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it was actually run over just a little bit.
Yeah, so they knew we had permission. It was cable. They knew it was coming. They were fine with it. But it was to show that edgier, whiny Bret Hart.
And he was cool. He was cool with, after being a babyface this whole time, saying goddamn and bullshit on TV.
Sure.
Okay. So let's talk about the matches itself. WrestleMania XIII. Let's get into it. And the only dark match that, well, I guess it's actually aired on the free for all. Billy Gunn as Rockabilly defeated Flash Funk with the Funkettes. You got anything for me?
Flash, he's funky. Yeah, that's all I got.
Man, it's crazy that you guys saddled Billy Gunn with Rockabilly. Whose fucking idea was that?
Yeah, you know what? That was one of those situations where, I almost said Hillbilly Jim. He's in here. But Honky Tonk Man coming back and thinking about, okay, well, this would be an opportunity for Honky to manage somebody and get somebody over, or maybe use Honky as a mouthpiece because Billy wasn't that great on the mic. And it sucked.
I can't wait to make fun of Honky Tonk Man in a little bit. The first match on the card is a tag match. But before we get there, I want to talk about the voiceover. I hadn't seen this voiceover in quite a while, and I watched the show this week, and it kind of stuck out a little bit. Who did the voiceover for this? Do you recall? Because it feels like this guy did most of the reads at the time.
This was during the Sahadi years, so it was, I don't remember his name, but yeah, he was a professional voiceover guy in the Northeast that did a lot of our stuff. He was great. He had that deep voice. It was tremendous.
It was classic.
Yeah.
So then the four-way happens with the Godwins out first, which is Henry O and Phineas, and Hillbilly Jim is there. Before we move on to the other teams, how did you rank Phineas and Henry O as performers, as co-workers, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I liked the hell out of them personally. I thought that Mark Canterbury, who was Henry, could have been a huge star. And the feeling was when he first came in to make him a heel and then turn him into a babyface and kind of make him that big country lovable guy like Hillbilly Jim was at one time, who was over like Rover back in the day. And that was the intention with Henry originally coming in. I just thought that he had a shitload of potential. And, Dennis, Phineas, great guy, loves the business, but he was what he was.
What does that mean?
He was never going to be a main eventer. Didn't have, great physique, and he was okay in the ring. But he just didn't have that extra it factor to get him over the top.
I loved Henry, and Henry is a hell of a nice guy. I met him at NWA Legends Fan Fest this past year in Charlotte, and he is still a monster of a man. I mean, you know him when you see him. That's a big dude. But I'm curious, though, what the fuck is Hillbilly Jim doing here? It feels like way out of place. And I understand that you said, he was over like Rover back in the day. But in 1997?
To be able to get these guys over as baby faces and for people to cheer them. That was it. Color as much as you can to get people. You get the older fan that remembered Hillbilly Jim back then and endorse some of these newer guys.
I guess I understand that in theory, but what I'm asking is, what's he doing? He walks to the ring?
Yeah, sings. Don't go mess with country boy, country boy, country boy. Don't go mess with country boy, don't mess with country boy. Yee-haw!
That's not even
one more time.
That's not on the network, but you got it here, so there you go. Also here are Doug Furnace.
Oh, that pissed me off on this show, man. The fucked up music. I was hot.
Doug Furnace and Phil LaFawn are here. We talked about them briefly on the ECW episode, which is available in the archives, but catch everybody up about Furnace and LaFawn.
Doug Furnace and Phil LaFawn, yeah. I mean, that was it. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but boy, there were parts of this match that were painful as shit to watch.
Well,
and
do you have anything complimentary about either Furnace or LaFawn or any sort of anecdote?
Yeah, Doug Furnace had one of the best drop kicks the business ever saw.
Phil LaFawn had Doug Furnace.
He spoke French.
We also had the Headbangers, Mosh and Thrasher. We've touched on them briefly here or there. One of the more underrated acts at the time. It seems like they're going to get a push here because they come out of here victorious. Of course, I'm skipping around here. But catch me up. What did you think of the Headbangers? How did you guys come across them? Whose idea was that? Why was Vince high on them? Blah, blah, blah.
Jim Cornette introduced the Headbangers to us, and they were first introduced at Shotgun Saturday Night earlier that year as the Sisters of Love. And we put them in nun outfits and had this really great manager, good-looking guy,
But
full of charisma.
he was too fat to ride a blimp, though.
He was, but he wasn't too fat to get a couple of nuns over for 2 weeks.
That's awesome.
Yeah. We actually went in to St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City, 2 men in goatees in nun outfits and Brother Love, and walked in and walked out of St. Patrick's Cathedral and shot us leaving there for vignettes.
And then, of course, we've got the new Blackjacks. I want to talk about these guys because I absolutely loved this tag team as a kid. I thought they were awesome, and I wish there was more of them. We briefly are shown a picture of the Blackjacks from 1975 with Blackjack Mulligan and Blackjack Lanza. And then we cut back to a promo with Pettingill. Wyndham is silent, and they let your boy, JBL, or Blackjack Bradshaw, do the promo. And then they are just right out of the gate. And I absolutely loved the way JBL power walked to the ring like Stan Hansen. I mean, if you put a bull rope in that dude's hand and he swung it around, that was Stan Hansen. It was awesome. Why did the new Blackjacks fizzle? Because it felt like they got a little bit of a push for a minute. They're 2 big badass dudes. Everybody knows what great success Layfield would go on to have. Certainly a Hall of Famer. And then Wyndham, my gosh, once upon a time, one of the best performers in the world. And they're in a tag team here, and they're getting a little bit of a push. And then what happened?
Well, I think that there was an effort on their part to be too much like the Blackjacks. Instead of reinventing the Blackjacks for 1997, I think they were trying to be the Blackjacks 1975. During this match, when Wyndham was in there, holy shit, did he look good. I mean, he's just so damn good. Barry Windham was a great worker, and it showed in this match. The guys that were out of place in this match, in my opinion, there were 3. It was Furnace, LaFon, and Phineas that were really just kind of lost in the match. But there was a little bit clusterish until you got Furnace, LaFon, and the Blackjacks out of there, and it settled down a little bit with the Godwins and the Headbangers. But it was a bit of a cluster.
So in the match, of course, we get a win from Mosh. It's elimination. Blackjacks are DQ'd first when Bradshaw pushes down a ref for no reason. Furnace and LaFon are counted out for fighting with the Blackjacks. That leaves the Headbangers and the Godwins. Mosh comes off the top with some sort of like Thez press, butt to the chest on Phineas and gets the pin. Meltzer gave it a negative half star. He hated the match. What'd you think of the match?
Like I said, I thought it was a clusterfuck until it settled down to the 2 teams. And we got out of it what we wanted. We wanted the Headbangers to win and get a new team spotlighted.
Well, it
wasn't a match of the year, that's for damn sure, but it wasn't negative.
It's also the first time that I remember a tag match had been done like this at WrestleMania. Wouldn't you agree? Like an elimination like this?
Yeah, I think so.
So Rocky Maivia is out next to take on the Sultan. I guess the Sultan comes out first. He's got Bob Backlund and Iron Sheik with him here. The Sultan here is being portrayed by the guy who would go on to play Rikishi. For some of you younger fans who may not remember who the Sultan was. And I don't know why, but man, I fucking love Jim Johnston's version of the Sultan's theme music here. Probably the best thing about the character. Can we agree?
Okay.
All right. Well, give me something else.
You didn't like the ponytail in the mask?
Did you draw that?
No, but I did love it. I used to love it when guys would grab it and pull on the ponytail,
and
then
the whole mask would come up.
The whole mask would come off, and it would just, oh, god damn.
What? How does this come about? Rikishi had been with y'all for a while here. Whose idea is the Sultan? I mean, it's just like, well, we need a new version of the Sheik. Let's get a Middle Eastern character.
It was Vince's idea. He loved the idea. He liked the mask and that whole nine yards, and just thought he could cover up Junior enough that no one would ever know. And he had a soft spot for the Iron Sheik. So it was another way to get the Iron Sheik involved as well. And throw Bob Backlund in there, and you got old and older and and a big Samoan.
Let's talk about how Rocky Maivia won the Intercontinental title. I'm sure we'll cover Rock's first year in the business at some point, but he debuted at Survivor Series in Madison Square Garden in November. A couple of months after that, in that same Lost My Smile edition of Raw in Lowell on February 13th, he pins Hunter Hearst Helmsley in a 15-minute match to win the title using an inside cradle. And they do an interview with him afterwards. Doc Hendricks does, and Triple H storms off. And this, at least to me, seems like there may be the seeds of, hey, this is what we're going to see at WrestleMania, Triple H and Rocky Maivia. Well, that doesn't happen. The Wrestling Observer writes, Rocky Maivia, the former Dwayne Johnson with less than 1 year in the pros, was surprisingly given the Intercontinental title on February 13th from Hunter Hearst Helmsley. There'd been some question that Maivia's push was going to wind up in a Van Hammer / Eric Watts-like situation, that fans wouldn't buy a green wrestler being shoved down their throats and pushed back. If there was any doubt during the match and even before the title had changed, there were chants of Rocky sucks. Rocky has potential, but pushing it by putting the belt on him with less than a year of ring time is going to make the fans resent him, as it has already happened. So that's kind of Meltzer's take, and that is where we started to see Rocky sucks and die Rocky die, and kind of the pushback from the white meat babyface. How did that affect The Rock at the time? What advice are people giving him at the time? I know his dad is around a little bit, but I'm sure agents, Pat Patterson, yourself, whoever is in the back giving him some advice. And I'm curious, before he has all the swagger and confidence that The Rock does in 2017, how was he reacting to that in early 97?
Well, obviously the kid didn't have it and would never make it in the business, so that was all wrong. It was, they did, man. They puked him back up. It was, the audience wants you to earn your stripes, and they want to feel as if they brought you to whatever point you get to. So if you're going to be a champion, the audience wants to feel that they brought you that championship. And he was pushed right away, man. He had the look. He had it all. But hindsight being 2020, in a lot of ways, if you could go back and write it, I think I would write it exactly the same way and let him. To me, it's a good thing. Hindsight. We didn't plan it. I'm not saying that, hey, we planned those Rocky sucks chants, but I'm saying that those Rocky sucks chants and die Rocky die probably helped his career more than anyone will ever know. Because when he did get hurt and went away, we had something that we could really feed off of to bring him back as a heel with the nation. And while it was tough at the time, I think the advice was pretty much, man, you got to persevere. You got to fight through it and do what you do, and let the audience do what they do, but don't feed into it. And that was just an old school mentality of fight through it. But yeah, they were puking him up at that point.
So let's talk about the match itself. What'd you think of Rocky Maivia, the white meat babyface, with his ramen noodle haircut here, his pineapple willy haircut here, taking on the Sultan?
This was the Chia Pet look.
There you go.
This time.
Rocky.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the match? It goes longer than it probably should have.
Actually, I didn't think the match was terrible. It got terrible with the interference from Shiki Poo and Backlund, but it wasn't terrible. Again, you see shades of the Rock that we know and love today, and goddamn, man, Rikishi could go. And back then he was a little bit lighter, and he could go. Their shit was solid, but I felt that there were probably too many false finishes in there and not good false finishes. But I didn't think the match itself was bad until we got to the finish with all the interference and gaga.
They put this feud together in like 17 days or so, start to finish. So kind of in a hurry. And then the match itself, to me, was not awesome. And I'm curious, why it's put together this way. I wondered if this is Rock's first WrestleMania and you're wanting to get him over as the white meat babyface, do you just put him with the quote unquote foreigner heel because it's easy to see who to boo and who the heel is? And do you do this because, they're related and they're going to be comfortable with each other? What's the thought in pairing them up? It just seems like it's kind of thrown together.
Well, the idea simply was that you do the white meat babyface against a heel that the audience isn't going to cheer. With Triple H, you got Triple H out there with China, younger, good-looking guy with a cool, bodyguard chick that looks kind of cool. They did shit on him with the title. So get him away from that where they have something else to choose and go with the stereotypical, easy to do, white meat baby faces versus the traditional foreigner heel.
So leading up to this, he's congratulated at an episode of Raw by his dad, Rocky Johnson, and they're trying to put over that he's the first third-generation star, of course, his grandfather being the High Chief Peter Maivia. Talking about the match itself, Meltzer wrote, "No question Maivia has both the look and the athletic ability to someday be what they want him to be, but a lot of folks resent him getting pushed to this degree because he's not there yet. The post-match angles was one of those things that looked better on paper than it turned out to be." And the post-match angle was where The Rock gets the win, and then right after, of course, Sheik's in there, Backlund's in there, they bring the flag in, they get Rocky down, and Sheik puts The Rock in the camel clutch. What might that sound like?
For to be your Rocky Baba, fuck you an ass and humble you. Fuck your dad too, Baba.
Why invite Tony Atlas here if you're not going to involve him? Tony Atlas is sitting front row.
God damn, I'm laughing my ass off watching that, thinking, oh my God, we're burying Tony Atlas right now.
He looks so bad because you show him on camera
right before,
and now you've got your your tag team partner's son getting beat up 3-1, and then his tag team partner comes in and he's still just sitting in the crowd, jacked than a motherfucker, doing nothing.
Goddamn, pal, that was Saba Simba. I don't understand. He didn't understand what was happening in front of him. It was foreign to him being out of the jungles. Now, I'm very disappointed in you, actually.
Why?
Because you didn't mention what I guarantee you missed in the entrance of this match. The Slammy Awards the night before, and The Rock with his, quote, girlfriend, Cindy Margolis, at the Slammy Awards. And Cindy Margolis, for those of you who don't know, was a supermodel. She wasn't a supermodel, but she was a pinup model who had eclipsed Sonny as the most downloaded celebrity at that time. And we had Cindy for WrestleMania, so we put her with Rock as Rock's girlfriend for that weekend. And they mentioned it as he was coming to the ring. But Cornette, oh my God, the promos Cornette cut on that. God damn, you put him with a good-looking girl. He's a fucking heel. You're going to boo the shit out of him. They hate him now. They're going to hate him with a hot bitch, too. God damn it. You're killing him. So, yeah, that was interesting because the idea behind Cindy Margolis was to bring Cindy in and actually use her as Rock's girlfriend and then do something with Sonny and do the most downloaded celebrity bullshit. But that lasted one night.
She did apparently a weird series of photos because I just Google imaged her and I ran across several pictures of her with various items in her mouth. And don't get excited, but it's like, here's her with a banana in her mouth. Here's her with a chocolate banana in her mouth. Here's her with a pickle in her mouth. I mean, it's like, what happened? What are we doing?
What the hell are you looking at? I just oh my God.
I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck happened over here? What are you doing? What are you doing for money over there?
Yeah. The sex pictures are her. I don't know if that's her with the banana. Yeah, it is. That's wow.
Hey, let me just
the
say,
banana. She's got a lollipop in one.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, wait a minute. What are you did like a theme of how many things can I put in my mouth?
What the hell?
Sounds a lot like somebody else who was there that night. Let me just say for 51, Cindy Margolis is still pretty damn good looking. Roll Tide.
And she was nice as could be too.
If I was going to make a comment about The Rock with his quote-unquote girlfriend at the Slammies the night before, it wouldn't have been that. But we'll circle back to that another time. Captain Lou is sitting front row next to Tony Atlas. You have to have a good fucking Captain Lou story here. At some point in the commentary, you even hear Jim Ross make some sort of comment that it must be cocktail hour, Captain Lou's here, or something like that.
Yeah, Captain Lou was there. It was better having him out there sitting there. And I believe he and Tony Atlas were the only two that were out. Lou was out there the entire night because I refused to have him backstage. So, yeah, we stuck. Arnie Skolin was out there just for the shot of him and Arnie Skolin. And then we put him and Tony Atlas out there for the entire night. But, yeah, Lou was lit.
What was Rocky Johnson like to deal with here? He has a really weird reputation online.
This time, Rocky, he was pretty easy to deal with. He wasn't a problem. At this point, man, he was happy to get a payday and happy to be on TV.
So he was always just good to deal with. You don't have anything interesting you can share with us about Rocky Johnson?
Well, from my vantage point, he was always good to deal with because I never had to deal with him when allegedly he was difficult to deal with. By the time that I ever had to deal with him, I dealt with him as, Rocky's dad, and it was always a plus to be able to put him on TV, and he was always happy to get that exposure. So I never dealt with him back in the day other than casually.
No craziness with him otherwise?
No, especially during this time, man. He was happy that his kid was getting a break, and he was, like I said, the old timers, man, especially, Rocky, he was happy to get a payday.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, there's lots of weirdness out there because of, some run-ins with the law he had or different stories that different promoters have and rumors about him being estranged or not. But if we don't have anything to share, then we don't have anything to share.
No, there were times he was estranged with Rocky, but that, to my knowledge, that was much later in his career, in Rocky's career.
Let's talk about Vince McMahon as an announcer, because this is the last WrestleMania that he is an announcer.
And then from there, oh my, what a maneuver.
I don't know why, but I always wondered why he talk like this. What was up with that? Like getting higher and like further away and 1, 2, he got it. No, he didn't.
Oh, no. 1, 2, he's got him. Oh, no. Yeah. We used to, yeah. We would do him to him in the car.
Did he laugh?
Did he laugh?
Yeah. Is he cool with that or no?
Oh yeah. No, he laughed his ass off because we would just bust his balls with oh my, what he would ask us questions. Oh, what a maneuver. I said, I dare you to call just one fucking move. Just one. God damn, pal. The audience doesn't know the name of the holds.
It's true. Hunter Hearst Helmsley does a promo backstage with Chyna, and then they're out to face Goldust and Marlena. And the kind of the backstory here, you may remember, they faced each other at the Royal Rumble when the Intercontinental title was on the line. Back then, Hunter was seconded by Curtis Hughes. But at the next pay-per-view, In Your House Final Four in Chattanooga, that is where Chyna would debut as a woman in the crowd who would just violently assault Marlena over the guardrail and then be escorted out. As we fast forward, we start to see her being paired with Hunter. And we continue this feud through February, including a Raw in Nashville on February 17th, the day after In Your House. This feud just continues to go on and on. So the match here starts off kind of hot, but then I thought it lost a little bit, but it was better than the Rumble match, I thought. Meltzer wrote, these guys are both better than average workers, but for some reason, considering how hard each is pushed, they just have no chemistry in the ring with each other. As Goldust went for the curtain call, he saw Chyna after Marlena and pulled her to the apron. Helmsley came from behind with a knee dive to Goldust, who crashed into Marlena, and then Marlena flew into Chyna's arms. Chyna was throwing Marlena around in a bear hug while Helmsley hit the pedigree for the pin. 2 1/4 stars. What did you think of the match? And in hindsight, would you have preferred something different for either of these guys here?
Actually, I thought they had a damn good match. I enjoyed the hell out of it, and it made me think back to, motherfucker, Goldust
was a hell of a worker, is a hell of a worker, is underrated.
Jesus. Yes.
I don't know why people sleep on him. We've had him on the poll a couple of times, but I think Goldust is maybe one of the most underrated performers of all time. Just his ring work is awesome. His character is great. Why does he should have been he should have had a run.
I'm watching this match thinking, good God, he's amazing. You know, and both of them are great workers, but to me, Goldust, man, got that MVP card on this one. He was great in this match. His stuff is crisp, even with the paint and everything. I 2.5 stars. I thought it was great. I really enjoyed this match. It's one of the ones. It's one I had starred and I wrote down. Great match. Goldust underrated.
No, I liked it a lot better than the Rumble match, but for whatever reason, I just never really liked Hunter and Dustin. I felt like they've had better matches with other people. I kind of agree with Meltzer here, and I felt that way before I read this recap.
You know, the funny thing to me was every time that they would talk about how concerned Marlena was, and they would take the shot of her in the corner sucking on the cigar, and she never had a change of expression on her face the entire time.
Had a lot of makeup on. Let's talk about the finish here, because I think what everybody remembers most of all from this is what?
Chyna ragdolling Marlena.
God damn, that looked fucking great, did it not?
Yeah, but that's on Marlena too, though. Man, the way she like flopped her arms and brought her legs up, that was tremendous.
And let me just freestyle, I guess, here. Everybody's cool with everybody here. We got lots of questions about, was there any heat over this? But this just looked phenomenal, but I can't imagine that people were super fired up. Do I have that right?
Oh, yeah, no. Everybody's fine with it. Who would be fired up?
No, I don't know. I'm just giving you a heads up because I know there's some people on Twitter who were asking, hey, did Chyna really not like them? And she really ragged all the shit out of her. And I'm like, well, no, that's kind of what she was supposed to do. And it looked awesome. Let's veer off into super personal territory here. Was Chyna already hooking up with Triple H by this point?
I don't think so. It was still pretty new in the relationship.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know when the hell they started hooking up, but I remember when everybody kind of went, "Uh-oh, he's worked himself into a shoot."
When was that?
They were still pretty new here. This was like a couple months in, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is 1 month in. They started it
1 month. Then they weren't. No, they weren't hooking up. No, I don't think so.
You just said
I could be wrong.
You just said, I remember when people said, "Uh-oh, he worked himself into a shoot." When was that?
That was a while later, man. That was a while later. I want to say that was after. God, that was a while.
Did they try?
It wasn't soon. That's for damn sure.
Did they try to keep it a secret at first?
I don't know if they did or not, but because we noticed it at TV, and I want to say that the first time that it was ever brought up in my presence was, I believe, Vince had called Hunter at home and Joni answered the phone. So he was like, okay. And they trained together anyway, and they lived in the same vicinity anyway. But that's when he said, hey, he might have worked himself into a shoot. But it was a little while. It wasn't this soon, I don't think at all.
All right. Next up.
But I couldn't tell you the time frame.
Thanks a lot, Tony. Next up, we've got Mankind and Vader out with Paul Bearer. And they're going to take on Owen Hart and the British Bulldog. Man, how fucking great was Owen Hart right here? I forgot how much I loved the 2-time Slammy Award winning Owen Hart. Just over the moon awesome to me. And of course, the British Bulldog has 2 belts here, the European title and the tag team title. How great was this pairing of Owen and Bulldog?
Some of the best times ever. And Owen took the funny thing is Owen took what some guys would have taken as a burden, having to carry around 2 Slammies, and made it mean more than any championship belt you could ever want. The 2-time Slammy Award winning Owen Hart. And he was just magnificent. His timing was impeccable. The interview that they did in the Iowa where Jim Ross stopped them before the match and did the interview, and Owen had made a comment about how he was the leader of the team. And then JR asking both of them, and the way that Owen would defer the heat and then come right back around with the comment, "I'm the leader" at the end of it. He was just magnificent. He was so good, and I think this was some of his best work.
Something I found interesting is I don't remember you guys ever doing this, and I'm sure somebody's going to tweet me and say, "No, they did it here," but I don't remember while a tandem, a tag team, or for that matter, a singles performer is making their entrance and walking to the ring, that a commentator stops them in the middle of the aisle for an interview on camera.
I can't remember one either, but like I said, like you just said, someone will probably correct us.
Well, so whose idea was that? Because it seems out of character at the time, is what I'm getting at.
It was just a way to do something different and to get that story told without having to do a long promo in the back, and to get them out in front of the people, keep it moving. That's all.
Let's talk about Vader and Mankind, because we were talking about how great the Owen Bulldog stuff had been, but this kind of seems like consolation prize for Vader and Mankind. Vader had been main evented the SummerSlam show and was probably definitely supposed to main event Survivor Series and Royal Rumble. As we know, that didn't happen. The December pay-per-view was even named It's Time after Vader. He's not even on the fucking show. But he is one of the final 4. He does wrestle The Undertaker at the Royal Rumble, and he's one of the final 4 in the Royal Rumble, and then headlines the pay-per-view the month before, bleeds like a stuck pig, makes the cover of the Raw magazine, and now he's paired with Mankind, seemingly kind of just fucking thrown together here to challenge for the tag titles. How does that come about?
Well, I disagree with most of that, as you could probably guess, but the idea was Mankind was brand new, and by the way,
Mankind had been here a year at this point.
Well, no, it was still relatively new, and the reason I say that is because he was still shaving his head all messed up on one side.
He debuted in March of 96. It's March of 97. So tell me how.
Yeah, so he was still new.
Okay. I said a year, and you said no, he was new. Well, that's a year.
That's new. But again, they were both. I thought they were both top guys, and it was all four. Every single guy in that match was a top guy. So it was, to me, a top match that I don't think it was a step down for anybody in there.
Let me ask you.
I do feel that if there was anybody lost in that match, unfortunately, it was Leon, because guys were zooming all around him, and there's a few spots in there where you can see Owen trying to get Leon to catch up, and Owen literally running around him, yelling spots at him, and Leon looking a little confused. But
the bloom was off the rose here for
it was,
yeah.
But at the same time, this was an attempt to kind of get him in the mix, keep him with Paul Bearer and keep him with Mankind, and obviously Mankind was off to the races as well. But I don't think to me, it was all four top guys. And this is another one. I just, obviously I'm a big fan of Owen, but the announcers set the stage on this match so well, talking about, you got to isolate Owen Hart, keep Bulldog out of this match. And Jim knew the story of the match and told that story throughout that match and how they kept Owen in the ring and isolated Bulldog. And I just thought it was masterfully done. I thought the match was great, and all four guys busted their ass. Some of the bumps Mankind took, fuck. It was insane.
I want to talk about that, too, because a couple of weeks prior to this, it comes out, Mankind had an MRI done this past week on his bad back. We've heard two reports, one that he had a herniated disc in his back, and it's rather serious. The other, from WWF, is that it was a sciatic nerve problem. He doesn't need surgery and had 2 weeks off between Mania and the South African tour, and they're hopeful the rest will ease the problem. But if not, he'll probably take time off after the South Africa tour. Do you remember this injury?
I don't, but there was always an injury with Mankind, and it would always blow my mind that he would still go out there and take the crazy bumps. That's Mick Foley. He can't help himself. And I know Vince would, I don't want to say chew his ass, but yeah, he would chew his ass a lot of times after some of those crazy bumps and just tell Mick, you don't need to do that. Stop doing it. But that's Mick Foley, and that's the kind of performer he is, and he's just going to continue to do it.
Meltzer wrote in February that the original plan was Owen Hart and Davey Boy versus Furnace and LaFawn with a tag title switch that happens on every WrestleMania. So he says that the original idea was that Furnace and LaFawn leave WrestleMania as tag champs. Was that match ever discussed? Is that all bullshit? What do you remember?
That match might have been discussed at some point, but then Furnace and LaFawn got here and the bell rang.
God damn.
What?
You're just burying motherfuckers today, boy. Woo.
Look, no, you know what? I like Doug a lot. They just were... Phil, I didn't get it. I just didn't get it with Phil. Nice guy, but I just didn't see it in the ring.
So let's see. Meltzer gives this star rating 2.5. What would you say?
I thought it was a good match. I don't know how many stars I would give it. I thought it was a good match. I thought it told a good story.
It's a count out. Anything in particular stand out to you besides Owen running circles, calling spots, and Mankind's crazy bumps?
No, I loved it. I loved watching the story of the match and the way that they isolated Owen and the way they told the story of a match with the heels doing their job. Well, they were both heels, but it was still a good story, and I loved it.
Right before this match, we go backstage and we see a famous now internet gif of Shawn Michaels sitting at a table in front of an AOL banner typing on a laptop. And it's pretty popular and pretty funny to look at. Is true or false? This is what it looks like when you use your laptop in 2017.
True. With the exception of the ponytail.
Hashtag when old people tweet. Next up, we've got, in my worldview, the main event. Bret Hart and Stone Cold Steve Austin. This was built up for a long time. They had a match over the summer. Overseas that was released on Coliseum Video. Then, of course, Bret is gone. Stone Cold starts calling him out. Bret returns, accepts the challenge, in October, and they face each other at the Garden at Survivor Series. But we're not done yet. They continue their feud. Stone Cold is the winner of the Royal Rumble after screwing Bret Hart at the Rumble match itself. They face each other in the Final Four. That doesn't go as everybody hopes. The go-home show for Raw, they screw Bret again. So this slow, subtle turn starts to happen. And there's lots of great promos building this up from Stone Cold's side, where he says something along the lines of, if Bret had been screwed as many times as he says, he would have struck oil by now. I ain't bringing a condom to the ring, but I'm bringing a hell of a can of whoop ass. All these little catchphrases, he really starts to get on and get over the bottom line, et cetera, et cetera. And I believe this is Stone Cold's coming out party, you know, from a WrestleMania standpoint. I think the seeds, you know, he was legitimized at Survivor Series. He became a superstar at the Royal Rumble, but he became the guy, at least in my view, here at WrestleMania. Would you agree with that?
Wholeheartedly.
The entrance is fucking awesome. If you have not seen this match, when we're done with this podcast today and you're finished, you need to go watch it today. It's one of the best matches in the history of professional wrestling. That's not just my opinion. That's a motherfucking fact. Kurt Hawkins would agree. So go check it out. WrestleMania XIII. It's an I Quit match. Let's talk about why it's I Quit. It seems kind of cornball that it's a submission match. It's an I Quit match. And you've got Ken Shamrock here. They interview him, you know, beforehand. Pettingill does in the back. And he says, well, I'm here because I understand submissions. And they show a clip from Raw where he is taking down Rockabilly Billy Gunn and kind of embarrassing him on Raw with a couple of different spots. And he keeps saying, I wasn't trying to hurt him. I was just trying to show him who I am. And he's in the back with his necklace and his jumpsuit looking like he's an extra from The Sopranos. And then he comes out in a painted on referee shirt. What's the thinking in making Ken Shamrock the referee?
Just to introduce Ken in a different way and put him in a top match and get Ken right into the top picture and put him in there with stars to introduce him. So it was just a different way to get him out there.
When did you start drug testing Ken Shamrock? The week after? This motherfucker looks like Hulk Hogan circa 1987 right here in his referee shirt. Am I wrong?
Kenny still looks like that.
Well, Bellator doesn't drug test. Let's get to the match itself. Stone Cold has said that this match was kind of difficult for him because he didn't really even have a fucking submission move. And so he's in the I Quit match with no submission moves. And that's kind of evidenced by the match. It starts off as a brawl. Stone Cold comes out first. The glass breaks with the Austin 316. Out next is Bret. And the announcers are really laying it on heavy here about, Bret and his recent reactions and the way he's been handling himself. And they're just really laying it on thick. And I think they do a great job in trying to tease this turn before it becomes very apparent. And you certainly see more of it unfold during the course of the match. Stone Cold starts off with a brawl right away. They're in the ring just for a few seconds, and then they're outside the ring, up and over the rail in front of Atlas and Albano, up the stairs, fighting through the crowd, just all over everywhere. What'd you think of the match?
Loved it. Loved every bit of it. The way Steve started it with a double leg and the way that they rolled around on the mat to start it, it was a fight. In addition to that, the way that the announcers told the story of that Austin didn't have a submission maneuver, but that he was going to beat the hell out of Bret until he quit. So it did tell the story of Bret is a submission guy, and he does know a lot of submissions. Steve doesn't, but he'll beat the hell out of him so much that Bret will want to quit. So the setup I thought was great, and these guys told a beautiful story in the match.
Let's talk about one of the more famous segments. I guess before we do that, we should talk about the fact that I think Bret did one of his better jobs here of isolating a body part and working on a body part. It becomes very realistic. I mean, the way he works on the leg and the way Austin sells everything. A lot of people kind of sleep on Austin as an in-ring performer. This is maybe the height of his career here as far as in-ring stuff. The dude is just a phenomenal next-level in-ring performer, and people just really focus on the character and the promos, and don't get me wrong, that's all awesome too. But his selling here and his work here is just fucking awesome, and I think a lot of people kind of forget that he's capable of this. But the way Bret worked on the leg, man, it just told the story, and Austin helped a great deal with that, of course. But at some point, they go to the outside. You see Bret start to prepare himself. Austin starts to Irish whip Hitman into the rail, and Bret reverses it. So Bret goes over, zips Austin. He admits he hadn't bled a lot in his career at that time. He asked Bret to do it for him. He does it. And the blood really adds to the match. And this one maybe more so than most, because the story here is Austin just won't quit. He has the will to win and to not quit, and he'll pass out before he'll quit. He's just not going to quit. And at one point, he breaks the sharpshooter, or so it seems. They put over that nobody's ever done that, but Bret doesn't release the hold. Earlier in the match, we saw the figure 4 around the ring post, which was very innovative at the time, something that Bret Hart doesn't get enough credit for because people still use it today. And his knee is giving out. He's already wearing a brace, and now he's pouring blood out. Just an iconic photo of himself as he's pushing out of the sharpshooter, and blood's coming down his face and through his mouth and his teeth. And then he doesn't respond to Ken Shamrock when he's asking, if you don't tell me no, I'm going to stop the fight. He doesn't respond. Ken rings the bell. Bret's a little reluctant to break the hold. A few seconds later, Bret starts attacking the unconscious Austin again, kicking him in the leg. And eventually, Shamrock has to belly-to-back suplex him off. And the double turn is complete. So Austin eventually comes to. A referee tries to console him or help him. He gives the referee a stunner. He leaves to Austin chants. Meanwhile, Bret is walking down the aisle, flipping off fans, saying fuck you to them. So we have a complete double turn with a crybaby Bret Hart and a badass heel who is too cool for school, who's now a badass babyface, and Steve Austin. Is this the best double turn ever?
I think so. Yeah, without a doubt. The story told by these guys, the match laid out, with Bret. Bret's a master of painting a picture in the ring. And as you said, the picture that he painted was he was going to isolate that leg and isolate that knee and hurt Steve. And Steve's selling was off the Chizard. It's incredible. But the story that they told, and they got everybody over. But there was one key thing, and I mentioned this when we first started this podcast about Chris Jericho and what made Chris Jericho such a great heel were the nuances. If you go back and you watch this at the very end, when after Shamrock pulls Bret off and Bret starts to come into Shamrock, Bret just suddenly takes that one step back.
Yep.
Away from, showing that respect to Shamrock. And right there, everything that you had done up until that point, that made your heel because he backed up.
Yep.
He was a chicken shit for that second. And if you weren't sure up until that point, that was the one little subtlety that Bret did that took you over the edge. You go, no, Bret, come on, not my Bret. And he took you the rest of the way. And that, to me, is just the art of the business that I love so much.
The Observer wrote, an incredible brawl from bell to bell with psychology and timing, the likes of which you'll only see when the best go against each other. He also says, this is one we'll remember for a long time, and gives it 5 stars. I can't.
Would have been 6 stars if it was in the Tokyo Dome.
I love you for that. I love this match. I think it's one of the best matches ever. Certainly at the top of my list. I can't recommend it enough. You need to go out of your way to watch this. If you've never seen it, if you've seen it 1,000 times, go fucking watch it again. It'll remind you why you're a fan. Next up, we've got the Legion of Doom, Road Warrior Hawk and Road Warrior Animal taking on, they're with Ahmed Johnson. He's there too. Taking on the Nation of Domination, Farouk, Crush, and Savio Vega. They are seconded by Wolfie D, JCI, Steelo Brown, Clarence Mason, and a host of others. So let's kind of set the stage here. As we remember from the Royal Rumble 97, Ahmed Johnson had already been feuding with Farouk. There was a famous bit in that match where there was a 2x4 that was involved. We'll see that 2x4 a little later in this match as well. But the Legion of Doom returned to the company in February of 97, coming back on Raw to beat the Headbangers at the Manhattan Center in New York City. Kind of catch me up, Bruce. How did this deal come together to bring the LOD back in?
God damn it, we're going to be in Chicago. Let's bring the LOD in. That was the conversation. I think I reached out to Joe first and got him on the phone with Vince, and we came up with a quick deal. At first, I don't know that Vince was really interested in bringing them in for a long-term deal, but he had a vision of Chicago and thought Legion of Doom in Chicago in a Chicago Street Fight at WrestleMania would be cool, and kind of see where their heads were and whether or not he wanted to do something beyond that.
Well, when you made this call, were you head of talent relations here, or why did you make the call?
I believe I was, yeah.
Prior to the match, we see Farouk and everybody else from the Nation in the back being interviewed, and he makes it a point to have Pettengill say, "You're bringing everything but the kitchen sink, right?" And Farouk says, "Who said I'm not bringing the kitchen sink?" And then, of course, on the way to the ring, we see Vince McMahon or Jim Ross say, "Man, they've got all the weapons but the kitchen sink." And then, of course, Vince McMahon references the kitchen sink. And sure enough, when the Road Warriors come out, they have
the kitchen sink. Oh, my. Look at that, JR. They've got the kitchen sink right there.
Help me understand.
Yes, sir.
Why is everybody told to talk about the fucking kitchen sink?
Because they're bringing everything but the kitchen sink. But then they bring the kitchen sink. Foul.
This is not a great match, but this is super fucking fun to watch. It's so clusterfuck great. But I've always wondered, we haven't talked about the Nation of Domination much on this show. Was there any pushback from the Black Panthers or any other sort of activist groups about the way they're presented here?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not that I think there were people that obviously drew that correlation, but I don't really remember. Obviously, you think, really, Bruce? Well, yeah, actually, there were some that kind of drew that correlation there a little bit, folks. But no, not that I can really remember. There were people that felt it was racist and all that other good shit that goes along with it. But when you've got an attorney like Clarence Mason, then you kind of have all those bases covered.
Okay, so one of the other things I've wanted to know about this for a while is there's lots of rumor and innuendo out there that the Legion of Doom, Hawk and Animal, were not necessarily tickled about putting Ahmed on the shoulder spikes, and supposedly he didn't want to give them back. Do you remember hearing anything about this?
I heard about that. Yeah, I don't know if he didn't want to give them back. I think he just took them. And I want to say that Joe had them made for him so that he could come out with the shoulder spikes and they could all come out, looking like the Legion of Doom in Chicago with the spikes and everything. But the rumor was that Ahmed took them home and just didn't bring them back. So I don't know if that's true or not. My old age, I think the booking committee knows.
Let me just throw this out there. Fuck you for that, by the way. If you're listening and you have a pair of Road Warrior shoulder pads you're looking to dump, hit me up on Twitter. Hey, it's Conrad. Especially you, Mr. Ahmed Johnson, Tony Norris, if you're listening. So
Hell, Joe will probably make you some.
Right?
Send it to you.
Colt Cabana is in the crowd here. Did you find him?
I must miss that.
So when they're fighting down the aisle, Colt Cabana is in the crowd wearing an ECF&W shirt. And he's talked about it a little bit in the past. Do you remember ever hearing that he was here at this show in the same way that Edge was at WrestleMania XI?
Absolutely not.
Huh. Scale of 1 to 10. How fucking bad was Ahmed Johnson?
Ahmed was at about a solid 3.5. But he looked good.
He did look good. What would you call the pads he wore around his thighs? What did you call them?
Thigh pads?
No. No.
No, what would I call them?
I don't know, motherfucker. This is the part where you're entertaining.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Great googly moogly. No?
Okay, Courtney.
What the hell? No, I don't know. Man, and not only that, but he also wore the elbow pads up around his damn triceps.
How would Jim Cornette describe that to somebody?
God damn, I don't get it. He fucking had knee pads, but there were goddamn thigh pads up around his goddamn dick. But then he fucking took the goddamn elbow pads that should have been fucking knee pads, put them on his goddamn arms. But his fucking tricep was on the side of his goddamn arm. I don't know what the fuck. Motherfucker. Double meat, double cheese, extra onion, double mayo, motherfucker. You know, I'm sorry, sidebar. I've been on the phone a lot with Corny this week, discussing our friend Jim Ross, and in the middle of one of our calls, it was highly emotional, and just to kind of break it for a minute, we weren't really saying much, and I just all of a sudden went into, God damn motherfucker, give me a double cheeseburger, extra onion, extra mayonnaise, motherfucker.
Foul mouth Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, and we were good, everything got back on track at that point. And he's like, well, I gotta go now, motherfucker. I got people coming into town. I gotta drive to Orlando. I ain't gonna get on a goddamn death tube. Fuck that shit.
So at one point in the match, Hawk swings a 2x4 and it bounces off the ropes and goes flying. And you hear Vince's butthole pucker live on the air, and he says, "Nice catch, Hawk." How panicked do you think Vince was when that fucking 2x4 just goes flying?
Dude, his butthole wasn't nearly as panicked as when Hawk grabbed the wrong goddamn fire extinguisher. Not just once, not just twice, but 3 fucking times until they found the correct fire extinguisher. And the only reason that they found the correct fire extinguisher is because we had to have stagehands crawl along the back of the ring and take the fire extinguishers that they were using that were there for pyro purposes. And so they had nothing else to grab except for the right one. But yeah, he grabbed the goddamn one with the chemicals in it, the powder chemicals in it that just is impossible to breathe, and was spraying people in the face and people at ringside with the damn thing. Now, for those of you that don't know, there are several different types of fire extinguishers. There's a fire extinguisher that has a dry chemical in it, which is what they used. And then there is also a CO2 fire extinguisher, which is what they were supposed to use, which basically shoots Freon. And it's cold when it hits you, but it doesn't really do any harm to your lungs or your eyes or anything like that. But yeah, 3 times they shot off the wrong fire extinguisher.
Yeah, it goes nuts off camera at one point, and then right in front of the announcers, and JR says something like, "Hell of a place to sit if you got asthma," and starts coughing.
Yeah.
Is Vince pressing the kind of the dump button and motherfucking you guys in the back when this is happening?
Oh, God, I don't remember because I was motherfucking everybody in the back and just going, how in the fuck did we have the wrong goddamn fire extinguishers down there? And that's when I found out that we have to have those kind of fire extinguishers under the ring for pyro purposes. But the guys just went to the wrong corner where the right fire extinguishers were.
After they sprayed it, they didn't notice a difference?
Thank you. Thank you. You would think they would notice the big puff of chemicals coming out and the instant need to draw a deep breath that wasn't coming, and you're choking and vomiting and eyes watering and everything else. Yeah. 3, not just once, not just twice, 3 times.
Does nobody think better of using a noose here?
Oh.
I mean, this does not age well. And we should mention it because we get asked about it all the time. One of the most famous noose angles of all time involved who?
Boss Man.
And your brother.
Taker.
Your brother.
That one in Continental? Yeah.
So just briefly tell everybody about that so they can go find it on their Google machines.
It was Dr. Tom Prichard and the Dirty White Boy Tony Anthony in Continental Championship Wrestling. And Dirty White Boy put a noose around my brother's neck and drug him to the ring by the rope and then hung him in the corner. And actually hung him to where he was losing consciousness and actually choking. And that aired in Alabama.
Montgomery and all that.
Yeah. So that's a famous one. Of course, we had the which came later, which came after this, was the hanging with Boss Man. But watching this event 20 years later in 2017 and seeing a noose around the neck of Ahmed Johnson.
Around a black man. Yeah.
Yes. And Farouk was just shocking. It was like, what in the hell were we thinking?
I mean, how does that happen? Because it's not like slavery was okay in 97, you know, burning crosses was cool in 96. Like, that was so far removed by then, but yet somehow it didn't seem like it was nearly as big of a deal as it does now. What do you think's the cause of that?
I think that guys went into business for themselves, and I think that someone probably convinced someone else that a black man putting a noose around another black man's okay. I just don't see it okay. I just don't see you using a hangman's noose okay, no matter what color anyone is.
But especially if you're a black man.
Especially, you know, yeah, 2 fat white guys talking about, you know, what's bad. That's bad, folks. That's bad. Okay?
2 fat white guys from the South are like, whoa, hold on.
Whoa. Yeah.
Too far, goddammit. Oh, gosh.
You got the fat white guy in Alabama and the fat white guy in Texas, and we're both going, no good. Nope. Abort. Danger, Will Robinson. Let's do something else. Yeah. Oh, my God. It was fucking horrible, man.
Let's talk about my favorite spot in the match. It's the pile driver from Road Warrior Animal on Farouk on top of the table.
You mean the kneel down and jump off the table? What the fuck was that?
Well, I feel bad for him because you know that. I mean, how many times has Animal given a pile driver? 1,000? I mean, just the worst possible fucking luck and timing and positioning, and the cameras just can't.
It's right there for it.
Yeah.
Hang on. Whatever you do, Kerwin, don't cut away like you do every time. You know what? If we wanted him to cut away to miss something, he would. Well, I don't know. I love Kerwin. I'm not going to bust
in this particular match, though. You got to admit, the fucking production is awful. You miss so much of what's going. And I know there's a lot going on, and it's a tough task. But holy shit, this seems like unusually bad. They were normally on top of it, but here, it's a miss.
Well, it was so many guys. That's why I say that I really believe that guys went into business for themselves a lot in this match and just were doing shit all over the place. And you talk about the pile driver on the table. The other big part of that was that wasn't even a regular table. Those were skinny tables.
Yeah.
So you throw a 300-pound guy like Animal up there. Now you shorten his stance.
Yep.
And you stick another guy's head in between his legs, and he's going to try and do a pile driver. It was disaster written all over it.
One of the things that stuck out to me in this was, and they missed it the first time, they had to show it on replay, but the bump from Farouk from the second rope to the floor where he just landed on his hip.
Oh,
I've never seen him take a bump like that before, and I hope nobody does again. That was unnecessary.
yeah, I know. And it hurt me watching it. Just looking at it again, I was like, oh my God. And he hits solid and just stays there. Doesn't move.
Towards the end of the match, seemingly everyone's kind of out of position, and PG hands Ahmed the 2x4. So he's their opponent, and of course they pretend like they're going to hit him with it, and he just takes it. But in execution, the way it's shot, it looks like, hey, Ahmed, here's the 2x4. And then they use this 2x4 and run it into Crush, and that's the pin.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Mercy killing.
And it's worth mentioning that the Observer notes the Road Warriors Chicago Street Fight was a better version of the same match WCW tried the previous week, similar to the Harlem Heat Public Enemy match the previous week, but better since it was kept shorter and with better psychology. 3.5 stars.
So he gives that one 3.5 stars and gives Hunter and Goldust 2.5. Please,
you got it.
Yeah, it was. You know, the other unsung heroes of the match were, first of all, PG-13 and their rap and introduction in the very beginning.
Yeah, and
I love.
Here's what I don't get about that. They did a fine job with the rap because. You wouldn't expect it to be good, but it was actually pretty decent for, wrestling standards and what they were trying to accomplish. But Vince McMahon and the commentators were talking all over it the whole time.
Oh, that shit would drive me nuts. And today, Vince would be yelling, lay out. But on top of that, the bumps that those guys took throughout the match to just, it distract and divert and bring people's attention elsewhere. And D'Lo Brown was another one who was bumping his ass off and putting people in position on the outside of the ring all throughout that match, getting his ass whooped. And then at the very end, PG-13 go up for the finish, and you got Animal holding up Jamie, and poor Wolfie is being held up by Ahmed. And Hawk comes off with the double clothesline for both of those guys to do the flip. Of course, Animal gives Jamie the nice boost, and Jamie takes the big over and under bump. And then there's poor Wolfie doing everything that he can to get over. And Ahmed doesn't give him any help. And Wolfie just comes crashing down on his shoulder, and I just was like, ouch, those poor kids. I felt sorry for them.
You got any good PG-13 stories? It feels like these guys would have been a good time. I can't imagine you don't have a Jamie Dundee story.
Oh my God. You know what? They were fine. I remember a meltdown somewhere in upstate New York where they got all upset, and Shawn Michaels of all people went out and calmed them down and got them to chill a little bit, but they were upset at something. But they were brought in. They were brought in as a favor. Lawler had suggested bringing them in. We were looking for a couple of guys to put in the nation. Let's try these guys out. It was never a long-term deal. It was just, let's bring them in and see how they do. But, yeah, they were, I enjoyed the fuck out of their stick, man. They were good. They were entertaining little bastards. And they're not little. Jamie's smaller than Wolfie. Wolfie's, good sized guy.
I found it interesting here that on this show, they ran a commercial, or I guess just a graphic and an announcement for Wrestlemania XIV for 1998, and that it's going to be in Boston at the Fleet Center. But then Vince immediately makes the announcement, tickets are not on sale. Please do not attempt to buy tickets. How fucking weird is that? I'm sure it stuck out to you too.
Yeah, because the trying to think where the hell it was. There was an issue. We would always announce at WrestleMania where we were going to be the next year. And there was an issue one year that people were calling for tickets a year in advance. And they just didn't feel that was good. So they felt, well, make sure that you say that tickets are not on sale. I have that written down too. It was just strange. Hey, we're going to be here, but folks, do not buy tickets yet because they're not on sale yet. And he learned his lesson there, learned to put those damn things on sale a year in advance.
Strange. They're also something that everybody has pointed, not everybody, a lot of people have wanted me to ask about. There's a sign in the crowd. Do you remember what sign I'm going to mention here?
Which one? Vince is God?
No, it's pretty creative. It's
Go ahead.
moving scissors, where one blade says Sid and one blade says Arn, and the scissors open and close.
How the hell did I miss that?
How did the WWF not take that?
Well, hell, I watched it again and I missed it too. So I don't know. Probably didn't see it.
Well, pretty fun sign. Next up, we see Shawn come out to the ring, and he makes a whole victory lap around the ring. And I got the impression that that was not exactly what the plan was, because when he passes McMahon, he says something like, "Not yet, right?" And then you kind of see Shawn power through the second half of his lap and then start to climb the steps. And he looks over his shoulder to make sure that Vince can't see him. He outstretches his coat. He looks down and flashes the click symbol. The next night on Nitro, Kevin Nash gets right up in the camera and does the click sign right into the camera and says, "Right back at you, HBK." Was there any sort of pushback about Shawn taking extra time, kind of hamming it up for the crowd when he was coming out, or his click sign to the camera, as far as you know?
No, and there were people the funny thing is, there were people that brought up the click sign. Oh, damn, he's doing that shit. And Vince's reaction to that was, well, it was their thing first here.
Yeah.
Reality was, it was Bret Hart's thing first there. But the other way of thinking about it was, okay, if it gets more people watching the shows, then great. But yeah, no, there was no big pushback there.
Let's talk about, before the match, I kind of forgot about this, that Bret comes down and starts talking smack to Shawn, Taker, and Sid, and gets a power bomb for his troubles from Sid. Isn't this a little unconventional for a WrestleMania main event? And you have it start with an angle like this?
Well, the whole WrestleMania was a little unconventional, and it was kind of happed together, and it was more of a launching pad WrestleMania than it was kind of a finality WrestleMania, if that makes sense. Where instead of things kind of coming to an end, we were using it to try and springboard things for the future, because so much of it was put together at the last minute. It was an attempt to continue to make Bret a heel. It was a way to give Sid an excuse, and it just was serving so many fucking masters. Hindsight being 2020, not real fond of the finish for the main event just because of the chair shot with Sid. But I understood, obviously why we had to do what we had to do. And we were serving an awful lot of masters at that time, trying to just get through the damn thing and move on for the summer.
Was this the Undertaker's year by default?
It was, I wouldn't say default, but well, maybe you would, because it was, when you're looking at it, Vince wanted a babyface. He wanted a stalwart. He wanted somebody in that role that he could trust, that he felt he could depend on no matter what, and Undertaker was that guy.
So by default.
No,
Well, here's what I mean. Like,
because there was really nobody else. We weren't ready for Austin. Yeah. I mean, it's sad to say that, but yeah.
But WrestleMania V was about Hulk Hogan. WrestleMania IV was about Macho Man. WrestleMania VI was about the Ultimate Warrior. You know, WrestleMania 13.
Yeah. Yep. It was last minute. Let's give them, what we can give them.
And it's kind of weird to me that at this point, Sid had main evented 2 WrestleManias. Undertaker never had. I mean, this is his first, but you know what I mean. How would you rate Sid's selling?
Selling in the ring?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Not great.
A lot of people are critical of Sid and say that, he wasn't any good. He was terrible. He didn't deserve to be there. He didn't respect the business. His work isn't any good. Yada, yada, yada. Where do you land on Sid?
I land on Sid as being a charismatic, promoing motherfucker that had a great body and a great look, and he drew money. You know what? People paid to see that big son of a bitch, and you believed him when he told you what he was going to do. His work was okay for a big man. And in the day of the big man, in the day of the Hulk Hogan era, where it was big man versus big man, and there wasn't that big of an emphasis on work. It wasn't that big of an emphasis on having that great match. It was about drawing people to the building and caring about the participants in the match. Sid was good for that. But he wasn't good for going out there and having what you would call your 5-star match. But he had that charisma, and people responded to him, and he could talk people into a building.
I was a fan of Sid. I enjoyed him here a great deal. At some point in the match, Bret comes back out and hits Sid with the chair like you talked about. And this happens twice. He hits him with the chair twice in the back, right in front of the referee, and it's not a DQ. Help me understand.
Well, they said that at the very beginning of the match, that the match was no holds barred, no DQ match.
But that wasn't ever marketed that way, right?
No, it wasn't. It was done that night, and it was a way to be able to do all the bullshit that they did. But they did announce it at the very beginning of the match.
The notes from Meltzer say they've done an incredible job this year destroying the credibility of the title with all the run-ins and screw jobs in every title match, which probably explains why the title means so little in TV ratings. 1.25 stars. He also writes, they sunk to WCW levels for a main event by putting Undertaker in with Cycle Sid, ending with the Undertaker capturing the WWF title for a second time, the 5th WWF title change already in 1997. So by the end of March, 5 title changes.
Yeah, not by design, but it was what it was.
Well, the match itself, I thought, was okay for what it was. I did think it went a little long. I thought Sid took the tombstone like a fucking champ, and they got a big pop for the Undertaker and his win. And even Sean on commentary says that not everybody who's held that title has deserved it, but this man deserves it. I'm curious, because people are fascinated by the Undertaker and his role as a locker room leader, and he just seems too cool for school, and he gargles Jack Daniels, and is the judge in the wrestler's court and the enforcer when things go sideways, yada, yada, yada. Does he give a shit that he's the world champion here?
I think he looked at it as an opportunity to be the leader and in front of the camera as well as behind the camera. He was looking at it as a challenge to be the guy and felt that Undertaker felt that he wanted that challenge of being the guy in front of the camera and being the champion and being the one everything was built around. So it was a way to kind of not be the gimmick guy, not be the attraction, but be the champ and be the guy. That's me reading into it, and that was a part of it. And I know from Vince's standpoint, it was let's do something with a guy that we know that we have, that we're not going to have to worry about them losing their smile or getting pissed off or anything else or doing something crazy.
It's worth mentioning that The Undertaker would hold the belt here 133 days before he lost it at SummerSlam 97 to Bret Hart. In that match, Shawn Michaels was the special guest referee. Along the way, he had matches against Mankind, Steve Austin, Farouk, and Vader. But here we are, WrestleMania 13. Something else that a lot of fans online want to know, and we get this question a lot, is about the super fans who are around a lot at the time, who have been nicknamed Vladimir and Howard Stern fan. Do you know anything about Howard Stern fan, Vladimir, or a guy that at the time fans who traveled referred to as the Eagle, but on Reddit he's known as Bowl Cut Kid, which is a heavy-set kid with a bowl cut, who every time the camera's in front of his face makes a face like he's screaming, ah! Any memory of any of these fans or anything you can share with us as to how they got fucking tickets to every event?
We used to ask the exact same question. Vladimir and those guys, Vlad was a built guy, had a good build, and then the Howard Stern guy is a guy that kind of looked a little bit like Charles Manson. Bowl cut, that's funny. I remember all three of those guys. But we we used to ask, how in the hell do they always get the best seats? I said, well, Vince, they obviously know somebody. But the extent of talking to them would be kind of around the ring and, hey, how are you guys doing? And they would just cheer and come up and tell us great show and we love you guys. They were everywhere. I want to know, if anybody knows this out there, I want to know what the hell these guys did for a living that they were able to make all these pay-per-views all across the country and get those seats and how the hell they got them. So that's a question for our universe, for our listeners to try and find that out for us.
Couple quick questions too. I want to kind of run through. Do you know why The Undertaker went back to gray here as opposed to purple, which he had been doing in recent years?
No, probably just to be different. Probably just go old school.
At this point, a lot of people may not remember the timeline here, but the curtain call happens in May of 96. That changes the way the King of the Ring is supposed to go. And instead of it being Hunter, it's Steve Austin. And now fast forward, here we are at WrestleMania a year later. At this point, do you think all the heat was off of Hunter for the curtain call, or was he still dealing with some of that?
No, he had paid his dues and had, done all of his punishments and got out of the doghouse.
The night before were the 1997 Slammy Awards, which I really enjoyed because as a Ute, that swimsuit competition was on time. And there is a Daily Motion video out there, if you'd like to throw that in your Google machine, Slammy 97 swimsuit competition. But the reason I want to mention this specifically is there's a line in here that Hunter uses when he's on stage that he says something like, Sonny's only good for one thing, and my best friend says she's not even that good at that. He's saying this with Tammy sitting right next to Chris Candido, who's still with the company at the time. Help me understand. Well,
I believe we were live, first of all, right? On USA or wherever the hell we were. We were live on USA. And that was them being the smart-ass guys and going out and going into business for themselves.
Any sort of punishment or just...
I didn't punish him. I didn't talk to him about it. I don't know if anybody did or not. I believe that was the Yeah, Chicago. We were like at a Marriott or something.
That's right.
Yeah, and that was the one where Undertaker and I sat back at gorilla position and drank the entire night.
It might actually, Candido may not have been signed at the time. He may have already been with ECW, but either way, do you remember who and how the new Blackjacks get broken up? Did the guys enjoy it, or did Vince not like it?
No, the guys enjoyed it. I just think that it was kind of time, and everything runs its course. It wasn't getting over for whatever reason, just because I think maybe people thought it was a nostalgia act, but just some things just don't hit. It didn't hit.
If you wouldn't have done Undertaker in the main event when you were kind of scrambling, trying to figure out what you could put together, who would it have been if not Undertaker?
Might have been Steve Austin a year early.
Wow. That brings a great question. You know, why wouldn't you just put Austin and Brett in the main event? It seems like that's what everybody wanted to see.
I think, well, I'll give you that answer. And the reason is that Vince at that time did see something in Austin and was really feeling something with Austin, but he wanted it to play out and he wanted that build. I'm not sure that he saw everything that he got until really that night with Tyson. I mean, we saw, man, that Austin build is one just unique motherfucking build that happened right underneath your nose, and there was no denying it. And then all of a sudden, it was pedal to the metal.
When do you remember Austin being like Vince saying, this is the guy? I'm not trying it anymore. I know this is the guy. Did he know after WrestleMania 13, or was there another show in particular?
He knew at 13. I dare say he probably knew at Survivor Series the year before. The stuff that Austin did, which I've talked about on this show before, behind the chain link fence and with the dogs barking, yeah. Hey, Brett, I got, and all that. That was where everybody all of a sudden turned their head and said, oh, shit, we got something here.
Do you know if the original plan before everything got changed with Shawn was Bulldog versus Austin?
I really don't know. I don't remember. It's again, and to explain that, when shit changes and you've got to go in and you've got to change everything, you have to erase what you had planned. You really have to force yourself to get that out of your head, because if you don't, you continually hit a wall saying, well, goddamn, we had this planned. You have to get to a place where you just forget it all. And you have to look at a blank piece of paper and say, we had nothing planned. This is our first day on the job. And you just have to move forward and forget what the hell you might have had planned. And it's a mindset, and it's something that if you can't do it, you're going to be doomed to just say, well, what if?
Was there ever a plan to involve ECW at any level on the pay-per-view? Because you guys had just started working with them and letting them on Raw and promote their pay-per-view and blah, blah, blah. You're in Chicago. You're starting to cuss a little bit. You're using Beautiful People by Marilyn Manson. You're using more weapons. Why not try to involve ECW a little bit here?
Well, I don't think Paul wanted to be involved. I can't answer that. I don't know. I just don't know that it was ever something that we considered. Any
sort of pushback you remember about Ahmed being in the noose, or any of the Uncle Tom stuff and Ahmed Farouk stuff y'all were doing at the time?
No, and I had forgotten all about that until I watched it, and it just, again, the horror of watching it. It was like, holy shit. Still today, I know it was 20 years ago, I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that the people in the match, or that anybody thought that was a good idea. Just dumbfounds me.
Let's address the rumor and innuendo, shall we?
Sure.
That Sid shit his pants.
You know, I don't check guys' pants when they come back through Gorilla. So I have no idea if he did or not.
God damn.
I saw that online, and there were several people that said, no, he did it at a house show weeks before that. I don't know. He's wearing black pants. How would I know if he shit his pants?
Hypothetically, if he shit his pants and there was a brown spot on his black trunks when he walks through the curtain back in Gorilla and Vince is sitting waiting for him, what's that sound like?
What's that smell? Something like that?
Something like that.
If it's volleyball season, no, not volleyball. I said volleyball. If it's softball season, who the hell knows?
Do you remember Austin being nervous about zipping himself?
Well, first of all, no one knew that anybody was zipping anybody.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? No one knew they were getting color.
Bruce, are you paying attention?
To what?
We just did a fucking 3-hour show about the goddamn thing. We talked about how great the match is. You didn't think it would have been useful to fucking throw that tidbit of information in when we're talking about the goddamn
Well, you
match?
had all the goddamn answers. You're talking about Steve in his book and all the other shit. But yeah, no, they did not have approval to get color in the match, and no one knew.
Are you fucking ribbing me?
No, I'm not ribbing you.
Help me.
Vince was livid, and Vince wasn't only livid the fact that they got color without permission. He was livid at the fact that they fucked up the mat for the rest of the show.
And they shot the shit out of it.
Yeah, they did. They even shot the pool of blood at the end of the night.
So
yeah, he was livid
if he's against it, why are they doing all that?
because they thought it would add to the match.
Who's they?
Brett and Steve.
Brett and Steve were holding cameras.
Oh no, why they shot it? I guess that they thought that it was all part of it. But no, Vince didn't know. I didn't know.
So what's Bret Hart's deal with blading without permission at WrestleMania? He did it at WrestleMania 8. Now he's doing it at WrestleMania 13.
He felt that the match needed it. That was just something that he did. And Vince was pissed off about it and talked to him about it. I don't know what else he did about it. But no, I didn't know. Vince didn't know. The agent didn't know. But Vince was pissed. Vince was pissed on a lot of different levels. Not knowing they were going to do it and fucking up the mat.
Because the match is so good, do they get a pass or are they fined? Do you remember?
Vince talked about finding him, but Vince handled it. Vince dealt with both guys, and he was not happy. He was pretty livid. I mean, he chewed all our asses out like we knew, and we're all looking at each other. Nobody knew. We thought, watching it live, that it was the hard way.
How did you think Sean did as a commentator in the main event?
I thought, I don't know. I thought they didn't need it. They put him out there to get star power and get Sean on the show.
Was there any sort of conversation with Mr. Perfect about coming back for WrestleMania 13 in the days leading up to it?
No. There was talk in that time frame about Kurt coming back, but not for WrestleMania 13, no.
When would he have been trying to come back?
At that time, it was just whether or not he could come back to the ring at all. And there was just discussions in general of whether or not he wanted to come back.
If you had to
There were just preliminary conversations about, hey, do you want to work? You want to get in the ring again?
What's the thinking in putting Honky Tonk Man on TV in such a big role in 1997? Doesn't this seem even more out of place in hindsight than it did at the time?
He's the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time. Honky Tonk Man was over, and Honky Tonk Man drew. And so he was a big star. So it was a way to just, again, add star power, little nostalgia to the show, and see the Honky Tonk Man.
You think he was really over in 1997?
Maybe not in 1997, but he was over at one time. It was a nostalgia deal. It was hey, let's get Honky Tonk Man out there.
Newspapers were over once upon a time, too.
Still in 1997, they were over.
Anything else you can think of that you'd like for us to cover or address for WrestleMania 13?
No, I think we covered it all, by God. I thought we got a lot more out of it than I thought we would.
Real quick, I've always kind of been curious about this because even when I put it on the poll, somebody tried to take me to task and said, okay, who doesn't know how to do Roman numerals for 13? But this was the first WrestleMania where there weren't Roman numerals. Why was that?
You know, the funny thing was this was one that Vince didn't want to do Roman numerals and wanted to stop the Roman numerals at 13.
And they were back the next year.
Like
even the graphic for WrestleMania 14 on WrestleMania 13 has it in Roman numerals.
Thank you very much. He was like, people don't know Roman numerals. Just do numbers. And then the very next logo is XIV. I'm like, goddamn, people. It would amaze me some of the mandates that would come down and never use this word again 2 weeks later. And then it was always the same shit.
Chat me up. Tell me about something else we missed in WrestleMania, since you were going to let me go the whole show and not tell me that they didn't get permission to blade.
No, I wasn't going to let you go the whole show. I wanted to give our listeners a reason to stay to the very end when they get those little tidbits, but by God, they don't expect.
Next week, right here, it's all things Hulkamania, brother. We'll see you next week at Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard.
Hey, I'm Bruce Prichard.
And I'm Conrad Thompson.
And this is Something Else to Wrestle With. Welcome to the very first ever Something Else to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard and, well, you're Conrad Thompson. You already know that.
Yeah, I guess we should sort of catch everybody up. Maybe you've been under a rock, but for the last 2 years or so, Bruce and I have been having fun on the ¡1 sports entertainment podcast. Who are we kidding? It's a wrestling podcast. It's not just any old podcast, Bruce. It's a two-time podcast of the year.
Wait a minute.
Sports Illustrated. Oh, do you have it? Yeah. Show it off.
There it is, folks. There it is. It's actually a real thing, and you can actually, see this and get up close and personal, because there actually is an Academy of Podcasters, and we won that. And of course,
hashtag humble brag. Right?
Yeah,
Come on.
well, you got to sometimes. And
so
I got a belt too.
I love you. Just can't wait to put your stuff over. Let's do a little bit of the show first before you do all your pats on the back here. Like
what the
Barry
hell?
Horowitz.
It's what we do.
It is what we do. And hopefully you've been keeping up with us online at somethingtowrestle.com. And today we're going to bring you something totally different. It's Brother Love and the Mortgage Guy. And I'm just a fan, by the way. I don't belong here, but I'm going to try to be the voice of you as we put the screws to Bruce Prichard today. Bruce, are you ready to tackle WrestleMania 14?
I don't necessarily understand putting the screws to me, but if you want to learn a little something and have a little fun, then stay tuned.
Well, here we go. Of course, WrestleMania 14 is a topic that I've wanted to cover for a long time because we've covered on our podcast the Royal Rumble from 1998 and No Way Out 1998. So we get the full backstory of Mike Tyson, but we're going to try to catch you up a little bit today. If you'd like a deep dive on those shows, just the first quarter of 1998, check it out in our archives at somethingtowrestle.com. But let's get to WrestleMania, man. Of course, that goes down on March 29th, 1998 in Boston, and it is the Attitude Era. We're only 4 short months since Bret screwed Bret, and now this is going to be the last we see of Shawn Michaels for quite some time. So we've got Stone Cold Steve Austin challenging for the world title, and he's taking on the leader of D-Generation X, Shawn Michaels. But the real story of WrestleMania 14, the attraction, as you like to say, Bruce, is Mike Tyson.
Right.
And I feel like we should sort of catch everybody up. Mike Tyson at the time, arguably the most sensational star in pop culture. He was fresh off of being suspended from boxing for biting Evander Holyfield's ear in the summer of 1997. And now he's looking for a way to pay some bills. And somehow you guys get an association with Mike Tyson. And the result is more mainstream press coverage than you guys ever had. And everybody was covering this, from USA Today, ESPN, and everybody in between. You'd been with the company 10 years at this point, Bruce. Was this the most press coverage you ever got for a WrestleMania that you recall?
This was definitely the most that I had ever been involved with. Now, prior to this, the biggest for me was WrestleMania XI with Lawrence Taylor. But that was mainly concentrated in the New York market, and you had everybody. Lawrence Taylor had just retired from football, and he was going to be in the ring at WrestleMania with Bam Bam Bigelow. So that was a lot of attention there. But now you had everybody in the media focused on what is Mike Tyson going to do next. So it was truly a frenzy.
So Mike Tyson has been sort of a lightning rod for controversy. Of course, he was knocked out after being the youngest world champion in history. He was knocked out by Buster Douglas, and that sort of threw some plans even with you guys back then off course a little bit, because Mike Tyson, allegedly, according to the rumor and innuendo, was supposed to do something for the company way back in the Saturday Night's Main Event era. Isn't that right, Bruce?
Well, Mike Tyson was scheduled, and he had actually been advertised, and we were ready to go in February of 1989 with a match between Hulk Hogan and the Macho Man Randy Savage. Freak out, freak out! But Tyson had a match in Tokyo, Japan against one Buster Douglas, and the outcome of that didn't go according to plan per se, because Tyson got his ass knocked out and was unable to appear. And it wasn't that he was unable to appear, he just didn't appear for us. And we then circled the wagons, and we got Buster Douglas to come in and save the day for us. So, yeah, it was not our first encounter with Mr. Tyson.
And it is worth mentioning, I guess, that Mike Tyson's not been without controversy, not just on the heels of biting the ear, but before that, he went to prison for a few years. So Mike Tyson is a guy who it feels like would be a natural heel. And when you guys first showed him on camera at the Royal Rumble 98, it was unanimous boos. Was there a concern that maybe you guys would have trouble getting the wrestling audience to be interested in Mike Tyson? Oh, there we go. We're getting started now. Because, of course, at the end of WrestleMania 14, you know, we're going to give a spoiler here, of course, for something that's 20-something years old. Mike Tyson becomes a bit of a babyface. Was there a concern based on his real-life troubles that you guys could sort of get the people behind him?
I think there was a bit of a concern, and I think there were some people that thought, man, especially the females, are the females going to get behind this guy, Mike Tyson? There was a little bit of concern, but I think that we knew what we wanted to do, and in the end, Mike Tyson would be heralded a babyface, and they would accept him and get to know him, and after that, kind of like him.
Was anybody in the office sort of hesitant about doing business with Mike Tyson, given his reputation and his troubles?
No, not really. I think that there were the normal people that would bring up concerns, like some people in promotions and marketing that might say, do we really want to associate ourselves with someone that is a convicted felon and put them in our showcase event? There's always going to be that, but, you know, this is coming from someone who has suggested one time doing something with O.J. Simpson. So you can always ask the question, what if? Okay? And as long as you stick what if in there, man, it's all fair game.
The silly O.J. Simpson story is available in the archives now at somethingtowrestle.com. It's make-believe. Let's talk a little bit about how the Tyson deal came to be. Is this something where Tyson is sort of looking for a payday and reaches out to you guys? Or who in the inner circle said, I got an idea?
Well, this was more Vince McMahon looking at attractions and looking at what will be the next big thing. Steve Austin was on the horizon. Steve Austin was going to be the guy. Vince was looking at a way to make Steve, get him more eyeballs on Stone Cold Steve Austin, and using who from the outside world can we utilize to get more eyeballs on our product. Mike Tyson, extremely controversial. We never really shied away from controversy. So to bring Mike Tyson in back in pay-per-view after he had been banned from boxing for the most part, now Mike returns to inside the ring on pay-per-view. That is intriguing.
One of the things that I can't wait to talk about, and I know you're going to shut me down because I've been trying for a long time now on the podcast. The rumor and innuendo that was in the Wrestling Observer from Dave Meltzer said that Tyson was going to receive around $3.5 million for his work with the WWE here. Whether or not that number is accurate, I don't guess really matters. How fired up were the boys in the locker room when they read in the Observer that Tyson was getting $3.5 million for this?
I think any time that the boys are hearing that someone is getting paid more than them, there's always going to be a bit of a ruckus, and there's always going to be the speculation of, oh, well, they're paying this guy, $3.5 million, and I'm sitting over here, I'm only making a couple $100,000. They don't take into consideration the investment that is being made, that this money isn't coming from their pay, it's not potentially going to them, it's not coming out of the same pool, that there's jealousy there, and there's people that are looking at it, hey, that could be mine. What if they paid me that? And what if, I was getting that money? I could draw it and make more money for him. But Mike Tyson was an instrument to get eyeballs on the product.
Well, one of the things I want to sort of take you to task here for is we're just a handful of months away from that September meeting in 1997 where Vince McMahon went to Bret Hart and said, I can't afford to honor your contract. And now fast forward to January and Mike Tyson's on TV and the rumor and innuendo is that he's getting $3.5 million. Did any of the Hart family have some sort of issue with this, or did anybody sort of say, hey, what about Bret?
Well, I'm sure Bret said, what about Bret? And I'm sure Bret probably had that going through his mind quite a bit. No one from the Hart family, as far as Owen or Davey, none of those guys came. I don't think Davey was with us at the time, but Owen certainly was. No one came back and said, hey, what about Bret? I think that the business was moving in a positive forward momentum. We had momentum, and this was an opportunity for, first time that we're looking at, we're going to overtake our number one competitor, which was WCW, and we're going to overtake them, and we're going to be able to now maybe get in front and hopefully never have to look back after that. Guys saw it as an opportunity, and I think that there were probably rumblings with different talent amongst themselves going, oh, they're paying this guy all this money. But the end result, when people started seeing the crowds increase, when people started seeing USA Today covering the WWE, then they saw the worth of it all.
Well, and that coverage really gets amped up when the news comes out right in the middle of this deal with you guys that Don King and Mike Tyson are finally going through a split. And for a long time, those two names had been synonymous. Of course, Don King was Mike Tyson's promoter. And according to the rumor and innuendo, the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, with that relationship is when Mike finds out from a WWE official that Don King had made a side deal with the company for $300,000 in order to use his likeness, maybe for action figures and things like that. Do you recall there being a $300,000 discrepancy between Mike, Don King, and the WWE at the time?
I don't know what the dollar amount was. I do remember the rumblings, and I definitely remember that there was talk that Don maybe had not been totally forthright in dealing with Mike Tyson and telling him everything that was going on in the negotiations with the WWE. So that created even more of a rift because Mike was already looking at Don and looking at his dealings with Don over the years and figuring out maybe he wasn't getting everything that was coming to him at the time. So it was just one more pancake on the stack to kind of say, hey, maybe I need to look elsewhere.
So talk to me about Don King. I've always been curious because he is probably the most famous boxing promoter of all time. There's a short list there, but Don King's got to be near the top of it. What was his relationship like with Vince McMahon? What did Vince McMahon think of Don King?
I think Vince liked Don King, but you also have to know who the hell you're dealing with. And Vince knew who he was dealing with when he was dealing with Don King. And you had to make sure that you covered your ass. Just take care of your business and make sure you weren't getting screwed.
Well, let's talk about that, because once this falling out happens, the rumor and innuendo, and I believe Stone Cold has even freestyled this on his podcast, is that maybe Vince McMahon had eyes on managing Mike Tyson, to the point that every time we see Mike Tyson on WWE TV, it feels like Shane McMahon is sort of attached to the hip with him. And it's not that far of a stretch to really think about, because we know that Vince McMahon is promoted at the XFL and bodybuilding and everything in between, even a boxing pay-per-view once. What was Vince's appetite? Was he interested in trying to be the manager and take care of Mike Tyson and his boxing side?
Absolutely. Vince was definitely interested in the Mike Tyson brand, and he was looking at possibly taking over the managerial reins of Mike Tyson and being able to promote Mike Tyson and help Mike get his license back to be able to box once again. So Vince was looking into the future. He wanted to get Mike and show Mike what the WWE could do for him, what Vince McMahon could do for him, what Shane could do for him, but what the monster, what the machine could do for Mike Tyson. And this was an opportunity, bring Mike into our world, show him, present him in a way that Mike had never been presented before, and be able to say, hey man, here you go. This is what we can do for you. And if we can do that for you in this arena, think what we can do for it in your arena, and put it in the boxing genre and be able to create more, just more for Mike Tyson.
Hypothetically, and this is something that I've always wanted to know, what was Shane McMahon doing at the time? Like, what was his role with the company, besides sort of being Mike Tyson's babysitter whenever Tyson was here? In real life, through the week, what was Shane's contribution like here in early 98?
Shane was doing a lot of things. You know, Shane was still young. He had just graduated from college, and Shane was working in the TV studio. Shane had been in the New York sales office and learning all aspects of the business. So this was an opportunity where Shane's starting to get into the creative side of things, but also his main focus was business. This was an opportunity for Shane to get to know Tyson, for Tyson to get to know Shane. Shane's young, had a lot of crazy, great ideas, and Vince felt that Shane would be the best one. Yeah, he was babysitting him, making sure that Mike got up on time and made all of his appearances. But at the same time, it was to put Mike at ease and to let Mike know that, hey, everything's cool here, man, and we're going to treat you right. And if you need anything, here's the guy, Shane McMahon, that's going to take care of you. So it was kind of a 1-2 punch in that regard.
So you mentioned that Shane had some sort of crazy out there ideas. Can you share one of those with us that maybe we don't know about because it didn't happen?
Of course I can, when you ask me on the spot like that. No, Shane always had out there ideas, and Shane was one of the big proponents when we did the WCW brand split of completely separating the brands, even so far as to, why don't we go get offices in Atlanta, Georgia? Why don't we go take over their offices and run it in a different part of the country away from being under Vince's thumb? And if Shane was going to be the one that was going to be in charge of WCW, then why not? Let's try it. But Vince thought that was crazy, but they were just out there and they were different.
One of the ideas we've heard about as wrestling fans is that Shane was sort of pushing to either purchase Strikeforce or UFC or have the family get into the MMA business. Can you confirm as to whether or not that's true?
Yeah, that's definitely true. He was always looking. Vince looked at, the WWE as an entertainment company and always looking for something else to be able to expand and grow.
Let's talk about Mike Tyson again, because there's rumor and innuendo, and as the legend goes, had he not bitten Evander Holyfield in June of 1997, Las Vegas was going to host Monday Night Nitro the following Monday. That's the legend, and Mike Tyson was supposedly going to stop by and hang out with some of his wrestling friends. Had that happened, and I guess more importantly, had he not bitten Evander Holyfield's ear, none of this probably would have happened, right? I mean, you need that sequence of events to happen to get to here, right?
Well, yes, you did, because for Mike to be banished from the boxing world definitely helped our case and definitely put Mike in a position where he couldn't go to his traditional means of income, which was the boxing world and the boxing ring. So now Mike has got to look for something else, and it's an opportunity for Mike to still be in the grappling business and in the ring, if you will, and to capitalize on his name. But to the WCW rumor, 100% false. That was never going to happen, and that was never in the works.
Let me ask about Tyson as a wrestling fan, because we've heard that Tyson grew up on wrestling, and he's even named Bruno Sammartino before. Did you have conversations with Tyson about his fandom?
Sure. Mike is one of those old school fans. Mike loved his old timers. When I say the old timers, the first time that Mike Tyson saw Gorilla Monsoon, he was like a little kid at Christmas time, because it was, oh my God, Gorilla Monsoon, I've watched you since I was a little kid. That's my terrible Mike Tyson impersonation.
That's not the best Mike Tyson
I know. You know, half-ass afraid to do a Mike Tyson impersonation, even though everybody does, because he'd kill you. But Mike was a big fan. Mike loved the wrestling business, and Mike grew up on the likes of Chief Jay Strongbow and Arnold Skolin. Bruno Sammartino was his favorite, and he just wanted to be around it. He loved it as a kid, and as an adult grew to love it, and the fact that he got to participate in it kind of made his world complete.
Well, and you guys were really on cloud nine when he finally steps in a ring and he goes nose to nose with Stone Cold Steve Austin. They have a pull apart on Raw, and it goes viral. Back before that was even a word, it was on every newspaper, every television station. It's what everybody was talking about, and it sort of led a lot of speculation that maybe we were going to see Mike Tyson actually face Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania. Was that ever even discussed, or did all the media sources just sort of jump to conclusions on their own there?
The media sources definitely jumped to conclusions on their own there. However, internally, yeah, it was discussed. There were a lot of what-if scenarios. If you were to have Mike Tyson in a wrestler versus boxer match, man, that's gold. That's platinum. And, you know, that's something that's everyone's dream. One-on-one, who's going to win, the wrestler or the boxer?
Right.
To be able to do that and pull that off with someone the likes of a Mike Tyson would have been incredible, believe me. But at this time, Mike wasn't interested in that. Mike still wanted to pursue a boxing career. And Mike was looking, to be able to get his name out there, get a good payday, participate, and have his name in a positive light. So that is what we approached him, because we kind of knew the answer to the other question.
Well, that whole boxer versus wrestler analogy that you made is really the genesis behind the UFC, except no one would ever imagine that you would get a boxer with the name and the sort of chutzpah of
Exactly.
Mike Tyson. Yeah, so it's a big deal. So let's talk about the press conference. It goes down in early February. It's at the All-Star Cafe there in New York City, and you guys have it sold out, hanging from the rafters, as the old wrestling expression goes. More than 100 reporters are on hand to cover it, more than 30 cameras from all over the world, because people are enamored with Mike Tyson. And now this sort of plot twist of what's going on with Don King. Seeing that reception, Vince McMahon had to be tickled with all the press that were there, did he not?
Oh, my God, we were all tickled. It was euphoria, because for once we didn't just get the guys that, okay, I'm going to go cover the wrestling press conference. Oh boy, whatever. Now you had the sports writers that were all there, who all had their jaded comments and their jaded views. You had the entertainment people there, and you had news, actual just guys on the daily news beat who were interested in Mike Tyson, the human being. So there was a lot of controversy. There was a lot of talk about the disruption in the Mike Tyson and Don King camp. So people were interested, and they wanted to see and get Tyson's comments on that.
Well, and I guess we should go ahead and talk about the fun that happened at this press conference. Of course, we're going to have a little bit of jaw jacking here with Stone Cold Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels and, of course, Mike Tyson. And everybody's sort of threatening that they're going to get into it, whether it's Austin and Tyson or whoever. But eventually it looks like Shawn Michaels is going to come to blows with Steve Austin, your typical pro wrestling press conference. But right in the middle, to hold the guys apart, it's our main man, Shane McMahon, and of course, Iron Mike Tyson. Now, Tyson had never done something like this before, and so when he does, he has his back to the camera. And you can hear, if you go back and watch this old footage, Vince McMahon off camera yelling instructions to Mike. Hypothetically, what did that sound like, Bruce?
Damn it, Mike! Turn your back! Your back is on the camera! Turn around, pal! Devil gotta see your face! I wanna see that money maker! Ah, yeah!
This is what we're doing, folks. Something else to wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
And actually, on the podcast, I do that all the time because we're usually on Skype, and I just hold people up. And whenever I hold Vince up, it always just kind of brings me back to, oh, wow, your arms look great, boss. Can I oil them up? Stuff like that.
He used to follow me on Twitter. I'm sure he doesn't now. Let's go ahead and talk about this because one of the things that we fans really enjoyed at the time is the inability for Mike Tyson to properly call the challenger's name. Do you have an impression of maybe Stone Cold's takeaway there?
Damn, kid, I don't have that little face up here, but it was something like, my name's Stone Cold, and I sure would appreciate if you get that right. Yeah,
so
that's
it's
the best
Cold
I can
Stone
do. Cold Stone,
like,
Cold Stone. Could you hear JR? Yeah, okay, now imagine this for a minute, though. If JR, if it wasn't Stone Cold, Cold Stone, Cold Stone, Cold Stone, Cold Stone, oh my God, it's a slobber knocker.
It could have been an opportunity for some crossover marketing for the ice cream, could it not?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yeah, it'd be a nice little creamery, Cold Stone Creamery, and then Steve could get some royalties from that. Shit, why not?
Can you imagine what some of the names of the ice cream concoctions would have been if they had a WWE crossover? It's silly. So let's talk about something else that's silly. There's lots of rumor and innuendo, and I guess we should just go ahead and address it now, as to the validity of Shawn Michaels' back injury. I guess we should remind you that he had a casket match with The Undertaker at Royal Rumble 1998. He does a backdrop over the top rope down to the floor, but on the way, cracks his back on the corner of the casket. And a couple of days later, he is in serious pain. It feels like there is a hot searing knife in his back. He can barely move. And then the next day, after he's flown home, he wakes up in his bed. He can barely move to the point that he has to crawl over to the phone. He calls his parents, and they call an ambulance to come get him. And they take him to the hospital, check him out, do an MRI, give him some shots, give him a handful of pills, and sort of send him on his way. But there's lots of people who are sort of curious about the timing of this, because we're about a year away from when he lost his smile and forfeited the title before WrestleMania XIII. When you guys first hear of this injury, are there sort of grumblings amongst the boys and maybe even some in the office as to whether or not this was a real injury, or is this just Shawn being Shawn at the time?
There were definitely grumblings, and I would venture to say that there were far more skeptics than there were sympathetic ears at this point because of the timing and the fact that, as you said, a year ago, Shawn, his knee was injured, and while talking about forfeiting the championship due to a knee injury, he brings up losing his smile. So it was suspect at best, I guess, as my good friend JR would say. So people doubted it. People didn't know if it was legitimate, which, by the way, it was a legitimate injury, and it was a very bad injury. Timing of it, though, didn't help, and it certainly didn't help that, Shawn being Shawn wasn't talking to a lot of people, and I think that he didn't allow anyone to feel sorry for him, really.
At this point, it was a little bit like The Boy Who Cried Wolf with Shawn, was it not? That now he really did have a legitimate injury, and some of those other ones people weren't so sure about, but people are buying into this one. Would that be fair to say?
Exactly, and you can only you start to think, okay, if you're hurt, then we need to get you into our doctors. We need you to come in so that our people can take a look at you and hopefully help you. There was doubt whether or not Shawn was seeing the right kind of doctors or qualified doctors, which I don't think that he wasn't, but from the office, you just wanted to be sure, and you wanted to know for sure what the extent of the injury is, what can be done, and what he should and shouldn't do.
So Shawn makes a call, and tells Vince exactly what's going on. And they make a plan to go ahead and take the February pay-per-view off. Even though he'd be advertised for a 10-man tag, he's not going to be able to make the shot, and they announce it the week of. But along the way, Vince also says exactly what you suggested. We want you to come see our doctor. So they send him to New York to check out the doctor who took care of Dennis Byrd, who was a famous New York Jets football player who had a serious spinal injury that happened in the middle of a football game, very well known at the time. That doctor tells Shawn, you have 2 herniated discs and one that's completely crushed. Your wrestling career is over. One errant shot could mean the loss of your legs. You need to be done. Shawn gets a second opinion at his home in San Antonio, sort of hears similar news, but then calls Vince to say, I'm doing WrestleMania no matter what. I just need to take it easy until then. Now, I don't know that that would happen these days. I mean, these days, I can't imagine the company just going against doctor's orders in order to get the match in the ring. Wouldn't you agree?
I definitely would agree. And I don't know that we would have gone against doctor's orders at that point either. I think that it was something that Shawn felt he could get through, and there were doctors that, okay, yeah, he could wrestle another match and understand the consequences and understand the what ifs, if you will.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute, because when Vince gets this call that maybe his WrestleMania main event is in jeopardy, do you guys start to at least whisper a backup plan, or did Vince already have that before he ever announced the match?
We didn't have a backup plan. At that point, we really didn't have a backup plan. We needed to get that championship off of Shawn Michaels, the heel, onto the newly anointed guy to carry the company for the next several years, Stone Cold Steve Austin. So now you're thinking, and you're trying to think, what the hell do I do now? And who's it going to be? And that wasn't, we didn't have it going into it. It wasn't, well, if Shawn can't do it, what do we do? It was, how do we get Shawn there?
Well, so there you go. Along the way, of course, Shawn is willing to try anything. And he wrote in his book that he even tried a shiatsu massage. And I just couldn't help but wonder, what do you think old JR thinks about those massages?
I like the shiatsu because it's soothing and it's nice, and you get a good little rub on sassafras.
And JR knows a thing or two about rubs. You should check out his barbecue rub. It's available now at jrsbarbecue.com.
Actually, yeah, and good sauce too.
Absolutely. Roll Tide and all that. So let's talk a little bit. You're going to get caught up here, WWE Network. All of our little gimmicks that we're trying to work in the show here, they're at somethingtowrestle.com. Shawn wrote in his book here, of course, that he's in excruciating pain, so he's self-medicating at the time, and he describes himself as being a quote-unquote bear to deal with.
That'd be an understatement.
Well, that's what I want to sort of hear from you, because he's sort of threatening to not show up to WrestleMania, and he just feels a little neglected. Like all the attention is on Steve, and he's what's next, and there's really no appreciation for what Shawn has done for the company, whether it was screwing Brett or working Hurt or whatever else Vince asked. And he felt a little neglected, so he could be sort of difficult to deal with. Do you have any stories or memories of that time?
Well, all the attention was on Steve. Steve was there every night, and Steve's out there busting his ass, and Steve is going to be the guy that's going to carry the company. We need to get Shawn to WrestleMania so that Shawn can now do the favors so that everyone knows clearly Stone Cold is going to be the man. That was the focus. No different than Shawn was the focus going into WrestleMania XII when he faced Bret Hart, and Bret kind of felt second fiddle at the same time. We had to focus on Steve because we had Steve all the time. Shawn wasn't available for a lot of the media appearances and a lot of the TVs that we needed to get there. So, yeah, the focus is going to be on Steve. Was Shawn not appreciated? Absolutely not. That's not true, because Shawn was definitely appreciated for everything that he did to get us there. And Vince has a special place in his heart for Shawn, and he does appreciate everything that Shawn did for the company. And at this time, he did appreciate Shawn, but at the same time didn't want to deal with a lot of the bullshit that Shawn was dealing us at the time.
Well, let's talk about Stone Cold for a minute, because all of a sudden it feels like you guys are sort of trying to figure out how to book TV, because Stone Cold Steve Austin is supposed to be the featured guy. He's, of course, going to win the world title at WrestleMania XIV. But now Shawn isn't as available as he once was, and Mike Tyson's on limited dates. So it feels like you guys were sort of forced to hurry along this Mr. McMahon, Stone Cold Steve Austin feud, because all of a sudden, Steve needs somebody to sort of mix it up with. And they start to jab back and forth about whether or not Stone Cold can be molded into the corporate champion.
Right.
Stone Cold is flipping him off, ripping his jacket, calling him yellow. And of course, Vince is yelling, Austin's going to pay. When did you guys know that you were going to go to McMahon and Austin? And was that sort of hurried along, or did it just happen because you didn't have anybody else for Steve to mix it up with Shawn's injury and Mike's limited dates?
The entire Mr. McMahon character was a happy accident. And the fact that we didn't have Shawn, the fact that we really couldn't start a program with anyone else and Steve, because we had to get to WrestleMania, we had a lot of programs we needed to blow off. We knew in the back of our mind we were going to go with Mick Foley and Steve post WrestleMania, okay? But on the way there, you've got to get to Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels. You've got this guy, Mr. McMahon, who has gone on television and talked about how Brett screwed Brett, pal.
Right.
People were booing Vince when he would walk out. So we used that and used Vince is the owner character now, just is a stopgap. He had to.
Right.
Steve had to have someone. Steve had to have somebody to work
rebel
off
against.
of. Yes.
Right.
And Vince was a great foil. It just happened that way. It wasn't. We weren't sitting there going, man, we're going to start this Mr. McMahon character, and by God, Steve and Mr. McMahon are going to have this long arc. It was, we need something. It's here. It's logical. Let's use it as a bridge to get where we need to go after WrestleMania.
So the plan was never to make it necessarily a long feud. It's just, this is going to hold us over until Mick Foley can come in after the title switch, correct?
Mr. McMahon at that time was never going to be that long, the character, and you say that now and you look at, the Mr. McMahon character and what defined Monday Night Raw in so many ways, which was the Austin McMahon era. No, at this point, we were using Mr. McMahon. We were using Vince. We didn't even really have Mr. McMahon yet. We were using Vince as the bridge to get where we needed to go.
Well, I think you sort of see the birth of the Mr. McMahon character in February and March on Raw, because there's lots of little promos along the way where I think one time he's even talking to Kevin Kelly and he says, I didn't punch Steve Austin because I didn't want to break his jaw and ruin the main event of WrestleMania. And when asked, if he would be happy with Stone Cold Steve Austin as the world champion, he said it would be okay if we could mold him, but we know we can't. So, oh, hell no. And I just feel like that, to me, when you go back, was really the beginning of the Mr. McMahon character. And I feel like Vince would probably have said the same thing about us having a show here on the WWE Network, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. And you look at those times, and it's funny because that was Vince just being Vince. That's the beauty of that character. It was just Vince being Vince. That's what Vince would say in real life. And as he did it, it was just creating that character, making him stronger and stronger.
So let's talk about, and this is something that I've always wanted to ask. You guys ran a Tuesday Monday Night Raw because you were preempted on Monday. And when you're preempted on Monday, this Tuesday show is the highest Raw rating ever. Of course, it's unopposed because Nitro was still on Monday. So Nitro enjoyed great ratings, but USA got a record out of you guys when you ran on Tuesday. Did seeing the success of running unopposed ever create a conversation, at least on the USA side, as to whether or not you guys should have moved over to Tuesday just to pick up the bigger rating?
Not really, because, we were first on Monday night, and there was also momentum. We had momentum behind us and felt that if we were to make the move, that would almost be admitting defeat. And Vince wasn't about to do that. He was going to succeed. He was going to stay where he was in the beginning. He started it there, and he was going to end it there.
This is something I've wanted to ask about for a while. On the final episode of Raw Before WrestleMania, The Undertaker visits his parents' gravesite, and he's apologizing to his parents for fighting Kane, but he says, if I don't beat Kane, I'm ready to burn in hell. What is this?
That's great television. What is it? What is this? This is great television. Come on, man. This is what the hell we do. This is great TV.
Talk me through, because you're a producer at the time, and of course, for those of you who maybe don't know, Bruce takes great credit for this Undertaker Kane storyline, and even has children named. His twins are Kane and Undertaker. Not really. Anyway, I wanted to.
What is wrong with you, man?
Hey, it's on the WWE Network. It's got to be true.
And I do spell Kane the same way.
Of course you do.
Of course I do. Because I spelled Kane the wrong way than it is in the Bible. But you know.
So let me ask this though. I've always been fascinated. Anytime you guys do a shoot in a graveyard, did you produce this? Are you like getting permits and getting permission to shoot a graveyard, or y'all just driving down the highway and say, just pull over there, we'll just shoot it right here?
Well, sometimes we did, but no, for a graveyard, you usually have to have a little permission. Come on, man. I'm not that bad.
Can you imagine just strolling through the graveyard? I don't know why you'd be there at night, but let's pretend you are, and you see the Undertaker walking around the graveyard. Dude, come on.
No, the best one is the time that we were actually shooting in a graveyard with IRS, and we had a hole dug. And while we were in production, an old couple pulled up in the car and got out. The wife had purchased this gravesite as a surprise for her husband. And she was bringing him to the gravesite to show them their new plot. And as he walks up, he says, "Oh, hey, honey, do you know something I don't know?" So it got to be a little tricky at times when we were shooting graveyards. But I had a few of my favorite graveyards in the Northeast, and I had some down in Texas. What?
I had a few favorite graveyards. Only on this show would that sentence ever be said.
Doesn't everybody have a favorite graveyard that they like to go and shoot and dig up?
No.
The best one, dude, was one that we did in San Francisco, I guess, because there's no more like grave sites in San Francisco. There's just such a land shortage. And this guy agreed to let us shoot in the oldest cemetery in San Francisco. And while we're standing there, Undertaker looks at me and says, "Think they could dig us a hole?" And a guy with a spade and a shovel dug the most perfect 6-foot hole with steps so that we could step into it that I'd ever seen in about 25 minutes. So, yeah, man, I know a lot about cemeteries.
This is amazing. Only here do we talk about stuff like this. I want to ask, though, because this is around the time when you guys are trying to get over the Kane character. I guess we should remind everybody he debuted in October of the prior year at Bad Blood. So we had been teasing his appearance for a long time, but we finally get to meet him in October of 97. Now here we are in March of 98. And Paul Bearer, who is now with Kane, is really taking issue to the Undertaker's promo in the gravesite, and he wants to demonstrate what Kane's capable of. Right. So he makes the lights go nuts. He fries some electrical equipment. He blasts the spotlight. And then he sets a cameraman on fire. Like, whose idea is this?
Well, I mean, if you want to demonstrate how powerful he is, you gotta light people on fire. It was probably a combination of mine and Vince's.
Which Vince?
Oh, okay. McMahon.
Okay.
Russo was on the outskirts at this point, bro. I'm just saying. The hell is he? I got him over here somewhere. Wait a minute.
When old people work electronics.
Bro. I wasn't there. Does he look stoned in this picture or what?
You know what's funny is you just went a little British Bulldog. You went bro, and then I wasn't there as a British Bulldog. So Meltzer compared this demonstration from Kane, where you set a man on fire, to the Papa Shango angle from a few years prior. And I know that you take a lot of pride in Kane. Do you have a response to Dave Meltzer's comparison?
Yes. So here's my first breaking that wall, Dave Meltzer. You know what? And I wasn't even involved in it. But yet, I'm going to defend the Papa Shango stuff. I thought the Papa Shango stuff was some of the greatest stuff ever on WWE TV. It was unique, it was different, and it got people talking. Now, the Kane stuff was unique, and it got people talking. So because it wasn't in the Tokyo Dome, maybe if he set the Tokyo Dome on fire, then your little critic over there would go, oh my God, that was 5 stars with the double half moonsault.
Okay, let's move along. Let's talk about
You brought it up.
Let's talk about the go home edition of Monday Night Raw on our way to WrestleMania. I found this sort of interesting in my research. I'd really forgotten about this. That final Raw before that WrestleMania, the main event was Stone Cold Steve Austin taking on Rocky Maivia. And of course, 1 year later, at WrestleMania 15, that would be the main event. But of course, it doesn't do enough to win the ratings. It loses by more than a point to Nitro. But business is way up despite what the ratings are. Attendance is up 82%. Live gates are up 87%. Right. So business is way up. But I'm curious, does Vince McMahon still feel like this is second place based on it not beating Nitro in the ratings?
About this time, business-wise and looking at the company, we weren't looking at being second place because we were making money. Our business was up. Our house show business was up. Advertising sales were up. The business overall was very healthy. And we had turned a corner, man. 6 months had made a huge difference. And we saw the light at the end of the tunnel. And there was momentum. And there was something that, you could believe in. So it wasn't so much, okay, we didn't win the ratings that night. That's all right. Because so many people, we knew that Mike Tyson was a draw, and we knew that Tyson was going to mean something at WrestleMania that week.
I feel like we should also mention the really famous incident where you guys had a public workout right before WrestleMania. It goes down in Boston. I don't know that you guys expected it to be as big as it was. Allegedly, there's more than 10,000 fans in attendance. I believe Wade Keller even said it was more than 15,000. It was a happening. And along the way, somebody throws a battery at Shawn Michaels. He's not in a good place physically, emotionally, mentally. And now people are throwing things at him. Allegedly, he had quite the meltdown here. Bruce, you were there. What can you tell us about this incident at the public workout in Boston?
Well, we expected probably 3,000 to 4,000 people to show up. It was lunchtime. It's kind of in the middle of the week. We thought we'd have a good crowd. We thought we would do well. Before we even started, they estimated over 12,000 people in this square in Boston. They had actually called the riot police to assemble because the crowd just kept growing and growing and growing. So we had, a lot of different things going on, and when Shawn and all those guys went out to the ring and Shawn got hit in the head, Shawn stormed back to the limousine that was parked there. Shawn refused to come out and had quite the promo on me personally and everybody else that was involved. And, I'm not going out there. You don't have enough protection and, screw you and everybody else, and tell Vince I'm not doing it. Okay. So now we're kind of in a dilemma here because the entire workout was set to get one picture, and that picture was Steve Austin tied up in the ropes with Mike Tyson and Shawn Michaels on either side of him to get that one picture that's going to go out all across the wire to USA Today, ESPN. Everybody's going to get this picture. It's got your 3 guys in the main event with Stone Cold tied up in the ropes and the double kiss. And now Shawn's refusing to come out. So we go back and forth, and Shawn's just like, nope, I'm not coming, not going to do it. We're on a time crunch, too, because we only have so much time to get everything done. And I go back to Vince, and we talk about it. And the decision is made that we're going to do it with Tyson alone. But we had Triple H and China and everything out there. So we were going to use Triple H and Tyson to get the physicality on Steve, get Steve tied up in the rope. And the shot would be just Mike Tyson giving him a kiss. And it's like, Shawn doesn't want to come out? Fine. We'll do it without Shawn, and the focus will be Steve and Tyson. That's what we went out when they all went out to get into it. That is what we thought was going to happen, and that is what we were prepared for. And then out of the blue, I was at ringside. I get kicked in the back of the head because Shawn Michaels ran from the limousine and leapt into the ring and just caught me right in the back of the head with his boot. Shawn got in for the physicality, and got the picture taken, and all was right with the world. But it was iffy up until the precise moment when he was supposed to be there. He finally showed up.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult was Sean to deal with for you, Vince, the office, just from the company standpoint in general?
At this time, during this whole run, you know, earlier you can deal with assholes and you can deal with people that are difficult as long as you know what you got and how to deal with them. You can figure all that out. That's not that difficult. Sean, at this point, going into WrestleMania and from January on, from the injury on, he was a good 9.5 to deal with. Yeah, he was there.
I like it. So let's talk about WrestleMania, man. We're here. Let's get into it. You guys drew more than 19,000 fans, more than 16,000 of which paid a $1 million plus gate, the biggest ever in the history of the building. $273,000 in merchandise that day, which set a per head record of more than $14, and a ton of pay-per-views, 836,000 plus for nearly $11 million on pay-per-view. A banner year for the WWE when it comes to WrestleMania. Hypothetically, what would Johnny Ace say about those type of numbers, Bruce?
Cowabunga, dude.
It's the largest gate in North American history since WrestleMania 8 at the Hoosier Dome. Is that the sort of record that JR would have kept up with at the time, since he was sort of heading up talent relations and things like that?
Well, JR, man, you know, from a commentary standpoint, JR did his homework. And JR, man, there were people that did stats and different things for him, but JR would like to do the work, because JR then, if he did the work and he did all of that research, then he knew it and he felt it. So that was all Jim, man.
Why was Boston the host city for WrestleMania? Because this is before cities were really bidding on WrestleMania, right? And the years prior, you guys had sort of bounced around a little bit. I believe 10 was at Madison Square Garden. 11, I think, was in Hartford. 12, you're in Anaheim. 13, you're in Chicago. And now you're in Boston for 14. What was the decision that led you guys to say, Boston is it? Boston's where we're going.
Boston was a great market, and it was someplace that we had not been before. Northeast, always drew well. Vince wanted to give one to Boston. In addition to that, we were also in negotiations to do something at the Patriot Stadium there, and working with Robert Kraft to possibly do a bigger show on down the road. So Boston presence, but you know, it was one of those traditional WWE markets that always did well.
We've talked about this a little bit on the podcast, which is available at somethingtowrestle.com in the archives. But talk everybody through what that bidding process might be for WrestleMania and sort of when it started. Because I think a lot of us fans hear that cities bid on WrestleMania, but nobody really knows what that means until you sort of smarten us up, Bruce.
Well, the whole thing is that when WrestleMania comes to your town, that's a year-long process, and the promotion for WrestleMania starts when the previous WrestleMania ends. So during that time, we wanted to announce from the year before where WrestleMania is going to be next year, and start that promotion. You get your ticket sales out there early, but you start the buzz so that everybody's talking about where it's coming. Later years, it got to the point where cities came to us when they saw the economic impact that WrestleMania would have on any particular city. They wanted WrestleMania no different than they want the Super Bowl. They want WrestleMania to come to their city and to spend a week, you know, hyping it and being able to say, hey, we're from New Orleans for an entire week. And that economic impact on the city is tremendous. So it got to that point. That's where it is right now.
So let's go ahead and get started on the card. And I feel like now's a good time to remind everybody that you can actually watch WrestleMania 14 right now on the WWE Network. How much does that cost again, Dusty?
Baby, it's only $9.99 right here. And let me tell you how funky like that monkey is. It's some good shiznit, because you get to see me dance with little Miss Sapphire, my polka dots looking like only I can look, baby.
This is what we do, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we do. So Hawk and Animal are out first. It's really the first big entrance that we see here, and they're now LOD 2000. They get the big entrance to open the show, and they used to generate a reaction that was called the Road Warrior Pop. But now, 10 years later, you guys have reached deep into the box of gimmicks. You pull out new haircuts, you pull out helmets, and you pull out Sonny. Bruce, who booked this shit?
Well, we booked this shit, man. It was a way to, after a while, an act can only go so far if you don't change it, if you don't evolve. And the LOD had been the same for so long. It was time. It was time for just something new and something different. The Undertaker's been the Undertaker for all these years, but he's changed his look. He's evolved. He's changed his character. He's changed the way that he works in the ring. And it's something that, people may not be able to put their finger on, but he changes. The LOD had not changed in so long. They needed a drastic makeover. So let's change, the way that they come out. Let's change their gear a little bit. Animal went to the short shorts. And just change it up a little bit. Give a new coat of paint.
I feel like we're going to have a paint of coat shirt available soon over at brucepritchard.com. What do you say?
I kind of like it, because if you do and you get that paint of coat shirt, I'll be sure and call you and say, hey, what the hell?
Yeah, that's actually not a rib. I guess we should mention, if you're a new listener to the show or a new viewer to the show, when you pick up a shirt over at brucepritchard.com, not only do you get a great shirt, but eventually Bruce calls and personally thanks you. So you don't just get a shirt, you get an experience, and it's on the low over at brucepritchard.com. So check it out. You like the way I just slyly slid that in there? You think this makes air, Bruce?
Oh, no, everything for us, all our live events and all of our merchandise, everything is over at brucepritchard.com. So check it out.
So let's talk about LOD 2000. I have to say, I didn't hate all of this. And I think JR said something like new haircuts, maybe a new attitude, and a new manager. As a 14-year-old watching this, how roll tide was Sonny, man?
Man, Sonny was the original diva. Sonny was hot, and she looked great in that outfit. So, man, if you're going to give him a fresh paint of coat, I'm sticking with that. I'm sticking with the paint of coat. If you're going to give him a you know what I meant. Then give him a new manager too. It's not that time yet.
So they're in a tag team battle royal here, and everybody's in this thing, including the Rock and Roll Express. And I think a lot of people have probably forgotten that the Rock and Roll Express ever competed at a WrestleMania, but they're here, and the winners of this battle royal are going to get a tag title shot the next month at Unforgiven. So of course it comes down to LOD 2000 and the new Midnight Express, and I'm not making this up. That's Bombastic Bob and Bodacious Bart. Bruce, was bringing back the Midnight Express name and saddling these guys with these names a rib? This has to be a rib.
It's not a rib, mother... Okay. Shut up! It was one of those stupid ideas that Bruce Prichard had, and I hated every bit of it because there's only one Midnight Express, and that's Bobby and Stan, or it could be Bobby and Dennis, or it could be anybody with Bobby, as long as I'm there, and I got a tennis racket, and a double cheeseburger, double cheese, extra onion, extra mayo!
So,
Mother...
Are you... You love that. So let me ask you, though, are you suggesting by that little rant you just went on that bringing in a Midnight Express was not Jim Cornette's idea?
No, it was my idea.
Wow. Okay. So talk me through this. This whole NWA invasion, I thought, had Corny's fingerprints all over it.
The NWA invasion did have Corny's fingerprints all over it, and it was something that he wanted to do with his friend Dennis Coraluzzo, who was the... I guess president of the NWA, whatever the hell that meant at that time. And he wanted to bring in the Rock and Roll Express and some of those NWA acts. The Midnight Express was not an option because it was just Bobby at the time. And I don't know that Bobby was working at the time, but we said, why not create a new Midnight Express? Right. Bob Holly was actually someone that Corny had discussed at one point to be a part of the Midnight Express when Stan was leaving. And Bob Holly was someone that was highly recommended by Corny when we brought him in as Sparky Plug. So Bob Holly was a natural, and then we were looking for something to do with Bart. Why not? I thought they were a hell of a team, and it was a good idea.
What were the other ideas for them at the time? Was this the only idea, so that's what we went with?
For Bart and Bob?
Right.
Well, it was, we didn't have a whole lot for them. So it was, let's make them a team, and this was a way to get them into the mix right away.
I'm curious, this whole NWA invasion, you said that did have Corny's fingerprints all over it. What did it sound like when he tries to pitch that to Vince?
Everybody knows the NWA. It's the greatest organization in the entire world. And Bobby and Stan were NWA world champions. I can't even count how many times, along with Rock and Roll Express. And NWA it's the best. That didn't go over that great, but
Wait, that's serious? He's trying to pitch that NWA is the best to Vince McMahon?
I think that Corny truly believes that the NWA was better than WWE, and that's where he grew up. That's where he made his name, and for him, that is how he felt.
Okay. Well, let's tell you what Dave Meltzer.
Sure as hell ain't ECW.
Easy. Here's what Dave Meltzer felt in the Wrestling Observer newsletter about this match. Legion of Doom won an awful 15-team battle royal in 8 minutes and 19 seconds. The match was so nondescript that they never even bothered telling us who was in there in the first place. Guys were being eliminated so fast that the announcers could barely keep up with it, and it didn't matter because nobody cared. -1.5. Your response, Bruce?
Kind of like nobody cares what Dave Meltzer has to say about matches or anything else. So there you go.
You liked this match? You saw this match. I need you to defend this. You liked this match this week.
It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be when I was watching it.
Boy,
that's a glowing report, isn't it?
That's the goal, right? You want your
Come on.
first match at WrestleMania when you come back through the curtain. It's not as bad as I thought.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody got in. All right. I think you got some camera time. Okay. Yeah. Double thumbs
Everybody
up.
got it.
So it was, the entire match was a way to get everybody on the card, get them a WrestleMania match, and to be able to expose the brand new Legion of Doom. And it accomplished that.
Absolutely. And as a kid, as I said, Sonny was there, so it worked for me.
There you
next
go.
up,
So you had something to do that night.
There you go. What? Hey, now, I probably just, Aguila. I don't know. I'm a hillbilly from Alabama. I'm the mortgage guy. I'm not a broadcaster.
Papi
I just
Chulo
butchered his
in a
name.
mask.
I don't think he was there yet.
That
think he was
is Papi Chulo.
Yeah, but he's not called that here.
No. Yeah.
Where are you busting balls? You say his name then, smart.
I'm not going to. That's why I said.
Yeah. How
That's
about
why I
Aguila?
say Papi Chulo.
I don't love you went into Michael Hayes there whenever you can't announce something.
Dude.
They go about 6 minutes, and Dave Meltzer wrote of it. There were great high-flying moves, but Aguila needs to go to wrestling school. Except for his amazing flying ability, he's worse than a lot of other people in their first pro match. He showed he couldn't wrestle a lick with some of the most pathetic-looking chops, punches, kicks, and selling you'd ever see, certainly on this level of a stage. He gave the match half a star, and JR has bragged basically about signing everyone who ever worked for WWE in the history of the company. Hypothetically, how would JR pitch this to a guy like Taka and a guy like Aguila if they know that the cruiserweights are really being featured on WCW, not so much here with WWE?
Well, first of all, I don't think that JR hired Aguila.
He hired everybody. Listen
Okay.
to his podcast on Westwood One. He'll tell you.
Okay. Well, pretty sure he was mine along with Taka as well. And he didn't have to pitch that because I did. Damn it. And it was an attempt to
Jim Ross claims he signed Steve Austin, Stone Cold. I mean, literally every major star. And you're over here like, I got Taka. Taka was mine.
sassafras. That's all I got to say about that.
Okay.
No,
what'd you think of-
I'm not going to sit here and go over and debate everyone that I signed and that JR signed. We signed, and as a team, it ends up being Vince McMahon approves it, and they get hired. So there you go.
Sure. What'd you think of the match here? Fair criticism from Meltzer?
I thought that the match was okay. It was a spot orgy. Is all it was.
Okay, I don't think that word's been said on the network before. Next
Spot?
up, we go. Speaking of orgies, next up we go backstage and we see The Rock talking to Jennifer Flowers. I'm sure we've got some younger viewers, and I have no idea why your parents are letting you watch this. Explain to everybody who Jennifer Flowers was and how this relationship came to be.
Jennifer Flowers was the mistress of the President of the United States, Bill Clinton. And she was a celebrity in her own right and a hot topic in the world.
Meltzer wrote of the segment, "It was a little overboard and predictable, but Maiavia's mannerisms are tremendous." Was anyone else considered for this segment with Jennifer, or was this always supposed to be an opportunity to showcase The Rock?
I'm sure we talked about a lot of different people in doing it, but Rock kind of fit the mold the most for what we wanted to get we wanted to get something personality driven with him out there.
He's only about 16 months into the company here, and he's already started to break out of his shell a little bit, and he's going to be in a featured feud here to sort of be the leader of the Nation of Domination. But I think this is one of the first times we heard him use the line, "Smell what the Rock is cooking." Do you remember there being any funny sort of Rock-isms that Vince McMahon didn't quite get, and he needed somebody to sort of catch him up on?
Not so much with The Rock as it was, sometimes I don't think he really got what a blunt was, and like this up for this pimp daddy and things of that nature. But as far as if you can smell what I'm cooking, that's something that Vince would get, because, hey, damn, if you can only smell what I've been cooking. That kind of good stuff. He got that one.
Next up, we see Chris Warren and the DX band here, and they've been a big part of WWE programming, but we've never actually seen them. They did the DX theme song, and the rumor and innuendo is that Chris Warren, the lead singer, actually really impressed Jim Johnston, who we all remember, who wrote most of the famous WWE themes that we all grew up on. How did this relationship with Chris Warren come to be? Because he's in a featured spot here on the biggest show of the year for you guys.
We always were looking for young talent and young bands that we could display their works, and Chris was someone, they liked his work, they liked his song, he did the DX opening, and it worked. So he was somebody that we wanted to promote and help out, and it helped that he worked well with Jim Johnston.
So, of course, they're here because they're going to do DX's theme song live, and of course we're going to get pyro. Now, there was no pyro to open the show, no big presentation, but we've got to have it for Hunter Hearst Helmsley, because he's coming out, and he deserves to be featured, right, Bruce?
Yes, and I think we did have pyro in the show as well. So,
well, you did for him, and he had a live band. And oh, he's not by himself. Chyna was with him.
Yeah, she was.
We lose power. We still here?
You're not, but I am.
Hey, Hunter. Just want to make sure we're still on the air. So JR is pushing Chyna here on camera in a big way, saying that she's benching 320, she's deadlifting 400. But Meltzer would write, Chyna is now wearing makeup in an attempt to soften her look a little. Was this a decision made on behalf of the company, or is this something Chyna just did on her own? Of course, we knew that she got some +2s recently. Now she's doing her makeup differently. Is this a conscious effort from WWE to sort of change her look, or just something that Joni decided to do on her own?
No, this was a conscious effort that Joni did on her own, and she just was, again, evolving, changing her look up.
The deal in the match is that Chyna would be handcuffed to Commissioner Slaughter to keep her from interfering in the match. Any interesting stories about handcuffs you can tell us about in the WWE?
No, the only one I guess I should share is when Jerry Jarrett mentioned that he could not be ribbed, and a pair of handcuffs ended up around his bag in a bolted desk to the floor. And since she's no longer with us, Luna Vachon lost her handcuffs that night, just saying.
According to the rumor and innuendo, Hunter's opponent, Owen Hart, was working with a bad ankle. So bad that allegedly he had to cut the cast off in order to make the match happen. Do you remember that cast situation? Would that ever happen today?
Well, I don't think it was a hard cast. It was a walking cast type of situation that he had kept on as long as he could, and he was cleared to go out and wrestle. Probably would have helped if he had a little bit more time, but he was cleared to go out, and he was fine to actually have the match, and they protected him pretty well.
They go about 11 minutes, plenty of hijinks here, multiple low blows, powder in Sarge's eyes, and then a pedigree for the pin. Meltzer gave the match 3 stars, which, considering Owen's injury, pretty damn good, is it not?
I thought it was great. I thought that they had a good match, told a good story, and it was what it was. The Funniest part to me was the fact that Vince McMahon hates the powder spot and that we use the powder spot in there with Sarge. And at the end of the match, you've got Sarge in a black t-shirt and black pants covered in powder. And the referee just looking down like, oh, hey, everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Let's address the rumor and innuendo, because according to the legend, Owen Hart was supposed to face Shawn Michaels at In Your House to Generation X. Of course, it doesn't happen there. Shawn instead takes on Ken Shamrock, and then the next month at Royal Rumble, he takes on The Undertaker. It's a 10-man tag in February, so Shawn never works a program with Owen Hart. Instead, they program Owen with Hunter. But Hunter beat him a few weeks before for the title, and he beat him again here, and he's going to beat him again on Raw. Help me understand. How can you defend this silly bullshit of shoving Hunter down our throats when we needed Owen Hart to get his revenge?
Why did you need Owen Hart to get his revenge? We needed heat, and we were losing our top heel in Shawn Michaels, who was going away after this. So you needed someone underneath with heat. And Hunter was the next guy in line. He was a part of DX, and he needed to have that heat, and that was the reason that we did it that way. Just because, you know, you want it or the fans think that's what they want, it doesn't fit storyline. It doesn't fit what we need when you're losing a top heel like Shawn Michaels and you're looking down the roster for someone to come in and replace him and be able to step into that role. You've got to build people, and that's exactly what we were doing, is building talent.
Got your chapstick ready?
I don't need any chapstick.
So let's talk about.
I'm sorry. Do you need chapstick? Are we going to be talking about somebody else here? What?
No, we're talking about you kissing Hunter's ass as usual.
I didn't kiss anybody's ass.
Okay, well, you defended it. So let's talk about.
No, I explained it to you. I don't know. See, you guys get all in this uproar and this huffy because of the position that he's in right now. At the time, you're looking at talent, and that's what people. It always amazes me. They don't choose to look at it from a business standpoint, and you have a roster of talent that you're trying to utilize and get the most out of. And they don't, if he were not in the position that he is in today, you would have never brought that up.
Let's talk about something that I can't believe JR brought up in this match, and it's that Earl Hebner's not here. Allegedly, he had a brain aneurysm the day before. He showed up in Boston on Friday. He was fine. But on Saturday, the day before WrestleMania, he goes down and goes to the hospital. Some people from the office come to check on him. He doesn't recognize anybody, and he's pretty bad off here with a bit of a health scare. And I've never really heard this story. What happened with Earl? Were you there?
Well, I saw him in the hospital, but it was a scary thing at the hotel where they called 911 and Earl wasn't himself. They thought he had had a stroke. Got him right to the hospital and got him to one of the top hospitals in the world. But yeah, he had a brain aneurysm. He had no clue. And it was scary life and death there for a while that no one knew exactly what the hell was going on with Earl. Obviously he didn't make WrestleMania, but we were all pretty damn worried about him. And I remember Dave, especially his brother, just being beside himself because, you know, they're twins and twins have that special bond where it was scary and we just didn't really know at this point, but he pulled out.
What would his role at WrestleMania have been? Would he have done the main event?
Earl would have refereed the main event. Yes.
So let's talk about, and I'm really excited to talk about this. JR said the word hospital on the show. And I bring this up because we fans have always been led to believe that there's a certain set of words that Vince McMahon just really despises being on WWE programming, and they're almost banned words. And hospital is one of those. What are the other words we can't say on WWE TV?
Well, they're words that he prefers, descriptors that he prefers rather than a hospital. It's a medical facility. Rather than a belt, it's a championship. And when you look at the reasons for this, there is a reason that we describe wrestling as the WWE and how the rest of the world describes it. Because going all the way back to 1983, Vince had his commentators talk about the then WWE and replace that with where they would have said wrestling. So that has been it's a learning process. And the more you say it, the more you remind people, they're going to get in that habit. So it's not a belt, it's a championship. Those are the big ones off the top of my head. It
Next
means more to win a championship than a belt.
Next up, we've got the artist formerly known as Goldust. He's tagging with Luna Vachon, and they're going to take on Marvelous Mark Mero and Sable. And we've talked about Mark Mero on our show before. There were a few different ideas kicked around. Of course, he was Johnny B. Bad in WCW, Dusty Rhodes' creation. But then when he comes over, you guys try Wildman Mark Mero and then Marvelous Mark Mero. Were there any other ideas considered for Mark Mero?
Well, there was the one really great idea that Mark Mero had, which was just use his real name, Mark, and then Mero, but then he calls himself Marco Mero. And when he comes out, the chant is Marco, and then the crowd says Mero, Marco, Mero. Pretty good, huh?
We're going to need to see that on a WWE show sometime soon. Meltzer would give this match 3 stars, and I think considering Sable was still so new to wrestling, that's pretty darn good. I mean, the crowd is super hot for everything that she's doing, and for her to be so green, it feels like this would have been a match they would have worked out as a foursome in great detail before they went out there. Is that fair to say?
You know, they had an opportunity to go through it beforehand, but to me, the superstars in this match were Goldust and Luna Vachon, who were there for everything and made both Sable and Mark Mero look like $1 million.
There's a rumor out there that Luna was given strict instructions that if Sable got hurt, even accidentally, it was going to cost her her job. Do you remember people being really concerned, maybe because of some backstage heat between these two, that maybe Luna would take some liberties with Sable?
Luna and Sable did not like each other. Okay, that's not a secret, and that was definitely out there. And Luna was a pro, and Luna wasn't going to go out and hurt anybody out in the ring, so that was really a non-issue. That was probably something that the rumor and innuendo mill got a hold of and just said, oh yeah, they warned Luna. Otherwise, Luna would beat the hell out of her. No, Luna was a professional and did what she needed to do.
We've covered Goldust in long form in our archives over at somethingtowrestle.com, but chat me up about the artist formerly known as Goldust briefly. How would Goldust's father, Dusty Rhodes, describe that character?
Well, he'd probably talk about how it's just funky like a monkey, baby. And you know that gold dust is almost like Stardust himself, with all the gold glitter coming down and looking so pretty with his little blonde hair. But it never be covered in polka dots like the dream, babies.
So before the next match, we see Tennessee Lee come out with his jump rope, and he's out with Jeff Jarrett and Jennifer Flowers. And Flowers says that she's, quote, been with great and you are great. And Meltzer quipped, obviously she was referring to something other than the TV ratings that he brings. What was the thinking in bringing Jennifer Flowers out here to sort of introduce people? I mean, she's here with Tennessee Lee and Jeff Jarrett. They're not really doing anything in the next match, though. Is this just an opportunity? Let's get her out in front of the crowd. We've done the backstage skit, so let's just find a way to incorporate her for the live house.
Sure, that's exactly it. She had done everything backstage, and now let everybody see her out in the arena and have her introduce a match.
Now, of course, you guys are not having Double J work a match. So how do you think he spent his day?
Well, I'm pretty sure it was spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
Next up, we've got a short match for the Intercontinental title with Ken Shamrock and Rocky Maivia. Somehow Shamrock overcomes, and eventually it looks like he's got a win, but he will not release a hold on The Rock afterwards. Shamrock takes on every member of the NOD by himself and then starts suplexing officials. Eventually, as they're stretchering out The Rock, they announce that the referee has reversed his decision because Shamrock wouldn't release the hold. So now, instead of The Rock losing his Intercontinental title, he retains. And they get a hilarious shot of The Rock being wheeled away here. And even though he's on a stretcher, he's holding up the Intercontinental title. Shamrock flips out. These guys are brawling some more. I thought this was an underrated segment on the show. What'd you think, Bruce?
Oh, I thought it was absolutely great. Again, you see the greatness of Rock and Ken Shamrock, tremendous dancing partner. Shamrock had it all, man. And that intensity that Ken Shamrock brought to the table was you just can't manufacture that. That's Ken Shamrock right there. And you feel that intensity and you feel the reality of what it is to be in the ring with a Ken Shamrock. So I thought it was done to perfection. The whole stretcher going up, that was something that, we kind of stole. That we did that with the King, Jerry Lawler, earlier, many years before. And it was something we stole and added in there with The Rock, and it worked to perfection.
We see a cameo of Pat Patterson in the pull apart, and Meltzer only gives this match a 1.5 stars. How do you think Pat Patterson would react to Meltzer's star rating here?
Chase, Dave Meltzer at a pace.
Rocky was bleeding from the mouth in this match, and Meltzer sort of freestyled that this was the only planned blood spot. But Rock would say it was actually a bruised lung. Do you remember what happened with Rock that night to cause him to be bleeding from the mouth like that?
Yeah, it was. He got hit pretty hard and was coughing up blood. So that's what we did, Dave. We kicked him really hard so he could cough up blood. We planned that. We put that in the run sheet so that they would do that, because you're so genius, because you're there all the time, you idiot.
Let's talk about Ken Shamrock, because he deserved a bigger push, at least from my standpoint. The crowd's really into him. He's very believable, but he doesn't really get the main event push that I imagine he could have gotten. Was somebody in the office down on him, or who wasn't sold on Ken to where he did more?
I think that Ken did a hell of a lot, and Ken had a lot of exposure and was in some high-profile matches and had a great run while he was there. Nobody was down on Ken Shamrock. I thought Ken delivered in everything, and I thought he had a hell of a run.
You guys did the I'm Just a Wrestler promo next with The Undertaker, Stone Cold, Shawn Michaels, The Rock. I think Shamrock and Mero are in there. It's very well done, and it's one of the first Attitude promos. Do you remember who produced this or where it was shot? It almost looks like it's in a big warehouse.
Yeah, those were Dave Sahadi Productions, and those were pieces that we did, just, kind of awareness pieces and attitude pieces to let people know and get our athletes out there in a different light.
Next up is a pretty memorable match. It's the New Age Outlaws defending their tag team championship against Cactus Jack and Terry Funk in a dumpster match. How would Paul Heyman describe a dumpster match, Bruce?
Well, sir, since I do not have a Heyman thing here, precisely, if I could have another volley with someone else, you would have to say, it's where you throw your opponent into a dumpster, and sir, it is hardcore.
Several weeks prior to this, you guys did a phenomenal angle on Raw. It's here on the WWE Network. We covered it in our archives, where all of a sudden, Chainsaw Charlie and Cactus Jack wind up in the dumpster, and the New Age Outlaws push them off the stage, and you guys played it legit. Sonny's crying. There's hushed voices. You sort of convince everybody that it's legit, and then ruin it at the end with some silly run-ins. But here at WrestleMania, Terry Funk is competing and not Chainsaw Charlie. There's no explanation given. As Hurricane would say, what's up with that?
Well, I got to tell you, the idea was this was the time, this was real, and what the Outlaws did to Chainsaw Charlie now brings out Terry Funk, where sometimes you would say it'd be the opposite, the alter ego of Terry Funk, Chainsaw Charlie would come out, that now it's like, okay, now you're getting the Funker. And that was pretty much the explanation for us and how we took it, and it was right to have Terry Funk in that role.
Why did the Chainsaw Charlie character exist in the first place? You've got a legend in Terry Funk here who has an established name amongst wrestling fans. Why switch it up and go Chainsaw Charlie instead anyway?
Because that's something that Terry Funk wanted to do. It was Terry Funk's idea to be able to honor his friend John Ayers, who was a childhood friend of Terry Funk's, and they used to go to a barber that they nicknamed Chainsaw Charlie. And Terry really wanted to do this for John Ayers. John Ayers had just passed away, and it was his memoriam to John Ayers, and it was Terry's idea.
Dave Meltzer wrote that the original idea for this match at WrestleMania was supposed to be a barbed wire match, but Viewers' Choice had sort of put their foot down and said that they wouldn't allow them to promote such a match. Now, a month prior to that, at No Way Out, there was barbed wire involved in the main event, but it wasn't promoted as such. Do you remember Viewers' Choice having an issue with this, and was Vince using the barbed wire a month prior, just sort of the middle finger to them?
No, I don't remember ever asking viewers' choice for their permission to do any kind of match. The dumpster match was something that was different, and it all stemmed from the angle that we shot, putting Terry and Jack in the dumpster beforehand. So I don't ever remember that ever wanting to be a barbed wire match.
All the guys wind up brawling backstage, and of course, eventually, there's a forklift involved. Terry Funk drives the forklift and manages to get the dumpster closed. So the New Age Outlaws drop the tag team championship. We've got new champions with Terry Funk and Cactus Jack. The match got 4.25 stars, an absolutely brutal match, which is available now. You got to go check this out. Terry Funk suffered a bruised kidney here. He's 52 years old. And he was throwing caution to the wind. What did you think of this match here?
I thought that the match was great and it told a good story. And you got to see the best of Cactus and the best of the Funker. And Terry's kidney, you can actually see it when they're backstage, right before they're going into the spot with the forklift. You can see Terry's shirt come up. One of the most god-awful bruises you'll ever see, and it went all the way down his ass, down to his leg. It was gross.
What did Vince think of hardcore wrestling like this?
For the most part, Vince didn't really like it, but there were times I think it was warranted and that he would accept it, and for the right guys, it worked.
I'm curious, who was the agent on a match like this?
That was probably Jerry Briscoe.
Okay.
Jerry did a lot of the hardcore stuff back in the day.
Now, of course, the Outlaws are losing the belts here, but the next night on Raw, they were made men because of the DX reunion, were they not?
Absolutely. Definitely.
There's a legend out there that Mick Foley had actually pitched a best of sevens matches with Terry Funk, and he wanted match 7 to be filmed at the Double Cross Ranch in Amarillo, Texas, but ultimately the company went another direction. Do you remember hearing an idea about a best of 7 and maybe shooting a match at the Double Cross Ranch?
I do remember the whole best of 7, and the idea behind it was to get Terry and Mick their whole death match series that they made famous in Japan. Vince was looking for something else for Mick at the time, and he was looking for Mick to be in a more high-profile match and getting him into the program with Austin. So it just didn't fit our plans at the time, and it wasn't something he really wanted to do. It was also pitched to do the explosion matches like they did in Japan that Onita made famous. And that was another pitch that was thrown out there as well.
Next up is Pete Rose. He's out and working the crowd and clearly a heel. He's getting boos, and that doesn't stop when he starts to make Bill Buckner jokes. And the fans are not digging this at all. And then all of a sudden, Kane comes out and tombstones Pete Rose, and the crowd goes banana, as Pat Patterson would say. But I find this interesting because this almost feels like he's booked as a babyface, and this is a guy who just set a cameraman on fire, and 2 months prior, locked his brother in a coffin and set him on fire. But he's a babyface. Bro, how do you explain this?
He wasn't a babyface. He was a stone cold heel. He was a babyface for a second when he goes out and takes care of Pete Rose, but then as soon as Undertaker comes out, he's right back to a heel. It was a nice spot for the live audience and also for the pay-per-view audience.
And what a spectacle it was when the Undertaker makes his way to the ring next. I think you could say this is probably, at least in my estimation, the best Undertaker WrestleMania entrance ever up to that point. You've got all the druids, they've got torches, there's smoke, all the effects are here. Is this the best WrestleMania entrance for The Undertaker up to this point, in your opinion?
Bar none. Absolutely the best, and it was just cool as hell.
So a lot of the druids who were carrying torches, it was in the Observer, were independent guys like Tony Rumble. Who would have sourced druids? Do you guys just go to a special store to find these guys, or what does that look like?
No, you go on down the street. It's Druids Are Us, and they've got a big one there in Boston.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's good. Did you guys have to do some sort of walkthrough with the fire that day? Because I got to say, having fire that close to the crowd made me a little nervous, and I knew nothing was going to happen. But still, it feels like something people would have been a little curious about.
Yeah, you have to have fire marshals involved anytime you want to light a match inside of a building with other people in it. So we rehearsed it ad nauseum and made sure the fire marshal and everybody was copacetic with what we wanted to do.
The Undertaker is going to go nearly 17 minutes with Kane here. It only gets a 1.5 stars in the Observer. Dave was pretty critical, saying Kane kicked out after a second after the 3 count, which left the finish flat. There's nothing that flattens a finish pop more than the loser kicking out just after the 3rd count, although they wanted to make it as though the match was over, but Kane didn't lose. So lots of tombstones, lots of choke slams, but Kane kicking out after the pinfall. What say you? Fair criticism by
No,
Meltzer?
that's an idiotic criticism because you're building 2 monsters and you're building Kane in the process of it. That was laid out that way so that he got the win, but then Kane is still alive and he's still coming back. We're telling stories here. And that was the story that we're telling. And it wasn't about an 18-star match in the Tokyo Dome. And that's the part when, these criticisms, people that don't understand, you have to look at the whole story and what you're telling. And that told the story, Kane coming back and Kane getting his heat after the match.
Well, you guys had been telling this story for like 7 or 8 months up to this point. After all that build, and this is the first time they really have a match, could it have ever lived up to the hype?
I don't know if it really ever could have lived up to the hype that people really expected for it. However, it didn't disappoint in my book. It was a good big man match, and it told a good story, and it also let you know there's more to come.
Clearly the biggest match of Kane's career. How was he this day? I mean, this is the first time he's been in a featured spot like this on the biggest show.
Asshole puckered. He was, very nervous. His first time on the main stage, and he's on the main stage with arguably one of the biggest stars ever in the history of the business. So he was a little nervous, without a doubt. We all were.
I think everybody was nervous when they saw The Undertaker try the dive over the top rope, down through the Spanish announce table. Talk me through this, Bruce. Is this an Undertaker idea? Does anybody try to talk him out of this dive?
It was an Undertaker idea, and that's what I mean about reinventing himself and adding new moves and the evolution of The Undertaker and a character. He always added things to make his presentation different, and that's another way of doing it, by adding the dive. They didn't expect to see that from him.
Was Vince happy with the match? Was Undertaker happy with the match?
I think they were happy with the match because, again, it's a starting point. So it wasn't going to be the match of the year, but it was a good starting point for them.
I think it's worth mentioning, too. I could be wrong on this, but I think this is the first time anybody's kicked out of a tombstone like this in a featured show. Was there any sort of hesitation as to whether or not that was the right call?
There was a little hesitation at first, but at the same time, we all came to the realization it was the right thing to do, and it was the right thing to do for the character of Kane and the whole story of Kane and Undertaker.
Let's talk a little bit about the video that we see next. It's time for the main event, but first they show a phenomenal video here where we see Tyson showing that he's not impartial. We see him sporting a DX shirt, and he's saying that WrestleMania XV is next. And he's also saying that Shawn Michaels is the champ, and he will be after the match, and that he himself is still going to be the baddest man on the planet. This package is phenomenal. Is this also a Sahadi package?
That's probably, I don't know, it was probably somebody back in the studio, like a Panucci or somebody like that, but the studio did great work.
On the way here, Austin had to do a lot more media than he normally had to do. How do you think he did in his role? Because, we're familiar with, in the old days, you'd have a Hulk Hogan or an Ultimate Warrior or a Macho Man go on Regis and Kathy Lee, and now Stone Cold's in that spot, and we've never really seen him there. I know that's a big deal, doing media for the company when you're the top guy. How did Vince think that Stone Cold did in those early outings here?
Steve did well. He still needed to find himself, and Steve was trying to walk that line of being Stone Cold Steve Austin and being Steve Williams in a media, and knowing which media he could be which guy in. So Steve was still trying to find himself in that role, but I thought he did a good job, and I think Vince was happy with it overall because he was engaging. He did have a sense of humor and didn't take himself too seriously.
Tyson's out next, and the DX band is playing him out, and he's crotch chopping the fans, but also high-fiving them. I don't know that Tyson really knew what the hell he was doing here. Your thoughts?
Well, Mike was just so damn happy to be a part of the spectacle and coming out that, he's doing his role being the heel enforcer at DX, but at the same time, people are holding their hands out and he's happy. That's what he sees on TV. He wants to be a part of it.
Next up, we get the Elimination Chamber music, which was sort of fun to hear. And we see Stone Cold Steve Austin walking down the hallway on his way to the ring. And this is well before we ever saw Goldberg do this. Whose idea was this shot? This isn't something we saw all the time.
Well, we would do it for big matches. We used to call it the boxing entrance, and
Right.
It was the long boxing follow entrance where we would take them down the hall. We did it actually at the Survivor Series with Brett and Sean, and we would do it from time to time. And it was something that I had stolen, frankly, from the folks at Madison Square Garden, because in the Garden, they loved that shot of somebody coming out of the dressing room and walking down the hall, and you follow them all the way out into the arena. So it was just something we used for big matches, and we thought this was, the biggest match of the night. Let's use it.
We also briefly see you seated here in the gorilla position, and gorilla looks a lot different back then than it does now. What were your duties that day, and what was gorilla like as a role for a show like this?
Well, man, it's the last bastion of hope. It's the last point, last instructions, last anything for the talent before they come out, and then it's the first critique when they come back from the ring. And I also had to time the show and keep it on track and make sure that everything was running smoothly as it possibly could from that vantage point. But I looked good, didn't I? I was wearing my gray suit and everything. And
next up, we see Shawn Michaels coming to the ring with both Chyna and Triple H. Triple H flips the camera off, and then when we get a tight shot of Shawn, he says, "This one's for you, Earl," and sending a little love to his buddy Earl Hebner, who is in a real fight for his life at the hospital. But he also references his good luck charm, the ring around his neck. And Meltzer would write in the Observer that Shawn had recently gotten engaged to a former seamstress who was actually the shorter of the two women who were dancing with Dude Love the prior year. And we briefly see a clip of her at the press conference after WrestleMania. What can you tell us? Had Shawn recently gotten engaged to a former seamstress here?
No, that's not true. The woman that Shawn was engaged to at that time was a young lady. I believe she was from San Antonio. I don't know where she was from, but it was not the seamstress in any way, shape, or form.
Is it fair to say if you look up swagger in the Pro Wrestling Dictionary, which doesn't exist, but maybe it should, it's Shawn Michaels for this 6 months, the last few months of 97, the first few months of 98. This dude carries himself like the man here, does he not?
He was the main event, and he was the man. So, yeah, he definitely carried it. And that's probably why he had so much heat, because in and out of the ring, that's how he carried himself.
And he's obviously clearly hurting, but he's going to perform the match, and he appears to be in the best shape of his life. That has to lead to more sort of rumor and innuendo that he's not really that hurt when he looks this good, does it not?
Well, I think there's a lot of guys that look great, but they're in an awful lot of pain, and they've got injuries and nagging injuries that are always going to affect them. And Shawn did look great here, man. He looked like the champ.
He took a turnbuckle spot, which if you have a back injury, I can't imagine taking, but he did. Shawn wrote in his book that on a scale of 1 to 10, his pain here was at an 8. But in spite of the match they're putting on, there are actually chants in the crowd for Holyfield. Would you guys have ever even considered or imagined that chant would be possible here?
I don't think so. I don't think we called that one. And we were usually pretty good about anticipating chants, and that wasn't one we anticipated.
There's rumor and innuendo that on the way to this match, Shawn had demanded security. Did he do that? And if so, was that a result of the whole public workout fiasco?
Shawn had made a lot of demands. Shawn wanted security when he arrived in Boston, and he felt that the unruliness of the fans at the workout, but just in general, that he had a lot of heat on him. In general, Steve was so red hot as a babyface that Shawn wanted protection 24/7, and he got it, and we got it for him. We had police escort him everywhere that he went, leading up to WrestleMania and all the way to WrestleMania and after. So, that's a reality, and that's something that we did do.
Allegedly, Steve was not really thrilled with the match. He's sort of described it as a basic house show match. He had been working with Hunter at the time. Do you remember how this match was put together?
Well, it was put together. I mean, Pat Patterson was the agent on it, and the guys put it together. I've heard Steve say that, and I watched the match, obviously, right before this. I thought that the match told a good story. Was it the greatest match of all time? No, it wasn't. But it was a damn good match and told a good story, and I thought it did a good job of getting where we needed to be, and that was getting Stone Cold Steve Austin over. And I kept looking for something to tell me this is a bad match. I didn't think it was a bad match at all.
Meltzer didn't hate it. He gave it 3.25 stars. But
Oh,
Steve
in that
said
case, then it sucked.
Steve was on record as saying that the match was just a chore getting into the ring. And there's been a legend out there that there are a lot of people concerned that Shawn wouldn't do business. And there's maybe a famous internet legend now that The Undertaker, having these same suspicions, actually goes and starts wrapping his fists in front of The Undertaker or in front of Shawn Michaels as almost like an intimidation factor of, hey, you're going to do what you've been asked to do. Now, Shawn flatly denies that in his book and says it's just an urban legend. But other people say it did happen, but it happened at Gorilla with you once Shawn was already out there. Do you remember hearing about any of this, or what's true, what's not true about The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 14?
Undertaker was seated directly in front of me, and he sat there and wrapped his hands while Shawn made his way to the ring. And there was a subliminal message there that I'm going to be right here when you come back. Just make sure you do business. That was the message. That was the message that the entire locker room took. And that did happen. And Undertaker was seated right in front of Gorilla. Didn't say anything to Shawn. Nothing. But Undertaker had finished his match and sat there and just wrapped his hands.
Shawn has said that anything mundane in the ring was difficult to do. It felt like his body wasn't moving the same. It felt like he was running in quicksand. Even running the ropes would hurt him. But to get through the match, he's on a fair amount of stuff. He references that he's talking about painkillers here. I can't imagine that this is sort of the old wrestler cocktail that we've heard so much about. Somas were probably not the thing here. What type of pharmaceutical help would Shawn have had help with here?
God, I have no idea what the hell he took, if he took anything before the match. Probably took some painkillers, but again, you'd have to ask him that one. I have no idea. I didn't see him take anything, nor do I know if he was on anything.
It's been said that Shawn came to the arena that day with his parents, and as a nice gesture, Vince McMahon gave him his own dressing room so he could sort of visit with his parents.
Right.
Did the office ask that his parents came, or was that Shawn's request?
Shawn, his parents came to WrestleMania, and they had come to several WrestleManias, so that wasn't anything that was out of the ordinary. They were there with Shawn, and they were also there to support him, and he had gone through his health issues in San Antonio with his parents, and they wanted to be there for WrestleMania.
Shawn says that his dad was in the room when Vince came by to give a little bit of a speech saying, we really appreciate all your contributions, and no matter what happens, you'll always have a job with this company. And his dad was not impressed with the speech and said something like, if anything happens to my boy, there's going to be trouble. I can appreciate, Shawn's parents trying to be supportive, but it's sort of funny that nobody really talks about this. But if this was Buff Bagwell's mom, this would be a different story, would it not?
I don't know. I don't know Buff, and I don't know his mother. But I tell you, Shawn's dad is an old military dad. And Shawn's dad reminded me of my dad. Very no-nonsense and very straightforward, and was just a no-nonsense guy. Pretty stern. So as you read that, I could see his dad not believing anything that this group of misfits and these damn carnival barkers and things like that he probably felt. So I could see that. I could see his dad having that feeling.
Allegedly, Steve came into the room and they start working through exactly what they're going to do in the match. And Mike Tyson's there too. And they're all sort of prepping for how this punch is going to be thrown. Obviously, Shawn doesn't have a problem putting over Steve, but he'd probably rather not to end the night with a broken jaw. Was there any concern that Tyson might be too excited and not remember that this is not a real punch?
You know what? I'm sure that Shawn probably had that concern because I don't know if I'd want to even take Mike Tyson's working punch. However, Mike, boxers do know how to pull their punches, and they do that on a regular basis. So Mike assured him that he wasn't going to take his head off or break his jaw. And we had to go with that. And Shawn went with it and went out there and did it.
Shawn wrote in his book that Pat Patterson was pushing to get this Austin 316 shirt that Mike Tyson held up to be draped over Shawn's face as he laid prone after the knockout punch. And Shawn refused to do it and thought it was overkill and he didn't have a problem losing with the stunner and then getting punched and knocked out by Mike Tyson. But he said, if you put the shirt on me, I'm going to get up and walk out. Ultimately, they agreed they would not do it, but they still did it. And Shawn was furious about this. Do you remember the controversy about this Austin 316 t-shirt moment?
Well, the original suggestion was not to drape it over his face. The original suggestion was that Tyson would rip off his DX shirt to reveal an Austin 316 shirt underneath. And that's what Shawn originally had the problem with. And Shawn hated it, didn't want him to do it, and felt that that wouldn't add anything to it. And then they came up with the draping, and I think they just did that.
After the match, Shawn goes to his locker room, lays down, starts to ice the back. Hunter comes and sits with him quietly. Steve comes by and thanks him. And, of course, Vince McMahon comes by and thanks him and tells him what a great job he's done. And it's one of the most amazing things he'd ever seen. And Shawn is very emotional by this. All the anger he'd been carrying just leaves his body. He's upset. He's weeping over the fact that this is finally done. And he feels now a little more and more angry about the way his career is going to end with this t-shirt spot in mind. So his blood starts boiling and he stomps into the press conference. He's got his things packed. He's still in his wrestling tights. He's got a t-shirt. Hunter and whoever Shawn is with that we're not going to talk about, I guess, is in tow. And he sort of tries to show his ass at the press conference. And Vince McMahon is on stage with Stone Cold Steve Austin. So Shane McMahon sort of bears the brunt of this verbal assault from Shawn Michaels. You were there. What do you remember about this press conference situation?
Well, I didn't get there until after the fact, and I'd heard about it. Someone told me that Shawn was down at the press conference. And so I got there pretty much after, Shawn had gotten there, and I got there with Shane, and we just, got Shawn away from the madness, if you will. But Shawn felt that he should have been at the press conference and that he should have been there, and they should be talking about him instead of Steve and Tyson, which is not the case. And again, you go back to things that we have done in the past where it was all about Shawn, nobody else was there. And I think it was just a case of Shawn feeling sorry for himself at that point and wanting to be the center of attention. And hey, don't forget about me.
Austin is really setting up the McMahon feud here in the press conference, saying that McMahon's not going to be able to mold him. And Vince McMahon takes a minute to really put over the contributions that Shawn Michaels had and talks about what a toll it must have taken on him, not just physically, but emotionally as well. We haven't really talked a lot about Vince's relationship with Shawn. How would you categorize their relationship? Because it feels like they've always had one that was different from maybe the way Vince handled every other superstar.
I think Vince looked at Shawn kind of like a father-son, and he loved Shawn. Shawn, it was a love-hate relationship early on, but Shawn always stood up to Vince and told him what was on his mind, and this was an opportunity, to give back, I guess you could say. But Vince always looked at Shawn kind of like a son, and he loved him. Shawn was the guy that did the Montreal screw job, and Vince always or will never, ever forget that. And he appreciated Shawn's work ethic, and he appreciated Shawn Michaels, the human being. So there's just a lot of love there. And like any relationship, especially a father-son, there's times you want to just strangle them. But for the most part, it was a lot of respect and a lot of love there.
Let's talk a little bit about Steve Austin, of course, because he's had quite the journey to get here. Fired from WCW, comes in as the ringmaster, nearly has his neck broken, and now he's finally world champion. Did you have an opportunity to catch up with Steve that night and see what this title and this night meant to him?
Yeah, at the party, it was about verification or validation more than anything with Steve. And the fact that, his black boots and little black boots, they actually got over, man, and he was the man. So I think Steve felt pretty damn proud of himself, and rightfully so.
Usually in wrestling, when something works, you do it until it just doesn't work anymore, whether it's the NWO or the authority angle. But we don't see Mike Tyson again. Why did you guys never do anything with Mike again after this?
Mike went back to boxing, and that was his love. And once Mike knew that he could go back to boxing, that's what he wanted to do, and that was the role he took.
It's worth mentioning this is the last WrestleMania we would see the Winged Eagle World title that debuted at WrestleMania 4. The very next night, you guys are going to debut the new Big Eagle. Of course, the Winged Eagle was the Reggie Parks creation. Now we've got the Big Eagle on the blue strap that Vince McMahon is going to present to Stone Cold the next day, made by Joe Marshall. How far in advance had you guys decided we want to use a different belt and we're going to wait and debut it the night after?
I think we had decided, when we were going to make Steve the champion, it would be a new era, new championship belt, and that was it. There wasn't much more thought than that put into it.
Well, let's put a bow on this episode with some hypothetical questions. You know I love hypotheticals on the podcast. You can hear more of those at somethingtowrestle.com. But hypothetically, what was the main event supposed to be for WrestleMania XIV at the time of SummerSlam 97? I want to sort of set the stage here. In that main event, Bret Hart became the world champion, beating The Undertaker for the belt after an errant chair shot from Shawn Michaels. On that same show, Stone Cold Steve Austin damn near had his neck broken by Owen Hart. Of course, it was an accident, but still, it happened. At that time, did you guys have an idea of where you were going for the main event of WrestleMania XIV?
We were originally, we were looking at possibly doing Bret and Austin, but then it, became Bret and Shawn. I mean, not Bret and Shawn. Yeah, Bret and Austin, and then obviously got to Shawn and Austin. But we were looking to make Steve the man at that point.
Had Austin not been able to recover from the neck injury at SummerSlam, do you think the Montreal Screwjob could have been avoided?
Possibly, but that one we'll never know. I possibly.
Had Bret still left, would Vince McMahon, now that Austin's out of play in this hypothetical situation, would Vince have made an attempt to sign Hulk Hogan, whose contract was allegedly going to be up at the end of 97?
We did make an attempt. We did talk to him about it, and it just didn't happen. We made an attempt. We talked to him about it, and Hulk decided to stay where he was.
Had Hulk come in, what would his role have been at WrestleMania XIV?
Never got that far. So, I mean, there wasn't that what-if situation because it never, ever got that far. I think Hulk just used the fact that, hey, Vince is interested to continue his deal there, and never got beyond that.
From WrestleMania 4 to 14, you were at all of them, with the exception of 8. Is this the most important WrestleMania of your tenure at that time?
Yes, definitely. It was the beginning of a new era.
It was the beginning of a new era for sure, and it certainly is here on Something Else to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard here on the WWE Network. And we're going to take your questions live right after this on Facebook. Cruise on over, check us out, facebook.com/something to wrestle, and pick Bruce's brain. And don't forget to subscribe to the podcast that drops every Friday at noon Eastern at somethingtowrestle.com. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and we are out of time. We'll see you next time right here on Something Else to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
That's me.
From the territories to Titan Towers to TNA and all points in between, he's seen and done it all. And now he's here to share the real story behind wrestling's biggest moments, controversies, and characters. The MLW Radio Network presents Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? Have you been doing anything interesting for the last week or so?
I've been a little bit busy, man. Kind of making an impact here and there.
An impact here or there. I'm picking up what you're putting down, pal. Let's go ahead and get all of the rumor and innuendo out of the way. There's been lots of speculation from a mutual friend of ours on his podcast that, without really saying so, he suspects that we're going to be shilling for a certain wrestling company. That is not the case. They're looking for the rub from us, not the other way around. Is that fair to say?
That's pretty fair to say.
So anyway, let's move along. Bruce, anything we want to address on last week's show before we get into what we're really here for, WrestleMania 15?
Well, I didn't get a whole lot of feedback other than Dennis Stamp on last week's show. So, hey, Dennis, rock on.
Yeah, sorry to hear that Dennis apparently has been having some health problems. We want to send nothing but well wishes out to him. It's unfortunate anytime you hear bad news about somebody that has entertained you, and he certainly entertained all of us in the Beyond the Mat documentary. All right, Bruce, it's time to do it. It's what everybody's really here for. It's WrestleMania 15. There's so much crazy stuff that's going on here. I'm not exactly sure how to jump into this with all the different information that we have about the behind the scenes goings on in the company. This happens in 1999 when business is arguably at an all-time high for the company. And this pay-per-view itself sets all kinds of records. But what people remember most about it is probably not the wrestling. So let's just get into it. What happened when the World Wrestling Federation brought WrestleMania 15 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania? It's March. It's 1999. Bruce, we talked about this the other day off air. I've always been fascinated by the location selection and the way that process works. And I found it interesting that you guys return here to the Northeast again. Of course, you were up there for 11. Well, of course, you were there for 10, and then 11. You're back in the Northeast. 12, you go to Anaheim. 13, you're in Chicago. 14, you're in Boston. 15, you're in Philadelphia. It feels like this could have been a time to pull the trigger on a stadium show, but we're in Philly and we're not in a stadium. What's up with that? Wait, let me say it. What's up with that?
What's up with that? I think that it goes back to, again, there were a lot of people that felt going to a stadium was riskier and they wanted to have a smaller venue where they could make more money on the bottom line.
And it felt like Philadelphia was a hot market for y'all just because it's the Northeast and they have rabid fans, or it's just a wrestling town?
Philadelphia is a great wrestling town. It was always really good for the WWF. And it was someplace, like you said, rabid fans. They supported the product. They loved it. They were enthusiastic, and they deserved a WrestleMania.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's 5 o'clock here when we're taping this, and I deserve an ice cold Miller Lite. It is hashtag Miller Lite time. Hashtag Miller time. Come on, get you some of that.
Please give me one.
You want one too?
Oh, yeah.
I'll get you one. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Now it's hashtag Miller time.
Oh,
there you go.
Cheers. There you go, because I love me a little bit of Miller Lite to just kind of set the tone, because I'm going to take a few of these to get through this podcast with you.
Okay, so let's get into it. We're in Philadelphia, and I guess we should talk a little bit about kind of what was leading us to this match itself, or this series of matches, because there's lots of kind of twists and turns of how we get there. Let's start first with the broadcast team. JR's Bell's palsy here has him really suffering in late 98 and early 99. And there's not even a specific timetable for his return. When he does come back, though, he comes back to do an angle. And I kind of always thought this was kind of weird and out of place. He comes out on Raw and calls out Bart Gunn and then blames him for his Bell's palsy and slaps him. I guess that turns him heel. And then Dr. Death does a run in and gives Bart some German suplexes and beats him up. And the next time we see JR, he has Dr. Death with him. And in the middle of a show, they start getting a new announce table built right in front of Michael Cole and Jerry Lawler, who are also ringside. And he tries to announce in front of them. Now, thankfully, all of this angle was dropped and we do get to see JR on WrestleMania. But I want to talk about this time with JR. How hard was this time on him in real life with him struggling with this Bell's palsy?
I cannot even imagine, because Jim Ross, he absolutely loves what he does. He loves to commentate. Jim loves to tell stories, and he's so damn passionate about everything that he does. He was probably maybe seen by a lot of people to be over passionate, or some people might even say overbearing in his quest to get back on the air. The powers that be felt, damn, Jim, you can't be on the air with your face that's half paralyzed. They felt that it was unsettling for viewers.
Whoa. What is this they? It's Vince, right?
I think it was a combination of Vince McMahon, Vince Russo, Kevin Dunn. I think that there were a lot of people that felt that it just wasn't the look that they were looking for, and it was an excuse to get Jim off of TV.
Okay, don't just point the finger there. What did you think? Take some ownership.
I didn't have any say in the situation whatsoever, but I
Like
felt
what you had a say in. Did you think he had a look for it, or because he had this attack, you should keep him off TV? What was your opinion?
I think that it was better to keep him off TV for that time, but I also think that he still could have, in the right place at the right time, been able to call big matches. The other part of the Bell's palsy thing with Jim, especially at this time, was Jim's stamina on the air. The later it got, the more Jim did, he became fatigued, and
His face became fatigued.
his face became fatigued, but also everything became fatigued, man. It was debilitating on him. So his speech would slur. He wasn't easy to understand, and that affected his work.
What was JR doing off camera for the company?
Jim was the vice president of talent relations.
Was this illness affecting his work off camera or just on camera?
I think that it affected his stamina a little bit, frankly, but it was more of I think it was more of an aesthetic thing. And I think that Jim could have been utilized to tell those great stories that he is so good at. And if you could have kept him in a special place, you didn't have to do a lot of on-camera work.
Right.
Okay? You don't see the damn commentators on camera. You don't have to see them a whole lot. And I think that there could have been something that could have been done to utilize Jim to do what he does best, and that's tell stories.
So whose idea was it to turn him heel here? That feels like a Vince Russo idea.
I believe it was. It was probably a combination of Vince Russo and Vince McMahon.
Why was it scrapped?
I don't think that the people bought it. People didn't want to boo JR. They loved JR.
Yeah. Well, did you think him slapping Bart Gunn and blaming him for the Bell's palsy was in poor taste, or did you think it was fair game because it's wrestling?
I think everything's fair game because it's wrestling, but I just don't think it worked from the standpoint of, number one, they love JR. Also, I think that the people kind of wanted to see Dr. Death too.
Yeah.
So they didn't have a reason to hate Dr. Death.
Right.
They didn't have a reason to really get behind Bart Gunn other than he had won the Brawl for All. Then he went away.
Meltzer reports around this time, there was actually a dialogue a few months back with Michael Landsberg of Off the Record about hosting Raw with the idea of it being permanent, but he was told by TSN that he'd have to drop his show because of the credibility factor of shilling for wrestling. So he didn't pursue it any further. How far do you remember this coming along, and had it happened, what would have changed for JR or Cole in your opinion?
Landsberg was somebody that Vince was interested in. He liked his look. Again, that's an important thing for television. He liked his look and felt his interview style would lend itself to the business. And Landsberg was also a big fan of the business. So,
Do you like him? You like Landsberg?
I like his show. Yeah,
Okay.
I do. And there were just discussions, but as I said, he wasn't able to do both, and he really enjoyed his TSN deal.
Let's talk about Shawn Michaels. You guys turned Shawn babyface towards the end of 98, and the thinking in doing that is he's going to have to get spinal fusion surgery, so whenever a guy leaves for a long period like that, make him a babyface. That surgery happened on January 12th in San Antonio. It took more than 4 hours once they discovered that one of the discs in his back had largely been destroyed. In an interview with his local paper there about a week before the surgery, he said, "It's a matter of looking at the risk versus rewards ratio. It's time to say that's a wrap. I've accomplished many things in the ring, including reaching the top as a world champion. If I hadn't won the title, then perhaps I'd still be trying to get back in the ring one way or another, but you have to start thinking about your personal life," end quote. Was there ever any hope back in 1998 that you remember that Shawn would be back?
There was a lot of hope that Shawn would be back. I think the feeling was no one really knew the extent of the injury because they hadn't gone in.
Right.
They knew that Shawn was hurting. He was in a lot of pain. He was dependent on painkillers. He needed to get fixed. So it was time to fish or cut bait, and it was time to cut on his back and find out what the hell was going on. There was always the hope that he was going to come back.
Yeah. Meltzer reports that Tank Abbott was approached to fight Bart Gunn, but he asked for $55,000, and the WWF just balked at that point. And supposedly, there was also talk of having Bart face Chemo because he couldn't really strike, but he looked imposing. And Meltzer even went so far as to say that you and Briscoe met with both Tank and Chemo. I've always been fascinated by the idea of you guys flirting with MMA guys. It's also coming out here that Butterbean, and we're going to talk a lot about Butterbean, but it's important to mention that he was kind of viewed as a joke in boxing, but he was still very active, not necessarily fighting on the big time shows, but fighting almost every weekend, and maybe was considered too busy for the WWF once upon a time. And before they scrapped the idea, allegedly, Steve Blackman was even kicked around as a possible opponent for Bart Gunn when they're trying to find, some way to capitalize on his Brawl for All infamy, I guess is the right way to say it. We've covered the Brawl for All, and it's in the archives, and probably one of our more fun episodes if you just enjoy a good train wreck, so go check that out. But I'm curious, now that we've broken that down in such great detail, Bruce, why wouldn't you guys just let that shit go after everybody kind of acknowledged, boy, this was a clusterfuck of an idea?
You guys, it wasn't you guys. It was Vince and Vince.
Well, you
I'll
and
point
Briscoe
fingers on that.
You and Briscoe go talk to the motherfuckers, so you're involved.
Well, yeah, because I was asked to go and gauge their interest.
How do you remember those talks going with Chemo and Tank?
Chemo was a goof. Chemo was one of those guys that really believed his own shit. A super nice guy, really, really nice guy. But we talked to these guys through Rick Bassman. Rick Bassman was the promoter out in California, in Southern California.
Who got Sting and Warrior and Cena and other guys in, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Rick's a nice guy. Rick ran his promotion out there. But Rick had a school as well and was able to get access to a lot of these guys and dealt with a lot of the shoot fighters that worked out there in his gym. Chemo was one of them. Tank Abbott was another. So we went out, had a relationship with Rick, and we talked to Chemo first because Chemo had the most marketability. Chemo was the guy that, he came to the ring carrying the cross to the ring, and he was an interesting guy, and he was I'm not going to say he was a household name, but he was a big name in the MMA world. So we talked to him, but he just, I don't know. I don't want to say he didn't have any interest, but he sure as hell didn't have any interest in losing.
There you go. So let's talk about Mark Kerr and Mark Coleman. And there's a tremendous documentary out there, if you haven't seen it, called The Smashing Machine. And it kind of follows Mark Kerr, but you learn a little bit about Mark Coleman. And both of these guys are pretty tight with Kurt Angle, or once upon a time were, from their amateur wrestling days. But Meltzer reports that you guys had conversations with both. Specifically, JR met with Kerr in Phoenix during a WWF show. Do you know why those conversations didn't advance? Is it because of the level of income they were earning in Japan at the time, or what happened there? Why did those deals fall apart?
I get Kerr and Coleman confused, and one of them was from Ohio. And I believe
that's Coleman.
Coleman, okay. And
Kerr lives out in like Arizona or something.
Okay. I remember that the one that was in Ohio, we met with them out there, and I believe he had an issue with drugs that just couldn't really be overcome. He was.
Can you imagine a scenario where somebody does too many drugs for wrestling?
Exactly. Well, he did, man.
Kerr,
he showed up fucked up to the show.
Kerr is the one who really struggled.
Yeah. And that's the one. I really just get them both mixed up. They were both great amateurs and both great fighters, but they weren't interested in the entertainment side of the business. They
Wanted to come and beat up Bar Gunn.
They wanted to beat everybody up.
Sure.
So it didn't go beyond that.
Do you remember Tank Abbott asking for 55? Does that sound right to you?
All those guys asked for exorbitant amount of money.
You think 55 in that time was exorbitant money?
It was exorbitant money for what they were going to be doing in comparison to what the other guys were making. Yeah.
I asked because there was an article in the Philadelphia Daily News that said Butterbean had signed a 2-fight deal with the WWF for $50,000 per fight and claimed the contract said that Butterbean would be pinned in neither match. Now, of course, when they say, he won't be pinned, I'm like, oh, God.
And Floyd Mayweather got paid $30 million, too.
So you don't believe that Butterbean got paid $50,000 for WrestleMania?
I know he didn't.
What did he get?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, half?
No, I'm not going to discuss that.
Well, you laughed at it.
I did laugh at it.
So it's probably $10,000.
Hey, Butterbean made good, fair money, and we paid him what he asked.
Butterbean's from Jasper. What do folks in Jasper say?
What do they say?
Roll Tide. It was rumored that WrestleMania will wind up being a 3-way deal with Austin, Rock, and Mankind. And one of the things that feeds into that rumor is that there are 3 guys who are going to be set to be on the cover of TV Guide. And I don't think, and this is they're doing this like the week of WrestleMania is when these TV Guides are supposed to come out. And I don't think a lot of younger people who are listening right now, Bruce, can really grasp what big distribution TV Guide had, because now people are just spoiled with, oh, you've just got everything kind of on screen,
God. I don't even think that my children even have a clue, like you say, what the hell a TV Guide is.
Well, once upon a time, you could get your television, lineup locally. You could get a few channels in your newspaper every day. But if you needed like all the cable channels and you wanted to know what was on all of those, you had to get the TV Guide. It was the only place to get it.
Right.
This thing had millions and millions. It was way bigger than any newspaper or traditional magazine.
And the TV Guide was there at the checkout counter.
Absolutely.
So whenever you checked out at the grocery store, you checked out at Walgreens or Eckerd Drugs,
or
wherever
Walmart or Target or
wherever the hell you were, man, is you were checking out that
the gas station. It was everywhere.
Was everywhere. TV Guide. So for us to have the cover, and we didn't just have one guy on the cover.
You had 4.
Another unique deal. So they were collectibles.
Right.
You could get Stone Cold Steve Austin. You could get The Rock. You could get Mankind, or you could get Sable. So you had these 4 collector's editions of TV Guide, and people wouldn't just buy one for the TV Guide itself. They were buying it for who was on the cover. And so it was a neat promotion.
It's a really big deal too. I'm curious though, we're going to talk about him a lot on this show, I'm sure, but when was Mankind figured into the main event, and when did those plans change?
See, I don't know that Mankind was ever figured into the main event. I do know that Vince Russo really wanted to have Mankind in the main event. He wanted to have a triple threat and have Mankind in the mix. I don't think...
Can I freestyle a guess that Mick was fucked up physically and just couldn't do that?
Mick was, I believe, he had either knee...
He had a knee injury, and he had just gotten massacred in the head a couple of months before.
I just think that Vince McMahon felt that the one-on-one Rock and Austin was the attraction, that the single match was more of an attraction than spreading that spotlight over 3 guys.
So and he probably felt that way because, and now this seems crazy to think about, but at that time, there'd never been more than just a heads-up match in the main event of WrestleMania.
I believe so, yeah.
There had been the tag match, of course, at WrestleMania 1, but moving forward, it was all mano-a-mano.
Right. And the idea of involving Mick in the match in the referee role, that was bandied about. So that's how they got Mick into that match. But I do believe that where that comes from is I believe Russo really wanted to have that as a triple threat match and keep Mick involved in the title picture.
Do you remember Mick being disappointed or upset that he wasn't involved there?
Sure. I mean, that's your goal. If you're in the business, you want to main event WrestleMania. To be a part of that and be a part of that issue is big time deal.
No, it was a big time deal. And there's so much about the business in 1999 that's on fire. I mean, we're going to spin off into all kinds of crazy storylines here, but the next big one was the big jump from WCW to the WWF for the Big Show, Paul White. His contract started on February 10th, and his first appearance was at the Toy Fair for the WWF, but he debuted in ring at St. Valentine's Day Massacre. That show broke every in-your-house record ever, doing a 1.21 buy rate, and it did 5.79 million as a company gross for the pay-per-view, which I guess isn't surprising when you consider that it was headlined by Vince McMahon and Steve Austin in a cage. So pretty solid at the time if you're trying to sell tickets. Meltzer reports here, and this is, I guess, the big question that I wanted to ask about this because there's been so many tweets about it. Quote, he may also be held off because due to the major liposuction, he's been unable to train, so he's not in good condition, and he's still way too heavy, and there's a school of thought that there is no point in rushing his debut until he's gotten himself into top shape, since so much is being invested in him when business is so great with him or without him. This is confusing.
Goddamn pronouns, pal. Big Show.
Who'd you think I was talking about?
Well, it was all these he's and hims, pronouns, pal. Goddamn.
Okay, well, fucking tell that to Dave, okay? I'm just trying to give the man credit.
I'm not going to give him credit.
He's phenomenal. Quit picking on him.
Fuck him. Him. See that? Pronouns, pal.
Damn. The major liposuction. Rumor and innuendo?
No, I think Big Show had a lot of liposuction in between his time from WCW to come to WWE.
Vince asked for that?
No.
Show just wanted to do it on his
I
own.
think Show wanted to. I think Show was looking for a shortcut, frankly.
Ooh, coming in hot right there.
Well, no, I do. I think that he was looking at a way to come in, look great, and go ahead and do that versus train. See, look at Big Show right now. My God.
Oh, he's a monster.
Holy cow. He looks like a giant Superman with abs. It's insane. But at the time, Show was looking for a quick fix. He was not in shape when he came in. He hadn't worked out for a while. So, but also Vince wanted to get him in our ring, get him acclimated before he was going to put him in the ring to wrestle.
When he debuted on Raw after the pay-per-view, Meltzer wrote, quote, he's had a lot of fat sculpted from his body, but he still looks like he hasn't slept in a week. Instead of the fire-breathing, fierce giant they're looking for, they've got this tall, burned-out-looking, overgrown high school partier. The company has impressed upon White the idea of dropping weight, actually down to below 400 eventually. They are calling him Big Nasty Paul White. So, a lot to cover there, Bruce. First of all, what happened to Big Nasty? Why did he like Big Nasty? Because this is a McMahon deal.
That's not a McMahon deal. McMahon always wanted to call him Big Show. Nobody ever wanted to call him Big Nasty. Well, I take it back. Big Show wanted to call himself Big Nasty. Big Show wanted to be Big Nasty. That's where that comes from. But Vince...
As opposed to Big Sexy?
I guess. I don't know what the hell that came from. But Vince McMahon always had, and everything was done for the Big Show. Not Big Nasty.
Why do they call him Paul White so much?
That's another... I don't get it. Maybe to differentiate him from the Giant, to give him a real name. But the funny thing about that is, before Big Show started, the speeches that we got from Vince McMahon talking about, we don't refer to him as the Giant, because that's what WCW called him.
Yeah.
By God, he's the Big Show. And get over the Big Show names. It was, now it's just second nature. He's Big Show.
It is, yeah.
It has become his name. At the time, the Big Show, it sounded funny coming out of your mouth.
It does.
Now we take it for granted, but that's repetition and Vince's way of constantly reminding people of a name and how he...
Why move away from the real name? I mean, I know you could say, oh, well, then we own it, blah, blah, blah. But
that is why.
But you start him with it. Why not fucking roll with it?
See, I don't understand why the hell they started with it.
Yeah.
They started with it and dropped it.
So you don't know what changed?
I think Vince finally just getting into everybody. There was a there was these movements sometimes of make it real. It's like Diesel. Well, hey, I'm Kevin Nash, Diesel. I played at the University of Tennessee. Let's be real. Fuck that. You're either Paul White or you're the Big Show.
Yeah.
Paul White, the Big Show, takes way too long to say and introduce. So just be the damn Big Show. And I think people were getting mixed messages sometimes.
If you thought the dude was too heavy, why sign him for more money?
I mean, sign him for more money.
Well,
They brought him in with a huge contract for many years.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like, he wasn't making shit in WCW by comparison. And so now you guys are going to sign him for a lot more money. If you know that they don't have a big money offer, or you suspect they don't, why do you come after him with so much money if you think, well, goddamn, he's got to lose all this weight or we can't even use him? Why pay him so much if you don't think you can use him?
Well, there was a weight clause in his contract, first of all. So he did have to make weight. And there was a weight clause, and yes, Big Show did get heavy, and yes, he was sent down to Louisville over the years to go and drop weight and get in shape. But he was looked at as an investment and as an attraction. Vince loves his giants.
Meltzer wrote that the deal to bring him in was put together by White's agent and the help of Bushwhacker Luke, of all people, who acted as a little bit of a liaison to keep Vince from looking like he was tampering. Supposedly, the deal is 10 years for nearly $1 million a year, and Hogan even advised Paul to take it. How do you remember the deal coming together?
Luke helped out in that, I believe. Jerry Briscoe helped out in that.
How fucking random is that?
What's that?
Just that Bushwhacker Luke's brokering deals. I don't know. I just think of him as, whoa, yay,
Hey, Big Show. Hey, hey, mate. You falling douchebag. Sorry, that's one word I learned from Bushwhacker Luke. Douchebag. But he was a power broker in the wrestling business. He had been a booker for years, a Tampa guy, so he knew everybody. We had to be very careful. We had to be very careful how we approached talent, who approached talent, what was said. So yeah, he had an intermediary, his agent Jimmy, nice guy, that we went through.
Let's talk about Sable. We're going to talk about her a lot on this show. Meltzer around this time reports that there was a lot of internal heat about her. Supposedly, Sable and Miro had both asked for their release from brand newly signed contracts, but they were turned down. Allegedly, the WWF felt like they had too much potential exposure coming, with her Playboy cover coming out in early March. But a lot of the problems supposedly stemmed from a TSN appearance with Deborah and Chyna. Do you remember this?
I sure do.
So let's kind of catch everybody up here. Meltzer would report that these guys had a little bit of a debate, and it turned into a shoot, and feelings on both sides were ruffled. Supposedly, the host, Landsberg, asked why Chyna wasn't the WWF Women's Champion. And she said something like she wasn't interested in the title, had never challenged for it, but if she did, she could beat Sable in 2 seconds. Sable said that they never wrestled, so how could she say that? Chyna says she's twice as big and twice as strong. Somewhere in Sable's comeback, she asked, exactly what do you put in your body to make yourself twice as big and twice as strong? Somehow, someone brings up plastic surgery, and Sable says that Chyna has had more plastic surgery than anyone in the company. And eventually, a lot of the boys side with Chyna and think that Sable has gone over the line here, talking about plastic surgery and specifically the drug issue. And apparently, Sable and Miro started to argue that they didn't come to the WWF for her to be a wrestler. She was never trained to be a wrestler. And a lot of the office starts to think, you know what? She's just got all this extra attention from Playboy and this extra cash. So now she's getting the big head. Either way, things go poorly. We'll talk about Mark Merrill's relationship with Sable another time, I'm sure. Let's focus on this China Sable fight. What the hell happened?
Well, pretty much what you just said. They were put in a situation where, and I believe it was live as well with Landsberg, but Reno really wasn't prepared. She didn't know how to address that question. China, to China's defense, I think that China handled it the correct way, how she would for her character. And if I was producing it and I could have been in Sable's ear, I would have just turned it around instead of going on the attack. Just say, hey, well, maybe one day we'll find out, and leave it, because nobody wins in that regard. And there was a lot of heat. Sable was getting a lot of attention. She was the most popular female in the business at that time. She was on Playboy. It became one of the largest selling Playboys in the history of the magazine. She was on top of the world. So there was a lot of jealousy. There was a lot of pettiness going back and forth. Yeah, there was just a lot of ruffled feathers. She wasn't a worker. She never wanted to be a worker. She had no desire. But Russo kept pushing her into the role of a wrestler, put the championship on her, put her in the ring without training, without knowing what the hell she was doing in there, and tried to get through these matches because she was the most popular thing on the female side at the time.
It's worth mentioning that she turned heel on TV not too long after this, and then took some time off for what Meltzer called her 31st boob job. She appeared on Regis and Kathy Lee, and then, as we mentioned earlier, got the 4th spot on this TV guide cover. You know, and all of this kind of begs the question to me, Bruce, if she wants out of here, she's not getting along with the gals, if she's so damn difficult to work with and deal with, how does she keep getting all these opportunities?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, that she wasn't that difficult to deal with. She had a lot of people that looked at her and were jealous of her success. She didn't know how to handle some situations. However, I feel that we as a company put her in situations without preparing her for them. She should have never been in the ring. She didn't train. She didn't want to. We should have protected her in that regard. Instead, we just threw her out there.
Because she was popping a rating because people wanted to see her.
You damn right she was.
Yeah.
And she made a lot of money from merchandise. She checked all the boxes.
Yeah.
So they put her in a situation that it was a no-win situation for her.
Right.
So it wasn't.
But how did she alienate herself from all the boys?
Mark helped. Mark kind of helped in that a lot. Mark became almost a stage husband.
Yeah. Suitcase pimp.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he alienated a lot of the guys. But the boys, and she kept to herself. If you know Rena, if you've ever been around her, you'll see that she is very quiet. She doesn't socialize with a lot of people. She doesn't, get out there and just jump in the conversation. So she didn't hang out with the other girls. She wasn't a wrestler. She didn't particularly like being in the ring, but they kept putting her in there. And you put her in there with girls that are on the roster, like Jacqueline, who's a hell of a worker, Luna, and people that love being in the ring. There's a lot of jealousy going on.
Well, and there certainly was a lot of jealousy, and ultimately it was the end of a few relationships not too long from here. You had the end of her relationship with the WWF not too long after this, and you've also got the end of her relationship with Mark Merrow. They didn't have too many more anniversaries after that, did they?
No, they didn't.
So they start promoting, it starts to look like they're going to do X-Pac and Shane in a singles match at WrestleMania, and Meltzer wrote, Shane as a character is way too similar to that of Eric Bischoff. Vince is a super performer, not that he doesn't get out of control at times. Shane is a good performer doing heel interviews, but he oversteps and does so much of what he's not good at as well, and due to that, comes across as the boss using TV as his ego tool. How do you think he did in his first matches? Obviously, his WrestleMania match was very good. It far exceeded all expectations. We'll get there. But his early stuff, not that fucking great. And he's on TV, and he's in a bad spot here because he's going to be extra scrutinized because he's the boss's son.
Yeah, it sucked. But it's a tough place to be in. So he went out there and he did the very best that he could. What people didn't see was Shane McMahon in the ring every single night, no matter what the temperature, whether it was 30 degrees in that damn warehouse with my brother working out for hours on end every single day, learning the trade, doing everything that he could to get better in the ring. So I got a lot of respect for Shane. He was put in the position, didn't have what everybody else had, years and years of experience. He was thrust in because of his name and who he was. I thought he did a great job considering.
Yeah, and I mean, at WrestleMania, he hits a home run compared to what everybody expected. Meltzer even says that Shane did take it seriously and trained every single day with Prichard, the good Prichard, not you, leading up to the WrestleMania match. So,
What the fuck?
Somebody laughed at
I can
that.
be a good Prichard. Yeah, my brother Tom's laughing at that,
Yeah.
going, fuck him.
What was that old line?
Oh my God, it's your favorite fucking line.
I'd take a bullet for Tom. I'd put one in Bruce.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
You love that one, don't you?
Well, here's the deal. Everybody knows you're the Prichard with a gun. I mean, it's available in the archives now. My Bruce got fired. Go check it out.
Fuck you.
Recapping the match from February where Rock won the belt back from Mankind in Birmingham. Meltzer wrote, quote, "Mankind put on a great performance and Rock is on his way to being one of the biggest stars this industry has ever seen," end quote. When did you guys know that? Like, when did you personally say, God damn, he's going to be one of the biggest stars ever?
I'll tell you, you feel it. And this is going to sound hokey as shit.
I knew the first time I saw him.
No, I'll tell you, no, it wasn't the first time I saw him. No, I knew the first time I saw him that he was natural in Houston, Texas, when he came in for his tryout. But the first time that I went, holy shit, man, that kid is going to be special, was in the warehouse, and he was in the ring and just jumped up on the second rope in the corner and looked out in an empty warehouse.
But pretended.
And he just had that it. But I remember that moment.
The swagger about him.
He had, yeah. And
From University of Miami.
my brother Tom trained him. And Tom would always say, when I would get on Tom about, man, when you're out there tooting your own horn, talk about the people that you've trained, from Kurt Angle, The Rock, Mark Henry, all these different guys, Vince, Shane, these different people. He picks Rock out and says, you know what? I didn't have to do that much with Rock. He had it. I just showed him where to put it.
Wow, that's a great line.
So Rock always had it. It was inside of him. He just needed somebody to teach him
Where to put it.
where to put it.
Yeah, this is not the Sunny episode. This also is around the same time that Mankind lands the Chef Boyardee commercial we talked about on the Beyond the Mat episode. Obviously, we've already kind of ran through how the Chef Boyardee commercial kind of came together for Mankind, but it seems like a weird person to have endorse your product. The WWF here is arguably at its most raunchy. And it even gets coverage, I guess, everywhere. USA Today, Inside Edition, Politically Incorrect, Outside the Lines, Nightline, everywhere. And they kind of recap all the bad stuff, where Hunter asked a lady to take her top off at a house show. Chyna had her breast grabbed on TV. A blue Mark Henry.
You just said that out loud.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. And then there was a new Mark Henry, folks.
We eased up with Chyna got her breast grabs. Blue Mark Henry. The Godfather's hoes were lifting their dresses and bending over. Deborah was in the bra and panties. Road Dogg was wearing 420 shirts. And Phil Mushnick even reports that the WWF floated the idea of having what they called accidental nudity at the WrestleMania pay-per-view. And they got on a conference call with M&M Mars, the corporate sponsor of the show, and at least one cable executive, and both vetoed the idea. True or false about this accidental nudity? And hypothetically, who would it have been?
I have no idea. I have no knowledge of anybody asking for accidental nudity at WrestleMania. I did accidental nudity in the UK on a pay-per-view one time.
That's what I want to talk about, because I know this happened at least twice with Miss Kitty and Jackie.
Yeah, but Jackie was the only one that was ever planned. Miss Kitty was
win the business for herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only one that was planned. That was in the UK, and we had the blessing of the folks over in the UK.
So let me ask this.
And Jackie was completely cool with it.
Let me hear, hypothetically, if Vince were to pitch Miss Jackie on, here's what I need you to do, what would that sound like?
It wasn't what he needed her to do. Jackie, you know, here in the UK, they're a little more brazen, and they've got you've seen Benny Hinn, and they've got a lot of nudity in the newspaper and things of that nature. Would you have an issue if perhaps in the middle of the match that your top might come off? And she was cool with it. She's like, yeah, I don't care.
It wasn't nearly as fun as I hoped for.
I'm sorry. I mean, but that was it. I mean, that was actually the shoot conversation because I was there.
Well, damn it. This is a podcast trying to be entertaining. What might it have sounded like if he was trying to be an entertainer?
And then from there, you're on her shoulder. And there, your tits pop out. And the world gets Jackie's tits. Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, of course, Meltzer.
Chocolate titties.
I wasn't ready. This could be our last show, folks. You never know.
What?
Oh
my God, I love Jacqueline, man.
That was great.
Bad bitch.
Shorty agrees. As far as the short term goes, the public has spoken with these words. The raunchier, the better. Raw pulled its all-time record rating on 3-1, doing a 6.32 and a 9.6 share. Meanwhile, Nitro did a 4.32 and a 6.4 share. Although over the head-to-head period, the Nitro rating was 3.87 and a 5.9 share. There was no period head-to-head where the ratings were competitive. That's word for word from the Wrestling Observer. So this kind of begs the question to me, Bruce. Who introduced raunchy, and when did Vince get on board with it?
I don't know the time frame. It was simply an issue of let's go further than anybody else will go, and let's take it to the limit. Let's get to that line, lean over it, and see how far we can go. And the audience ate it up. They loved it.
I did.
They responded by watching. They responded by buying more merchandise. The numbers say it all.
Around this time, Inside Edition runs a piece reporting that the Indiana University studied 50 episodes of Raw and found 1,658 instances of a wrestler grabbing or pointing to his crotch, or roughly once every 4 minutes. 434 references to the phrase "suck it," 157 instances of giving the finger, etc. And it's quoted as saying, bringing these figures up to an argumentative Vince McMahon was a pretty strong segment. McMahon came off bad to most, a total jerk to the general public. Do you remember this segment on Inside Edition?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Where was this shot? What was the thought on when it came out? I'm sure Vince tried to spin it and say it's a hit piece or whatever.
Yeah, you know what? In this particular piece, Vince came off just so damn defensive, almost like a bully.
Yeah.
In that nothing that we did, it was all okay. It was kind of like the guy the old Saturday Night Live skit, Dan Aykroyd, that said,
Bag of glass.
Bag of glass.
I knew you were going to say that.
exactly, you know, Jenny Switchblade. And well, look at this, the chainsaw thing.
Bag of glass.
Yeah.
Let me-
That's what it came across as to me.
In the segment, Vince claimed the WWF didn't use prostitutes and that the words prostitutes or whores was never even used on the show. So, of course, the Inside Edition interviewer says, what about hoes? And he says, hoes is a street term that
Hoes is a street term for
and,
ladies of the evening. God damn it, you dumbass. They're not whores. What the hell are you trying to say? A prostitute is a whore.
lady of the evening and whore and prostitute are the same.
That's what I'm saying. Whores and prostitutes are bad. Hoes are fun.
Hey, roll tide on that.
Yeah.
He
What's
says,
to deal with a whore? But a hoe? Hey.
well, there's
Ho, ho, ho. Santa Claus.
he says the people who played these characters are actresses and not actually prostitutes.
Well.
He also
Really, folks. I had to hire them.
how would Jerry Jarrett line up the prostitutes? Well, you know.
No.
You want to do what? Huh? To my pee-pee?
Oh my God.
Oh dear.
So any question as to whether or not we were going to continue mocking Jerry Jarrett is out the window.
Well, you know. This show's a lot more fun when we're having a lot of Miller Lite.
I
This
can't.
Miller Lite makes everything more fun.
Hashtag it's Miller time.
Roll Tide.
He says there's no satanic references on Raw and that nobody dies and nobody gets raped. Do you imagine when you start with this company in 87, you're even going to be discussing shit like this? Whores, prostitutes, raped, murder.
Nobody got murdered.
No, I know. That's what he said. No one dies. No one gets raped. There's no Satan. Just hoes and suck it.
No insertion.
Oh, gosh. Were you ever embarrassed to be involved with the WWE?
Never.
Vince is in the...
You know what, man? You asked that question. No, I was proud of my time there. I loved it. I there was nothing to be embarrassed about.
Nothing.
Nothing.
We're gonna find out on this show.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, hey.
Oh, get there.
God damn it, Bruce. Mouth insert.
There's no insertion, pal. He's on the Daily News, he being Vince McMahon,
Touch my what?
ripping his critics, saying they have no sense of humor. And he says, quote, lofty politicians out of touch, moral crusaders who don't have a clue, and egghead professors with flimsy studies treat the common man with contempt.
And horse. Oh, sorry.
Dude's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he's talking about the common man. He argued that a lot of kids don't really watch, and that's hilarious, and that Livewire and Superstars were edited to be more kid-friendly. Now, doesn't that imply that Raw isn't kid-friendly?
Huh?
If you're saying we
Well, that's what
edit...
he's saying. He's saying that Raw was more adult-oriented.
kind of defeats his argument. Meltzer wrote somewhere in here, there's been a lot of reports during the week that due to the success of Raw, the USA Network was asking to expand the show to 3 hours. I didn't know this until I did my research this week. The WWF actually puts out word that they know nothing of this proposal. Did you ever hear about this? That it was kicked around that Raw might be considered for 3 hours?
No, not at that time.
Somewhere in here, Meltzer also reports the four-way for the IC title will most certainly be Val Venus, Ken Shamrock, Goldust, and Billy Gunn. At one point, Gunn was supposed to win, although plans change often.
Of course, as we'll discuss here, Billy Gunn and Road Dogg essentially switch places, where Billy is battling for the hardcore title and Road Dogg is in the IC match. Do you know why the switch?
I have no idea. There was so much switching and swerving and bullshit going on with that.
We got so many questions about that in particular, because the Road Dogg had been working a lot of hardcore matches, and then he's out of the hardcore match and he's the Intercontinental Champ.
Yeah.
It just seems like
it was
it changing for the sake of changing?
I think it was, yeah.
Okay. I feel like you're not shitting on someone during the show that you really want to.
I just feel that at the time there was so much that was done to swerve. Let's swerve.
You're using the wrong accent.
Yeah, I can't do that accent. I can't do a fucking Yankee accent. But when everything is a swerve, the swerve no longer is a swerve.
Yeah.
It's just the same shit. So I just think that when you do it all the time, it no longer becomes special.
At one point on Raw, Mankind comes out and says, quote, screwed worse than a White House intern. Now, McMahon likes to make lots of political references, but that feels like a Russo line. If you had to bet $1, which Vince fed him that line?
I'd bet that one was McMahon.
I think so too. They introduced the Mean Street Posse on a segment on Raw, and Meltzer wrote, they show a video showing Shane's friends talking about what a tough street fighter Shane was growing up on the main streets of Greenwich, Connecticut, while showing BMWs and Porsches all over the road. It was pretty funny.
The Mean Street Posse was actually Shane's buddies from Greenwich that he went to school with. They all hung out. They all did, that was their weekend. All hung out together, drank together, partied together, had a good time together. A bunch of actually really great guys. I liked every one of those guys, from Rodney to Pete to Crazy Billy. I hope Crazy Billy's listening. I can't remember Billy's last name, but he was crazy and shit. And there were two more in there as well. But they were actually Shane's buddies.
Isn't it amazing that you could be a Christopher Daniels and a Reckless Youth and a Steve Carino? Hit the bricks, pal. Shane, get some of those sweater vests in here.
No, that's not what happened. It was a way to enhance Shane. So the Mean Street Posse, when they came out, that was never meant to be characters. They were never meant to come on and be a part of the show. They were just part of Shane's vignettes. And then people
liked them.
People liked them. So they made them characters.
Eventually it comes out that the Sable Luna match that was originally planned for WrestleMania is going to be changed, most likely to Sable versus Tori. Tell us about Luna's exit. She was fired.
Yeah, Luna was let go. Luna was a bit unpredictable. Luna was having a tough time during this period. She had gotten in a couple fights with girls backstage.
Sonny, which we covered in the archives.
Yeah, but Sonny was gone at this point. It was, I believe she'd gotten in an argument with Jackie. I think she'd gotten in an argument with Sable.
How have you said obviously?
Well, everybody was getting in arguments with Sable at that point. And I believe she had even had an altercation with one of the agents at some point. She just was
difficult to do business
with. She was letting everybody know that she was unhappy. So Vince was at the point where if you're unhappy, then go be unhappy somewhere else.
Yeah. Somewhere building to WrestleMania, Shane beats both Patterson and Briscoe, who were dressed up as the Legion of Doom, before hitting both guys with belt shots and then pinning them at the same time. What did Briscoe and Patterson think about this shit?
Well, it was obviously at work.
Clearly. My God.
That was a parody match. It wasn't like they actually had a competitive match.
Well, it was a work because
Briscoe won the hook, pal.
I've always wanted to ask you about this because around this time you guys did a segment with Jerry Lawler at the Playboy Mansion. And of course this is being done to promote Sable and Playboy. You got any fun Playboy Mansion stories?
I do, but you ain't going to get them here because I didn't do this. I got to the Playboy Mansion a little bit later. I got there after this. I wasn't there for that. But
okay.
I do later on. It's actually one of the poll suggestions this week. It's probably the only one you'll pick of my suggestions. With one of my Playboy Mansion stories.
Let's talk about Nicole Bass. She was not in Playboy. She was signed to a conditional developmental contract leading up to WrestleMania. And Meltzer wrote, quote, "She may be a bodyguard for Sable or an opponent for Chyna or play the role of a kickboxer who had a sex change operation." I have no idea where that comes from.
Yeah.
He says the WWF did a casting call for women wrestlers for a proposed glow-like show this past week in Los Angeles. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. Let's drill down on Nicole Bass. Tell me about Nicole Bass. And first, we should mention she's passed away this year. Howard Stern fans would remember that that's what she's most famous for. When she debuts on Raw, you actually hear Jerry Lawler say that. In my head, Vince Russo, being from New York and a longtime Howard Stern fan, he probably discovers her on Howard Stern, wants to sign her. True or false?
True.
Tell me about working with Nicole.
I hate to speak ill of the dead. I really and truly do. I didn't know Nicole. Nicole was a very sweet woman. Very, very sweet. Very nice. However, she did not have any wrestling experience, and I was asked to find her, get her, and bring her in, sign her. She was in the process of suing ECW at the time. We were also at the time in a financial arrangement with ECW as well. I talked to Paul Heyman about her. He suggested that I not do any business with her.
Well, it's worth mentioning right here. I don't know what you're going to say or not say, but Meltzer wrote in her obituary that her husband was a drug dealer, and her husband was
Former cop, too.
was responsible for bringing a lot of drugs into the ECW locker room, and that is why Heyman didn't necessarily think so highly of their situation. Is that true?
I don't know if he's a drug dealer or not.
You didn't get your shit from him?
Nope.
Okay.
I got my shit for somebody else. But he was allegedly a former New York City police officer. Now, I heard the same things from Paul Heyman, but I know Paul's rub on her was that she sued him, and she sued ECW.
For
I don't really...
wrongful termination?
I don't remember.
She sued the WWF for sexual harassment and accused Brooklyn Brawler, of all people, of sexually harassing her. Now, that's hilarious for a few reasons. You could figure them out on your own.
Nicole was it was a bad hire. It was, Russo liked her, I guess from the Howard Stern thing.
Well, she had a phenomenal look.
She had a great look. She had a tremendous look.
Yeah.
But she had no skills in the ring at all. She couldn't talk. Plus, she was extremely dangerous in pretty much everything that she did in the ring.
Wait. You guys didn't have a problem doing that for Ahmed Johnson. What's the difference?
Ahmed was at least trained.
Really?
Yeah.
Who claimed that shit?
Michael Hayes.
No, he didn't.
He did.
No, he didn't.
Dude, that was Michael Hayes' guy.
Is this a rib?
No rib. Not a rib. But Nicole, in my opinion, was just not a good fit. Wasn't a good hire. And wasn't real happy about that one. But by God, I got her signed.
And
I was asked to do that.
Any of the boys have a fetish for her?
God, I hope not.
That's hurtful.
I'm sorry.
In March, Stone Cold came out on Raw driving a Coors Light beer truck and sprayed beer all over Vince, Rock, and Shane. They had the ring set up with 2 mat covers during the commercial, simply removed one so they could have the matches and go on with the dry ring without a major delay. Segment was great. What are your memories of this match? This angle?
It was great. It was, I just thought it was a really cool visual, but it was a great segment.
It was a great segment. Let's briefly discuss the Brood for a minute. They're doing all kinds of weird shit. They're giving bloodbaths to Deborah. They're kidnapping and crucifying Rocco Rock. Do you remember anybody in particular pushing back on bloodbaths and crucifixions?
No, but I just thought it was in horrible taste. And the reason I thought it was in horrible taste, not because of anything other than the just a connotation being covered in blood. And I get it. Wasn't blood, wasn't real blood. And it was symbolic. It was symbolic. It was a symbolic blood.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that later too.
But it was, I just thought, gross.
Meltzer's idea. I mean, not Meltzer's idea.
Yeah, it's Meltzer's idea.
Russo's idea.
I guess.
What is, I guess? What does that mean?
I guess I wasn't a part of those decisions.
What were you doing here?
I was doing talent relations and developmental.
Okay. So you were in trouble. You're in timeout.
Yeah, I was in timeout at this point. Brucey was in the corner.
What'd you do to get put in timeout?
I don't know.
Just fell out of favor.
I just fell out of favor.
You weren't the favorite, and you became Pout Boy because he was going with Russo.
Yes, so I pouted.
What was Pat doing besides being a stooge?
Being a stooge.
Okay.
Pat was on one of his many retirements. So Pat was.
He's had a lot of those.
He has had a lot of those. I wish I could retire like Pat. But Pat was happy being, he was an agent and a character, and he didn't have to. He wasn't in the office at that time. He's living in Florida and Montreal.
In his mobile home park.
It's a modular home.
What's the difference?
Ask him.
I'm just busting balls. We had a conversation about it. Meltzer reports that you and Jim Ross and Rick Bassman headed a casting call with women bodybuilders, power lifters, fitness girls, stunt women, martial arts women. And the goal is to try to get like a glow style show going. And there's rumor that this is supposed to happen on UPN. What happened?
The idea was, did we have enough talent to do an all-female show? It was going to be a wrestling show, 1 hour, maybe 30 minutes, that just featured the women wrestlers. So we were looking for fitness models that wanted to learn to be wrestlers, just kind of getting outside of the business, not the traditional women wrestler a la Moolah and Mae Young.
Yeah.
So we were looking for, we got Lisa Marie out of this.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
The New York Times reports right before WrestleMania on March 24th that the WWF was expected to sign a lease anytime for the WWF Raw restaurant in Times Square on Broadway and 43rd Street, across from where ABC would be opening the new Good Morning America. I'm sure we'll talk about this later, but tell us about how you first heard we're opening a restaurant.
No, it wasn't a restaurant. It was an experience on Times Square. It was a WWF experience, complete with restaurant, merchandise store.
How much steroids did they use on the chickens?
Those kind of questions was the bullshit that I had to put up with, folks. The food was actually pretty damn good in the beginning.
In the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it just kind of went downhill. But in the beginning, it was pretty good.
We'll talk about...
We had chefs, then we got cooks.
Yeah, there is a difference.
There is a difference.
We'll talk about the restaurant in the future, I'm sure. I want to talk about something else interesting you guys tried here. We got some questions about this. The WrestleMania Rage Party. And if you're out of the loop on this, it is online. You can go find it. It's not on the network, but it is online. Just throw it in your Google machine. The WrestleMania Rage Party, and it aired on the USA Network at 10 o'clock the night before WrestleMania. This was an interesting idea to me. You had Isaac Hayes there. You had the Cherry Poppin' Daddies. You being introduced by Val Venus, no less.
Yeah.
And then, of course, everybody's favorite, Big Punisher. Tell us your memories of the WrestleMania Rage Party special.
Hated it.
What?
Absolutely hated it. The idea was Bob Collins, I believe, and Bob Collins was Mr. WrestleMania, the guy that promoted it. He thought instead of, we didn't do a fan access, he thought instead of that, what if we had a huge party the night before WrestleMania? Because there were a lot of people that were coming in from out of town just for WrestleMania. So he thought, hey, they can go out to a party, they can party with the wrestlers, they can have a good time, drink, and we have a whole lot of bands and superstars that they can party with. So we made it an event. It was an opportunity to come out and see Stone Cold Steve Austin, to see The Rock, the corporate whatever the hell they were, the Ministry, everybody that was involved in feature matches at WrestleMania was going to be involved in this rage party, along with these musical acts. So we had to, in addition to putting together WrestleMania on Sunday, I had to put together a rage party that would air live on the USA Network and dealing with all of these musical acts and prima donnas throughout the night to kind of have them interact with our superstars and try to make sense of it all and somehow, some way interact with all of our talent and make sense of it all and make it good enough to get people to tune in on a Saturday night before WrestleMania and rage. Now, it just wasn't a party, man. It was a rage party. So I guess that makes it extra special.
Any interesting stories about dealing with any of the bands or the musical acts? How was Isaac Hayes? How was Big Pun? How were the cherry poppin' daddies?
Well, Isaac Hayes was great. He was pretty easy to deal with. It was funny, man. He didn't want to do Salty Balls, which is what he was famous for.
From South Park, yeah.
Yes, he didn't want to do that. But the guy, Big Pun, was this gigantic guy, about 500 pounds. He couldn't make it up the steps to the stage, so we had to get a forklift.
What?
To get him up.
Is that a rib?
Not a rib.
How many stairs was it?
I don't know. It was probably half a flight of stairs. Brother was big.
Yokozuna could have did that.
Well, Yoko's a damn athlete.
Okay, cool.
There you go.
I don't know a nice way to ask this. How many delicious cold Miller Lights had Steve Austin had before he did his promo that night?
Quite a few.
Philly sold the show out and drew 18,274 folks with 16,756 paid for a gate of $1,438,000 and another $274,000 in merchandise. That broke down to $16.38 per head in merchandise, which was top 3 in the history of pro wrestling. And it was the highest gate the WWF had in 9 years. So a huge financial success by anyone's description. The Observer readers gave Mania only a 55% thumbs up, but still, that's the majority. And what will most likely prove to be the biggest revenue grossing pro wrestling event in history, Steve Austin regained the WWF title at WrestleMania XV, a show far more notable for production and booking than any of the wrestling, wrote Dave Meltzer. The basic consensus seemed to be a mild thumbs up for the show, although the reaction to this was all across the board, as there were people who thought it was the best show in years, and many who thought it was terrible. If a wrestling show is constituted by the quality of the matches from start to finish, then this was a thumbs down show with only 2 good matches, tops, out of 10. If it's based on surprises, booking, and angles, it's a thumbs up. If it's based on crowd reaction to either and both, it would be a thumbs up, since only the main event had good heat, and that's with the super hype job going in. If it's based on presenting a well-produced television, it would be the best wrestling pay-per-view of the year. So that's what Dave wrote. What do you think? How did you rate this WrestleMania?
Thumbs in the middle.
There was some good stuff.
There was some good stuff.
There was a lot of
some
bad.
really shitty stuff too.
We got lots of questions about this, so let's just go ahead and talk about it first. Meltzer wrote, the Austin title win was expected going in, but given away, as late in the show, Michael Cole made an announcement before the match even started that after the event on the Home Shopping Network, the new champ, Steve Austin, would appear. Tell me the fallout from this. People were still talking about it today. It's one of the things people remember most about the show and tweeted us most about the show. Were you guys in Gorilla? Is Vince flipping the fuck out? Do you remember this?
Actually, I don't. And I don't know that anybody actually probably caught it that night. I don't know. I don't remember that.
The first time you heard it was just now?
Well, yeah, the other day.
Wow. When you watched the show this week, did you see it then, or did they edit it out of the
I think
network?
they edited it out of the network.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure they
caught
did.
it.
Let's
Maybe
talk about
maybe it was there. And I just missed it.
let's talk about the live event, the dark matches and such. Jacqueline pinned Ivory after 1 minute and 24 seconds after a back suplex. Terry Runnels came out, and after the match, Runnels burned Ivory with a cigar until Tori ran in for the save. Kevin Kelly then told the kids at home not to copy the moves from these trained professionals. Who decides that this disclaimer is necessary?
Well, it was on Free for All, so it was being broadcast out there. It was actually being broadcast on the
USA?
No, I think this was being broadcast on that old TV Guide channel that's now Pop TV.
Oh, okay.
That they would do the
TV Guide channel was Pop TV?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Honest. But they would do the guide, and then the top third they would run programming sometimes. So we would do those free for alls. I don't know if this was it, but I'm pretty sure it was a free deal, so the disclaimer had to be there.
The next match has D'Lo Brown and Test, and they did a 21-man battle royal with the winners getting a tag title shot at WrestleMania, and they did this in 4 minutes and 16 seconds. I found it interesting. Oh, it's worth mentioning here that Owen and Jeff Jarrett did commentary. Deborah was there for the eye candy aspect.
Spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
Meltzer described this battle royal here as a Titanic battle royal. You heard that phrase before?
No.
He says the goal is everybody tries to get out as soon as possible.
Okay.
Bossman did an interview, but the lights go out and Undertaker's voice comes over the PA. And of course, this winds up with the Brood hitting the ring, the lights going out, and Bossman gets a bloodbath. And then Mankind shows up, and he and Paul White begin a backstage brawl, which is kind of funny because you see it looks like Big Show falls over a box and tips over. But it allows Austin to just walk through the door. So then the Big Show, not Paul White, but WrestleMania begins, and Boys to Men are here singing America the Beautiful. What was your memories of working with Boys to Men, who were a really big deal in the late 90s? It feels like they had like every prom theme song for like 4 years in a row.
Actually, they're local Philadelphia kids.
Absolutely.
So they were pros, man. They were nice as could be. They were pros all the way. They got there early, man. They did their rehearsal. Not much to say, man. They were good. You have the ones that stand out that are maybe assholes.
How about Run DMC? How were they at WrestleMania?
At WrestleMania, fine. Previous WrestleMania doing promos, they were assholes. But for the most part, these kids are real respectful. Real respectful.
How many
Easy for me to say.
How many Miller Lights have you had?
Not enough.
So then we set up the show with a phenomenal video from Freddie Blassie. Was this the best thing on the show? It's got to be near the top.
This was a David Sahadi production, man. Good shit.
That was fantastic. Is this the one that made Vince cry?
This one did, yes, but all of those Legends ones that
Vince loved.
Oh yeah, they were great. With Ernie Ladd in them and Arnie Skoland and Gorilla, tremendous stuff.
So let's get started. First match on the main card. Bob Holly regains the hardcore title in a 3-way match with Billy Gunn and Al Snow. Runs about 7 minutes. Crowd's kind of dead to get started, and then Al Snow pulls out a hockey stick from under the ring. That gets a Let's Go Flyers chant from this Philly crowd. Then he breaks the hockey stick on Holly's back and a broomstick over Gunn's back. Both of those were gimmicks, no matter what Bruce says. And then you see some chair shots, some table stuff, and then the Famouser, and he goes for the pin. Holly makes the save and then jumps on him to win the title. It gets a 1.25 stars. Any comments on this match? Is the thought, hey, it's Philadelphia. Let's give them a hot opener. Let's give them, in the home of VCW, a hardcore match to kind of jumpstart the crowd, and then we'll do some more traditional wrestling in match 2? Or what's the thinking?
The idea is always start off with a hot match, and it was a hot match. So get out there with a lot of action and shit happening, and then calm it down from there.
Were you a fan of hardcore matches?
Nope.
Match number 2, Owen Hart and Jeff Jarrett regain the WWF Tag Team titles. Owen and Jeff Jarrett retain the tag titles, beating D'Lo and Test in just under 4 minutes. Ivory comes out wearing clothes. She was out there scantily clad in her match, but this time she has a Band-Aid on her face since, you know, they just put a cigar out on her face. Deborah is in a white bikini, and the finish comes when D'Lo sets up a powerbomb on Jarrett, but Owen nails him with a missile dropkick, and Jarrett uses a jackknife cradle for the pin. Star and a quarter. I love the finish of the match. I thought it was executed perfectly. I was really impressed with the execution of the finish. Was this a waste of Jarrett and Owen? You've got two guys who've been praised as big talents. I mean, Owen specifically has really maybe been underutilized. What say Bruce? What say you?
Got him on the show, so that's a good thing. But you know, it is what it is. You don't have enough time for everybody. What would your cohort on What Happened When Monday say about what Deborah was wearing? That was kind of hot.
He would be all about it.
You think so?
Yeah.
He's a pervert, you know.
I think he would refer to you as a slap dick.
He'd like to slap my dick.
Let's move along. Before the match, the next match we're about to cover, which is Butterbean and Bart Gunn. That's what's coming up next. But before that, they introduced the judges. And, of course, there's other judges. But let's talk about the one we want to hear about, Gorilla Monsoon. I believe this is his first appearance in public since he had his health problems. And it might actually be his last on TV. He had lost a ton of weight. He didn't look awesome, but he got a huge pop. And he looked almost moved by the reaction. What do you remember about this with Gorilla?
It was Philadelphia, which was Gorilla's hometown, and it was WrestleMania. So not to have Gorilla be a part of it would have been a travesty. Gorilla was moved by it. It was a terrific reception for Gino Morella, and that crowd ate him up. And I was emotional as hell when I watched it the other day.
Yeah.
It just was, you get flooded with the memories of Gorilla Monsoon, and then to see him, he did not look great, but it was great to see him there in his home, being at home in a wrestling ring, you know, in a wrestling event.
They show Isaac Hayes in the crowd prior to this match, and then we see Butterbean and Bart Gunn make their entrances. It's kind of an interesting deal here because this feels sort of kind of out of place. The referee, tell everybody your favorite referee story here. We watched this the other day together, and he said he kept asking a question backstage. Tell everybody who the referee is and what his question was.
Ray Boom Boom Mancini.
That's not the referee.
Who the fuck was it? Benny Pazienza. What the fuck did I say?
How many Miller Lights have you had, brother?
God damn. Ray we used in... Okay, sorry. Sorry. Vinny Paz.
Vinny Paz is the referee, Woo! And he asked the question over and over and over.
What am I supposed to do? What's the finish? and folks, this fight, you can watch it, man. It was a shoot.
There's no working in this.
There's no working in this. Even Bean offered to work the match. Bless his heart. Bean did not want to hurt Bart Gunn.
And he knew he would.
He knew he would. There was a feeling. I think there was a feeling in Bart's camp. I think there was a feeling by Bart and the guy that was training him, who was Mark Merrow's trainer. Really nice guy. They felt Bart had a chance. We all felt Bart had a chance.
Y'all bought the hype.
We bought the hype.
Because he had beaten
the hype that we created.
Yeah.
And kind of looked at Bean, his eyes, big guy, you know, he's not in shape. Well, Bean fought for a living. And you forget about that when you get lost in that bubble. Bean was in shape for a big man.
To throw punches, maybe not to run marathons, but to knock motherfuckers out, he's in pretty good shape.
He didn't have to run marathons. He didn't get paid by the hour.
Yeah.
He got paid by the knockout. And Bean didn't, he knew what he had. He knew what he was going against. He knew Bart wasn't a fighter. He knew Bart wasn't a trained boxer. He didn't want to hurt him, and he was willing to do business. But Vince was adamant about, no, we're going to have a real thing, and maybe Bart will throw that left hook and knock Butterbean out and make a name for himself. And then we got a boxer on our hands. Well, that didn't happen.
So let's run through that. 35 seconds into the first round.
Oh, fuck me, man.
Butterbean knocked him down at 20 seconds, and then Gunn barely makes his feet at 9, and then is knocked out. And when he gets up, man, it's not good the way he goes down. His neck snaps as it hits the ropes. It looks very dangerous in hindsight. He didn't die, but his career did that day. Can we agree?
You ever get that sick feeling in your stomach when something bad happens? That was the feeling I got when Bean hit Bart. I felt so bad for Bart. It was his opportunity to break out of the norm for Bart Gunn. We really hoped, we really did. We really hoped that this would be something for Bart. And man, when that punch landed, it was a sickening thud in so many ways.
It's brutal. If you haven't seen it, you should go check it out. Words can't describe how nasty this is. Maybe not the best time skit coming up next. After the match, the San Diego Chicken runs in and Vinny punches him in the beak and the bird goes down.
Boom Boom Mancini.
Can you, how terrible is the time you see a guy damn near get fucking decapitated with a punch, and now we're going to fake knock out a bird. Feels like this is just like, what are you doing?
Gotta establish him.
Establish who?
The goddamn chicken.
The chicken did the honors.
The chicken must go down.
The chicken screwed the chicken. Mankind beats Paul White via disqualification in 6 minutes and 50 seconds. He pulls out Sacco 3 times, but Paul keeps breaking it up each time. There is a really cool spot where Mankind was on his back, and then he just falls backwards on him. Of course, we saw this with Taz and Bigelow in ECW, but this is their version. It was pretty cool. They don't go through the ring. One good spot was that everybody remembers is the choke slam onto the chairs. I guess it's kind of in the middle between them. And when this happens, the ref DQs him. Was this a waste of Mick? Is this just garnish and gaga to disguise his legit physical state at the time? Or is this just a miss in your opinion?
I think it was a miss. I think that Mick was not in the best shape at this time. He couldn't have that kind of match that Mick would want to have. But they got him on the show because it was WrestleMania and it was a big angle and it was a way to bring Mick back in the main event too.
This brings Vince out. It's worth mentioning these guys were fighting for who's going to be the referee of the main event. Maybe we skipped that.
You did.
But it's, you did too, you fuck.
Well, I'm covering it now. Go ahead.
So the concept here is,
thank God Miller Lite came on board. That's all I got to say.
It's Big Show and Mankind. And the winner is the referee. I don't know why you would want to work twice, but what an honor it would be. Well,
Mick Foley, it's a double payday.
So Vince comes out and yells at White about screwing up and not being the ref. He eventually slaps him, and White picks him up for a choke slam and then lets him down. I guess he didn't slap him first. So he just starts berating him. Says he's a nobody. He's a nothing. I'm Vince McMahon. You're a nobody. Teases the choke slam, puts him down. Then he slaps him. and Big Show punches him and leaves him for dead. Of course, the Stooges, Pat Patterson and Briscoe, come make the save. But meanwhile, Mankind is doing a stretcher job, and they say he's going to the hospital. And this is because he was chokeslammed onto a couple of chairs. Meltzer gave the match 3/4 of a star. What'd you think of this whole exchange with McMahon, the Stooges, the double chair? It seems like there's a lot of booking here.
A lot of gaga and a lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
It was more about story and less about substance. It was just a lot of gaga. It was, let's swerve them. Let's swerve them again. Let's swerve them again. Then we'll swerve them.
Is this Russo's first WrestleMania as the head writer?
First or second?
98 may have been first.
May have been.
Is it fair to say that there's
oh, wait a minute. 98 was Austin and Sean?
Yeah.
So this would have been his first, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Did Patterson enjoy being a stooge?
He'll tell you he didn't, but he did.
Yeah, he's working in reverse. He loved it.
He did.
Let's hear afterwards. They wake Vince up and get him acclimated backstage. And he says that he wants to press charges and have Paul White arrested. Let's hear your version of that.
I don't remember that part.
All right, let's move on. Road Dogg retains the Intercontinental title in a four-way over Ken Shamrock, Goldust, and Val Venus. It runs just under 10 minutes. Shamrock eventually gets the ankle lock on Venus, who got a rope break. The two brawl out of the ring for a double countout, and then Shamrock hits both Goldust and Road Dogg with a belly-to-belly. Ryan Shamrock, his sister, wink, wink, tries a low blow on Goldust, but somehow doesn't hit it. And then Goldust hits Road Dogg with a power slam. But in doing so, Dogg somehow maneuvers himself into a small package for the pin. It gets a 1.5 stars. I was reminded watching this how great Val Venus was in the ring. I guess I've been sleeping on him for a little while. I don't know when we'll talk about him again. So we'll talk about the character later. Let's talk about his ring work here. He was a hell of a hand.
It's funny that you wrote that down and had that, because that's kind of what I picked up out of this. I forgot, first of all, how good that Sean Morley Val Venus was, and also how Shamrock could just work with just about anybody.
I feel like Shamrock is maybe one of the big misses that you guys had, because it seems like he could have been a tippy top guy, like world title guy. He's certainly believable from the real world. He has a great look. His work was fine.
Yeah, watching this, it's funny that we both have the same viewpoint on that, because I was watching it going, God damn, Val was good.
Yeah.
And he was different too. He worked the gimmick. It was whatever the hell star you gave it. I enjoyed this match.
Yeah,
just because of the people in it.
I thought it was really good. I thought all the guys were entertaining. Road Dogg especially, while some people may be critical of his work and say he's not a great wrestler, the dude was a hell of an entertainer. And so you had a really cool collection here. I want to talk about Ryan Shamrock. I don't know when we'll talk about her again. There's lots of rumor and innuendo about her out there. Can you give us any good Ryan Shamrock stories?
Ryan Shamrock was from, found her in Houston, Texas, from a friend of mine. What
was the name of the strip club you used to go to in Houston?
Heartbreakers.
Okay.
And Ryan was not a stripper.
I didn't say she was. I was just asking.
Well, I'm pointing that out.
Okay.
Because I think there's a lot of rumor and innuendo that she was.
Okay.
She was a friend of mine who happened to be the DJ at a gentleman's establishment who also had a band. And she was a girlfriend or friend of somebody in the band. I needed a
girlfriend or friend.
I don't know what the hell she was. Well, she wasn't a stripper. She was just a nice, beautiful girl that we needed to come in and play the part of Ken Shamrock's sister in Houston. So I knew that New Wave always had beautiful young ladies around, and for once he brought me not a stripper.
What's your favorite Terry Funk line to impersonate?
I wouldn't say that about her. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do, Conrad.
What?
You know.
Clint from Hershey's here. So at this point, Paul White was arrested, and they do a bit of a little bit of gaga here because there's like a dozen or more officers
God, it was horrible.
arresting him, and they put him in what looks like a regular fucking car. It's not
It's
even
like a Mercury Marquis or something.
yeah, it's like a Grand Marquis.
From Hertz.
And it is hilarious to see Big Show in the back seat of a car. I don't know why it's so funny to me, but it is.
No cage, no cuffs, no nothing. He just gets in the back seat with the towel around his neck. Okay,
Which way did he go?
don't call me stupid.
So while it's hilarious to see Big Show shoved in the back of this car here, next up we've got Kane, and he beat Hunter Hearst Helmsley after 11 minutes by DQ. Before the match, this chicken comes back out and this time attacks Kane, and Kane pulls off his headpiece, revealing that it's Pete Rose, and gives him another of those tombstone pile drivers. Of course, he took care of Pete on this one. Tell me how this Pete Rose bit comes to be.
Pete was a big fan, and we had done Pete the year before in Boston. He enjoyed the hell out of it. And tell me, Conrad, what is Philadelphia close to?
Atlantic City.
Ding, ding, ding.
So, can I freestyle a guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does he have to be paid in cash?
Actually, no, he wasn't. He was paid in a check, but he did get it that night.
He got the check that night.
I got the check that night.
Yeah, he took it and cashed it in the cage.
Well, you know. Pete Rose was great to work with. I love me some Pete Rose.
10 grand,
He got paid,
15 grand,
you know.
less than 25. Okay. Hunter doesn't do an entrance in this match and just sneaks in to deliver a low blow. That's hard to imagine. Can you imagine Hunter not doing a WrestleMania entrance in 2017?
Yeah, that's kind of like Undertaker not doing one.
It's way foreign. Chyna eventually comes down and throws the stairs into the ring to help Kane. And let's remember here, going into this, Chyna and Triple H are not together. She is sided with Kane. These guys have done some crazy stuff feuding with one another. At one point, he is trying to shoot fire. Kane's trying to shoot fire at Hunter, and he misses and hits Chyna in the face. So then Goldust comes out. It's actually Triple H, and shoots a flamethrower at Kane. So there's lots of craziness, fire building up to this, where people are shooting fire. Well, they do a spot where she throws the stairs in the ring to help Kane. Kane picks him up, but then Hunter drops him into his face, drop kicks him into his face. They do some spots where Hunter's trying for a pedigree on the ring steps, but Kane reverses it, and then Triple H takes a backdrop all the way to the floor. Eventually, he hits a choke slam, but before he can go for the pin, Chyna grabs a chair and tells Kane she wants to hit Triple H. You know where that goes. Chyna hits Kane with the chair for the DQ, and after the match, Triple H uses the pedigree on Kane, dropping him on top of the chair. The crowd popped big to see Triple H and Chyna back together. I guess this is like our new age Macho Man, Miss Elizabeth 1999 version moment here. The match only gets a 1.25 stars from Meltzer. What did you think about this match and the reunion of Triple H and Chyna?
I told you when we watched it, I enjoyed the match.
Yeah.
I thought that the guys busted their ass and worked hard. And I don't get the 1.5 star thing, man. I thought that was a really good match, told a good story. Now,
this is a good swerve.
Well,
it is predictable. You know, when
this was a great swerve.
But yeah,
I don't like what happens later on in the show.
Yeah. At this point, we see backstage Vince talking to Kevin Kelly, and he says that since Paul has arrested and Mankind's in the hospital, he's going to be the ref here. So go ahead and hit us with this Vince McMahon line, Bruce. What's he sound like?
I'm going to be a guest referee. No more controversy.
Cobra Commander. Next up, we've got Sable and Tori.
And I actually did the thumbs just like he did too. You didn't paint that picture.
This is an audio show.
But remember the power.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
And I did thumbs. I did the thumbs. Just painting pictures here, folks.
We're getting there. Sable pinned Tori after about 5 minutes. Meltzer wrote, quote, absolutely worst match of the year. in the match. You probably remember Tori came out in a bodysuit that was airbrushed. It was kind of made to look like she has no clothes on. What's up with Tori's gear? Do you remember?
Yes, Tori had done some pictures that she was hoping to get published in Penthouse.
Penthouse.
Yes. And
Did you see the pictures?
Yes, I did. Beautiful young lady. And she had a friend of hers that did airbrush artwork. And so she was doing a lot of body painting. So she had done a series of pictures with body paint, nothing but body paint on. She was trying to recreate that in this outfit so that it looked like she was nude with body paint on.
Dorito landing strip, Hitler mustache.
Oh, my. Just a little patch.
Thank you. I think I get an answer if I waited long enough. Meltzer says they're blowing every spot and couldn't work together at all. People at ringside could hear Sable loudly complaining in the ring that Tori was hurting her and being too stiff. Eventually, Tori did a crossbody, knocking out referee Jimmy Corderas. Sable set up the power bomb, but Tori was supposed to land on her feet. Like everything else in the match, that didn't happen. Nicole Bass hits the ring about 30 seconds early and pressed Tori and dropped her, leading to the Sable bomb for the win. -2 stars.
It wasn't that good.
Well, it was worse than that.
Oh, my God.
The funniest thing in this whole match to me is when Tori goes to powerbomb Sable and sticks her head between her legs. And since she's kind of painted like an animal, and Sable's giant ponytail slings out from between Tori's legs, it looks like Tori has a tail for a minute. I don't know why that was unintentional comedy for me, but it cracked me up.
Folks, that is worth going and checking that one out on the network just for that one spot.
The tail.
The tail, yes. It was the only enjoyable way.
Well, you like the hip movements.
This match was so bad on so many levels, and
how great was her promo? Just
oh my God, it was horrible. And then you have Nicole Bass coming out at the end,
way too early,
and
on camera,
and then way too late.
Yeah,
too early, too late, and stuck around forever. Too long.
Yeah,
early, too late, too long.
Yeah.
Nothing worked in this. Nothing worked.
Next up, what did work? Shane McMahon pins X-Pac to retain the European title after 8 minutes and 41 seconds. Prior to the match, the Stooges try to attack X-Pac, and you know what happens to them. Test comes out with Shane, and they focus on the Mean Street Posse, and they have lots of interference with both Test and Mean Street. I think X-Pac did a great job here, worked very hard. Shane whipped him with a belt. Eventually, he goes for the Bronco Buster. Triple H and Chyna run out, and after X-Pac has used the X Factor on Shane, Triple H runs in while Chyna distracts the ref, and then Triple H gives X-Pac the pedigree, allowing Shane to win the match and keep his European title. The Outlaws come out, but Triple H and Test were laying them out until Kane's music played and everyone scattered. The match gets 2 3/4 stars. So I'm just curious, this is effectively the end of DX because you've got, Triple H separating himself and aligning himself with the corporation and Test and Shane McMahon, and he's taking Chyna with him. And this comes on the heels of a promo right before this where Hunter says we're all together, and he's got all the original members there except for Shawn, of course. Why break up the band here? Was the feeling that Hunter was ready to just go out on his own and he was being held back by being a part of the group, or what's the rationale?
Can't tell you, man. I think that it was simply a swerve for swerve's sake. Didn't make a whole lot of sense to do it here. I felt it was the wrong place at the wrong time. If you wanted to break them up, then break them up on television, do it later. It just didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
And you had to put in all that other shit. And this is where I get into, I feel that there were just so many swerves, and they were just swerves for swerve's sake. But I thought the match itself was, I thought it was very good. I thought X-Pac worked his ass off. Shane delivered. And you got to see the Mean Street Posse get their licks into.
Yeah, it's an interesting match. And I think both guys, both Shane and Waltman, deserve a round of applause for putting something together here that most thought had no business being this good. It's a shame that the finish kind of takes away from it a little bit because they worked hard in this.
Yeah, and you really got to take your hat off to Waltman in that one, because he put all that together and he made it. Without him in there, that would have been a different match.
Do you think he looked at that as a negative, having to work WrestleMania against the boss's son, or a positive that, hey, we trust you to do this?
I think he looked at it as a positive to be working with Shane and have an opportunity to prove himself above and beyond, to show what the hell he could do.
And it stands to reason, right or wrong, no matter what anybody thinks, a Shane McMahon match at WrestleMania is going to be a featured spot, whether it's Waltman or Undertaker or AJ Styles.
Damn right. And I think sometimes, Waltman, I remember Waltman from the GWF days with Jerry Lynn. He just was always a special worker.
Yeah.
He could tell great stories in the ring.
Next up, what we're all really here for, I guess, The Undertaker beat the Big Boss Man in the Hell in a Cell match after 9 minutes and 46 seconds.
This hurts me.
If you watch, it hurt us all. If you watch the match, you remember that what Meltzer suggests here is on the money. The handcuffs break way too early. Boss Man breaks these out and tries to cuff the Undertaker, but they're gimmicked, and the Undertaker's supposed to be trapped and desperate, and that doesn't happen because they break so quickly. So he has to pretend that he's trapped and helpless while Boss Man beats on him. Both guys eventually bleed, but no one cares. Boring chants are all over the crowd. And then the finish is a tombstone seemingly out of nowhere. And then it really went downhill. The Brood comes in from the ceiling. So that's Gangrel, Edge, and Christian. They rappel down.
Well, it had a finish.
Like Sting has. And they start tearing at the center of the cage. And eventually drop a noose. That's right, a noose, like you hang someone with, through the cage. And Taker puts the noose around Boss Man's head and neck. And then they show Paul Bearer with the remote control box to lift the cage. And the thing that stuck out to you and I the most when we watched this the other day is that the Brood goes back to the top of the cage, and what happens?
Damn. Who was it? It was Edge. Got just hung up.
Before that, though,
Which part?
they all rigged themselves to go back up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. And we shot it.
You had professional riggers, I'm sure, up there letting them down, but now they're down here by themselves
And rigged themselves to go
and
back
rigged
up.
themselves to go
Yeah.
back up
Then-
with
and
no
then-
professional help.
And then Edge gets hung up.
It's just hanging
Going
and
back up,
dangling.
just hanging, dangling from the ceiling, hanging, dangling.
And not moving like everybody else is.
Yeah, well, everybody else was already up top, I guess, and we're still shooting it, and he's just kind of like spinning around. Man, I don't know what the fuck to say about this.
It looked so haphazard and reckless and dangerous. Had you seen that since when we watched it the other night?
Oh God, no. I that's one of those. I throw that one up there kind of with Katie Vick. I'd like to forget.
Do you think Martha used that as evidence against you guys?
Oh fuck, I have no idea. No, there's nothing to use there again. No, I'm not even going to discuss that. But the hanging itself, the absolute
Oh yeah, let's talk about the hanging. So
dropping a noose. Let's think about this, folks. We dropped a noose from the top of the cage, already tied, a noose that you hang people with. Put it over Boss Man's head, and hung him. It was horrible.
did y'all walk through this the day before?
No, we did it that day, but it was fucking horrible.
So you're in the crowd or around the ring watching them kind of walk through this. The noose comes down. I assume they hook it to a harness that's under his gear. Do I have that right?
Well, yeah, you saw it on the goddamn show. You can see it.
Well, people are listening, though. I'm trying to get you to, talk to them.
I don't want to.
So just cut the show off. We done?
We're done. Yeah, man.
That's how he
Boss
goes.
man was wearing a goddamn harness and fucking. There's a hook on the noose. Obviously, he wasn't choked.
I wish
he
people
wasn't
could
strangled.
I wish people could see your face as you have your elbows on your knees. Your head.
Now you want to describe what the fuck I'm doing with
Yep.
my hands and my head.
You look so downtrodden. Let me ask you again: were you ever embarrassed by anything with the WWF?
This was horrible. This was embarrassing, folks. Yeah, this was bad. I felt so bad for the Undertaker and Boss Man, everybody involved in this.
I felt bad for me.
I felt bad for me. It sucked. It was
When you do the
whoever's idea was. I don't know if it was Russo's or
Yeah,
McMahon's.
the
Whoever the
fuck.
fuck's idea was, it's horrible. I will go on the record saying it was horrible. Execution was horrible. The idea itself horrible.
who was for
And on top of it, this happened on a Sunday. The next night, Boss Man just goes out and works a match. So give me the logic there. I'm sorry. It was the shits.
so you
Sizzling motherfucking shits.
so you killed a guy.
No, he just hung him.
Huh.
He worked the next night.
No, what I'm saying, as far as the live crowd goes, I mean, you killed a guy.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even remember how the fuck we got him out of there. I know they dropped him down, but I don't know if they carried him out. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't even remember. It's one of those black holes in my memory that will never be.
Let me freestyle this. When you guys walked through it that day,
I can honestly tell you that I remember them dropping it down and looking at it and going, "Oh fuck," and walking away.
did you hear Vince McMahon's reaction to the walkthrough?
No.
What about live?
No, I don't even know if he was there. I don't even know if he was like, around me. I was a gorilla. I couldn't even tell you. It was so fucking just dead. It was, the audience didn't know what to do.
Well, what are you supposed to do? You just fucking murdered the
Right.
guy.
I mean, yeah, it's who's the babyface? Who's the heel? Am I supposed to be happy that we're hanging a man in the middle of the arena at the premiere event?
Yeah, do you cheer for a hanging?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah.
Do you boo the hanging? Or do you cheer the hanging? Are we happy or are we angry? Or do we really give a flying fuck? It just
No one gave a fuck.
No one gave a fuck about the match.
No.
And on top of it, you add that to it at the end. Didn't work. And I felt sorry for Taker and Boss Man because they're two great workers that deserve more than that, in my opinion.
What did Taker think after?
I don't even remember. I imagine he probably just kind of hung his head like I just did and walked to the back and said,
Well, you don't remember Vince flipping out about this?
no, I really don't. And I got to chalk it up to being that black hole of trying to forget that shit.
How funny is it when Undertaker realizes, oh shit, he's spinning. The hard cam's the hard cam is gonna catch the harness. Let me try to steady his leg here.
Fucking horrible.
And then at some point they turn the lights off. Like maybe
Thank God.
And when they do, Michael Cole starts yelling, "It's symbolic. Is it a symbol? Is it a symbol?" Now, is this because you guys have gotten so much heat for crucifying guys and putting them on the cross and having to say it's not a cross, it's
Not
a
a cross.
symbol.
It's a symbol, pal.
No, you know what I think was happening there is I would bet you money that whoever was
Jim Ross is in his head saying it's a symbol, it's a symbol.
trying to say,
He's not being hung. It's symbolic. It's a symbol.
I don't know what the fuck it's a symbol for, other you're hanging
Somebody, you're killing someone. It's a symbol.
I don't
Of what?
yeah.
What was the bloodbath a symbol of?
Blood in a bath. And a vampire. Vampires like blood.
All right, let's get to the main event. This is the first of a trilogy of WrestleMania main events with Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock. As you probably remember, at least if you're listening to this show, they headlined 15, 17, and 19. Some people would argue those matches weren't the main event, but anytime The Rock is working Stone Cold Steve Austin, it's the main event. And it certainly was here. He, being Steve Austin, regains the WWF title, but you knew that because Michael Cole already told you that. Took about 17 minutes to do so. And prior to the match, Michael Cole introduces Jim Ross, who's brought out to announce the main event and gets a huge ovation. And he didn't do any of the parody stuff that he had been doing beforehand. They just dropped all that and he called this one straight. And it was nice to see JR back on TV and in the main event position. And then Shawn Michaels comes out. Well, I guess Vince McMahon comes out first, does some little poses. He's going to be the referee. And then Shawn comes out to a huge pop and says, that's not going to happen. And instead, Shawn, as acting commissioner, says he is the only person who can appoint a referee. And he appoints Mike Chioda. Austin comes out and he's not wearing a vest. He comes out second, by the way. Rock's out first as champ. Austin's the challenger, comes out second. That's not the conventional order, but I'm sure the order's changed because Austin at this point is the fucking megastar and Rock is just now starting his climb. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, Steve was babyface. Babyface must go out last.
Okay. I didn't realize that was the rule there. He comes out with no vest. Lots of controversy. I got this question a lot. Why did he forget his vest? And when I asked you this, you said,
I think that he was supposed to have a new vest made, and I don't think that it was made in time, and he didn't have anything else to wear, so he wore his shirt. He wore the double Cobra shirt.
yeah. But it's not hey, I'm going to try to sell some of these gimmicks on Home Shopping Network right after, so let me wear it here too.
Might have been.
I mean, that would have been smart.
I mean, knowing Steve, that may have been it. Oh, damn, kid. Sell your shirts.
What year do you think was his best money year? Was it 99? 2000? 01?
Yeah, 98, 99, 2000. Yeah, he had some good ones. He had a string of good ones.
Do you think he had a $10 million year in merch?
I think he did pretty good for himself.
Cena's knocking down 10-ish. Do you think back then, just on merch,
I think Steve did real well.
think he had a 25?
I think Steve did really fucking well. Steve did good.
Okay.
Steve. Hey, I'll tell you, Steve sold more shirt for shirt than Hogan in his heyday.
The guys worked a really great match, starting out on the outside, lots of brawling. Eventually, of course, there's going to be lots of ref bumps in this. Austin knocks out Chioda with a chair, and this happens when The Rock put the ref in the way. Eventually, Tim White, another referee, runs in. You know what's going to happen here. Rock does a Samoan drop for a near fall. And when Austin kicks out, Rock delivers the rock bottom on White, so he's out now. Then Stone Cold hits the stunner, but there's no ref to count it. So Earl Hebner runs in, but Rock kicks out. Vince attacks Hebner, and then Vince and Rock are double teaming Austin when Mankind runs in and decks Vince. Austin does a schoolboy for a near fall, and then Rock delivers another rock bottom, but misses the corporate elbow, which, by the way, Shane McMahon did in his match. Any sort of discussion about Shane being the owner's son, ripping off Rock's kind of signature move? Or is that all okay because it's the corporate elbow?
I'm sure it was all okay because it's corporate elbow. But you know what? Actually, I think Shane did the people's elbow.
Oh, goddamn.
And Rock did the corporate elbow.
Rock goes for another rock bottom. Austin blocks it, hits the stunner for the pin, and it's over. After the match, Hebner sticks around and drinks beer in the ring with Austin. And Austin decks Vince after the match, delivers another stunner, pours beer on him, and we go off the show. This match gets 3.5 stars. So lots of gaga, as you like to say, in the main event. What did you think of this as a WrestleMania main event? Clearly, Austin, hottest star in the business in March of 99. And obviously, Rock is on his way to becoming the hottest star in the business. But as far as just a match and a moment in time here in March of 99, what'd you think?
It was a lot of gaga, but that was becoming the norm in pay-per-views and everything that we did. You know, the swerve, the gaga, let's make it exciting. There wasn't a lot of thought given to, well, if the guys are out of the ring for a count of 692, that's okay. Nobody's counting. It was a different time and a different place. So the trend was going towards the excitement and the gaga, and they delivered in that regard. They busted their ass, told a story, and the story of that match was the corporation had everything stacked against Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he overcame, and at the end, you know, Mick Foley was a big part of that with the referee. So that story got told, and I thought that story, you know, we accomplished that. Not necessarily my cup of tea, but it was good.
Happy belated birthday. Do you want to tell everybody how old you are?
Older than you.
That's just true.
You could like be my son.
Isn't that a scary thought?
That is a scary thought. Me and Larry Thompson are kind of closer in age than you and me. Larry Thompson is Papa Conrad, for those of you that don't know. Papa Thompson.
Did you ever make any towns down by like Prattville, Alabama in like 81? That's Continental Territory. You and your brother were like cruising through Montgomery.
Oh my God.
Is this real?
It could be.
Did we just have a moment here?
You never know.
What would that make my mom?
I am not going there. I love Miss Deborah.
We will see you here next week on Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard.